anything to do with that over there.
Still right.
You shot the shoe.
No,
Came up to me afterwards, so like when you came to collect this kit, it's like I know we're always the same, but I don't know. I don't know. And I said, well, mate, maybe the good stuff, not to bring it up. Well, it's a whole PC show. It was so fucking weird. Just had to make a whole new
Huh?
They don't run Remix on that.
Don't use Phoenix then.
What do we use?
What magic? Yeah, what, one of those? What to do? Fucking hell, I'm gonna go and sort of chip again.
members, supporters, and people of Lancashire. It is great to be made president of this wonderful club, and one I do not take lightly. When I first arrived here, I had no idea what lay ahead. What began as a chance to play cricket became something I never expected. It became home. The best years of my cricketing life were spent wearing the red rose.
And that could be it, it is. And what a great 100 this is from Clive Lloyd.
We won trophies and made memories I will always carry.
He's pushing it, he's taken a single to Lloyd. And he must be out, just look at that.
But trophies only tell part of the story. What made Lancashire truly special was the people. You embraced me not just as a cricketer, but as one of your own. The friendships and connections I have built here have never faded, and I know they never will. My promise is simple. Cricket comes first. It is my great hope that we return to Division 1 of the County Championship, and that our women's team continues to grow into one of the most formidable sides in the country. Across both men and women's cricket, we must be ambitious and we must be bold. What excites me most is what lies ahead. The next generation carrying the red rose with the same pride as those before them. The future is ours to shape together. Lancashire will always hold a special place in my heart. We are the red rose together.
was pointing towards kind of where he was running in and bowling. So whether as he was just doing a bit of practicing, he's just gone over on his ankle, but he was clearly under a bit of discomfort, wasn't he, as he hobbled his way off. So hopefully that's just a case of having to watch that and see how that unfolds through the course of maybe the next hour or so, and if it settles down. Because we could be into the old injury replacement rule.
Well, the first thing I said was, is Kimber still here? As he certainly was last night. But yeah, I mean, the answer is he is. So I would imagine he would be the replacement if that becomes necessary. The only other player Northamptonshire have got here is George Scrimshaw, which, whilst that's seamer for seamer, obviously James Sales the top 5 batter, which it's probably fair to say George Scrimshaw isn't.
Well, it's a murky world, as Lancashire have found out so far this season, as to what is deemed by the match referee as being a like replacement.
Tom Hartley and all that.
Yeah, we had a bit of that earlier on this season. We had a Tom Hartley and a Tom Bailey problem earlier on this season.
They couldn't find another Tom.
They couldn't. No, it's too many Toms, and neither of them were deemed like for like. The players are heading out. Keaton Jennings and Araf Shetty. Wandering out to the middle, and Northamptonshire led by their captain Luke Proctor. Our 2 umpires, Naeem Ashraf and Chris Watts, also out there as well. Conditions are nice, and the forecast is good. I know I mentioned this a couple of times yesterday, but if you just settle in this morning to our coverage via the BBC or listening on and watching on the live stream, and you're at a bit of a loose end, and Old Trafford's not too far away, and maybe the kids are climbing the wall, then the weather forecast is lovely. It's a Red Ball celebration this week, so they've altered the prices to come and watch cricket this week. So I think it's a tenner from lunch onwards for adults, and it's a quid for kids. Or if you fancy a couple of hours after tea, for example, it's free completely after tea. And we're in for quite a long day with 104 overs. So the evening session is almost certainly going to be quite lengthy. So if you fancy a bit of cricket after tea, you can come and watch it for nout, and bring the kids down and enjoy a beer or two as well if you're here. So well worth it if you're in and around the area and you're wondering what to do on this Saturday afternoon. Apparently the Premier League starts, but
is that association football?
I think it is, Andrew.
Right,
yeah, but it's far too early for that, so ignore that.
Too early.
Yeah, ignore that. Concentrate on the cricket still. Still got 6 rounds of championship games.
I was going to say, yes, it's we finish. Well, we were talking yesterday about the last international game of the season is the 27th of September.
It'll be snowing.
Well, they'll be going out with their Halloween jack-o'-lanterns, won't they? It's going to be Liam Guthrie to bowl the first ball of the morning from the Sir James Anderson end, the far end. 3 slips in place, and Guthrie left arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Jennings, who stands tall, plays it up to mid-on, where Luke Proctor fields and there's no run. So Louis Kimber is on the field in place of James Sales. We'll try and get some more information about that injury to Sales. Hopefully nothing too serious. Kimber is in the slip cordon. Very good slip catcher. Took a couple of good ones in there when the 2 sides met at Northampton back in April. So Vaston Salos is at first, Calvin Harrison at second, Kimber at third, George Bartlett banished from the slip cordon after dropping one there yesterday. He's in at backward point. Here's Guthrie, in and bowls down the leg side, and taken by Lewis McManus, one of the partners in that fairly key stand yesterday for Northamptonshire. 91 for the 7th wicket between McManus and George Bartlett. And as we were discussing yesterday, I don't think any coincidence that both of those played a full part in the Metrobank One Day Cup for Northamptonshire, and Bartlett in particular scored over 400 runs, 6 half centuries in the tournament. And just carried that on yesterday into the championship. Here's Guthrie, in and bowls on leg stump, turned away nicely by Jennings. First runs of the morning, away out through mid wicket. It's a long chase out towards the hotel. It's reeled in, but they come back for a comfortable 3. So Keaton Jennings is up and running this morning. He's 19 not out, and Lancashire 71 for 2, having lost the wickets last night of Marcus Harris for 25, Josh Bohannon for 4, wicket apiece for Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson. Northamptonshire potentially, of course, a bowler down if James Sales has got a problem with his ankle. Bowled 1 over last night. Kimber has made his only other appearance. We talked about him playing in that first game of the season for Northamptonshire against Lancashire. His only other championship appearance as Guthrie is in bowls to Shetty and bounces a little bit more than maybe Arav Shetty was expecting, but he played it well, kept it down and squeezed it past point for a single. Shetty goes to 14, 72 for 2. Played beautifully last night. 3 boundaries, all of them shots right out of the top drawer. But yeah, Kimber's only other championship appearance for Northamptonshire this year was in the final innings of the match against Gloucestershire down at Bristol, when his innings of 66 basically won the game for Northamptonshire. Then picked up an injury in the blast and haven't seen a lot of him since. Here's Guthrie. Bowls to Jennings, who has plenty of time to push that out into the covers. Nathan McSweeney fields, and there is no run. Already a good smattering of spectators at the far end of the members' pavilion and underneath the point. But plenty of room if you are going to come along today. I always used to like that when you turned up for a match. You can just stretch out a little bit. Rather nice.
Take up 4 seats, can't
Well,
you?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
An arm on each seat, one in front.
It's the sort of thing you always hope for when you get on a plane, isn't it? and it never happens. Here's Guthrie in and bowls outside the off stump, and Keaton Jennings leaves well alone, and that's the end of the first over of the morning, which has yielded 4 runs to Lancashire. 72 for 2, replying to Northamptonshire's 284 all out. Keaton Jennings is 19, Arav Shetty is 14.
Yeah, it's definitely force. There you go. Look at that chap there.
Oh,
Our
yes.
viewers on Lancs TV. An arm across each seat, and if you want, so I think someone's in front of him, he could just dangle his feet over the front of the other one. That's proper. That's a nice spot.
That's a nice sprawl, isn't it?
It
It's
is.
very, very nice.
It's at least a 3-seat day, is that? Stretch out. He's marked his territory there.
Mind you, when I first started going to Wantage Road, you had a lot of like the nice seats that you have now. They were wooden benches, and if you weren't very careful, you'd finish up, if you were sprawling, getting splinters in some fairly unpleasant places.
Love the wooden bench.
And you'd go up to complain to the Secretary Ken Turner in vain, I can tell you that.
Is any sporting ground have wooden benches still, wooden seats?
I wonder. Trying to think.
There's Ben Sanderson to Shetty, that's down the leg side. Taken by McManus. I know that at Burnley, at Turf Moor, the away stand, the cricket field stand, that had wooden seats up until about 2 years ago. And then they ripped them all out and put plastic ones in. But any other venue with a proper... Because the wooden seats were bigger.
Mm.
So you got...
Yeah.
You could... So obviously the plastic ones, you can put more people in. Is anywhere have wooden seats or wooden benches still?
I suspect in some of the outgrounds must have a few.
Yeah.
But headquarters grounds, I'm struggling to think of any.
72 for 2. Here's Sanderson over the wicket to Shetty. Just carefully drops it away into the offside.
Well, because at Northampton, where I used to sit when I was a kid, was over on the football stand side. And they had these, a little bit hard to describe, but they were like seats with the legs cut off. So you'd be right down almost at ground level, which if your kid's not too bad, actually. But I mean, it must have been absolute murder for anybody above sort of 5'5". So you have your legs stretched out in front of you. They were basically like chairs with the seats with the legs cut off, but to us it was luxury.
Sanderson to Shetty, a little bit fuller, plays forward, defends, back just a fraction in front of the pad, pushes up towards Chahal at mid-on, no run.
Used to dream of having a seat with no legs.
72 for 2. Got padded seats here, the red seats that you can see. So the red seats in front of the pavilion and those in front of the Edge restaurant below the second hotel. I think they're all padded seats.
Yes, they look rather nice, don't they?
They're plush ones for some members to enjoy. Tickled away into the onside by Shetty. Safe Zabe. comes round to field. Single for Shetty, so he's on to 15, 73 for 2.
Yes, Messrs. Lehman and McSweeney were down very early for breakfast this morning. They were down when I was still there, and I'm usually there when sort of hammering on the door when it's open to get at the hash browns. But no, they were both up early. Lee Daggett likewise.
Just a little check-in with the hash browns, quality of the hash browns again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it almost goes without saying that they are of the very highest quality.
They were World Test Championship quality.
World Test Championship quality.
Same again.
A bit hard to go any higher than that.
Sure.
You may wonder why we're blethering on. We have the first issue with the ball of the day, and we've been playing 7 minutes, I think, and already they're not happy with it. It's gone through. Has it gone through the handcuffs? I think it has.
Oh,
hang on.
Hang on.
No, it hasn't gone through that.
No.
It always looks as though the umpire that's holding that implement is like about to enter an egg and spoon race, isn't it? But well, I think we're going to have a ball change. So we've had how many deliveries this morning? We've had 10. 6 from Guthrie, 4 from Sanderson, and already umpire Chris Watts, who's showing the offending article to Luke Proctor and anybody else who's interested. But I think we're about to see the briefcase come out again with the spare balls. This one's been in use for 24 overs and 4 balls. So they'll need to get one fairly new. You can see just while the umpires were considering it, there's plenty of shine left on it. Yes, they've now. I see. That's clever. That's good thinking. That's why this is a test ground, because they've got the box of balls just on the boundary's edge. Various other counties, they rely on somebody to actually sort of come and physically bring them on. There's a lady does it at. Is it at Hove?
Sussex, yeah, it is.
Hove,
yeah,
yes. There's a lady that is the sort of the guardian of the box of balls. It sounds sort of Tolkienish, doesn't it?
Tremendous, isn't it?
But she comes on and presents them to the match officials.
And she's just a supporter.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But
it's a key job, though.
Well, it's a very, very important job.
It's about, I suspect, quite a busy job.
Well, yeah, I was asking Ben Sanderson about this, and he was suggesting that he had heard. Now, I don't know if he had any sort of particular reason for saying this, but he reckoned that it was something to do with the adhesive on the box of balls. There was like a batch, and they were having a few issues with. I'm plugging myself. Yeah, they thought there was a batch that they've been having a problem with a particular type of adhesive used.
Right.
And so they were not keeping their shape or keeping together as well as they should have been.
Well, a new one's been identified, and Sanderson's around the wicket to Jennings that's left.
And maybe utter tosh, of course, but that was that was the theory that Ben had heard. So
well, there's one season in particular where it was all going wrong, wasn't it? They were being changed every 10 minutes.
And that was down to a particular quality of leather, wasn't it? I think there was
some dodgy cows.
Yeah. Oh dear. It's only 11:10.
One ball left of the over. Sanderson in. Forward goes Jennings and defends. And there's no run. McSweeney feels an extra cover. End of the over. Just a single coming off. It's 73 for 2. 25 overs into Lancashire's first innings.
Keep an eye on what's happening, of course, in the other championship matches as well. We won't be looking at the test match at Headingley because that's over inside 3 days. It looks as though the test match that started overnight at the Great Barrier Reef Stadium.
Excellent.
Bangladesh against Australia. Bangladesh 64 all out.
Oh dear.
Australia in reply 165 for 8 at the close. So 18 wickets on the first day. And again, I suspect those with tickets for day 3, let alone day 4, might be disappointed. Here is Guthrie to bowl his second over of the morning. Still 3 slips in, bowling to the right-handed Shetty, who looks to steer it away down past backward point, but can't get it past Yuzi Chahal. with his sun hat on, and there's no run. Jahal, I think I'm right in saying, the only Northamptonshire player out there not wearing his Northamptonshire cap. Some, of course, just the ordinary plain maroon playing cap, the others with the gold braid, signifying capped players. So, for example, in the slipcord now, Lewis McManus and Ricardo Vasconcelos both have the braided caps. Here's Guthrie, left arm over in and bowls. Back of a length to Shetty, who gets in behind it, plays it up towards mid-wicket. Guthrie, McSweeney rather, trots into field. And there is no run. A little bit of high cloud around, but forecast is good for the rest of the day. And I think, certainly talking to Calvin Harrison last night, they couldn't believe, the Northamptonshire players generally couldn't believe that we avoided all the rain, all the heavy showers that they could see circling the ground, and they seemed to head off in different directions, but fortunately didn't deposit here. Guthrie in again and bowls to Shetty, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Justin Broad here as well, sadly ruled out for the season with a back issue. Played a bit of the season as a batter only, but hasn't been able to bowl. Last time he bowled was actually at Newlands in Cape Town on pre-season, and was struggling a bit and hasn't bowled in a match since. And found that the discomfort was getting bad even when he was just batting, so he's out for the season, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Here's Guthrie in bowls, very full and driven by Shetty, up to mid-off. There is no run.
Could be pretty demoralising, isn't it, when you kind of pick up an injury in pre-season? You get through a winter training, or maybe playing away, and then you kind of prepare yourself for the season. You're in a pre-season friendly, and you're out for the season.
And the funny thing was, Scott, I had a chat with Justin out in South Africa, and he was saying that it was the first winter, or English winter, that he could remember where he hadn't actually been playing cricket.
Right.
He'd been training. But sadly not around much this year. Clipped away and dropped at mid-wicket. Full ball from Guthrie, clipped straight to McSweeney, who, it wasn't an easy chance by any means. He took off, and I think he got both hands to it, but he didn't manage to hang on. It's gone down. And, well, Northamptonshire have dropped a couple. It was clipped hard, and it was to the left of McSweeney, who took off, but didn't manage to cling on. So Shetty has a life on 15. Northamptonshire dropping Marcus Harris last night on 8. Didn't prove hugely costly. He went for 25. Here's Guthrie in again and bowls, and that's back of a length and turned by Shetty down to long leg for a single. Fielded down there by George Bartlett. One more to the total. Keeps the bowling as well, because that was the last ball of the over. 16 to Shetty, 19 to Keaton Jennings. It's 74 for 2.
Yes, so a chance for, and a bit of a lifeline for Shetty. Dropped on 15. So let's see if he can make the most of that. 74 for 2. We've had about 20 minutes of play today. Second day of this game was a Q&A with Dane Velas during the course of the lunch interval for the members, and we had Dane up here with us this time yesterday, just reflecting on his career with Lancashire. Sanderson is into Shetty, that's nudged away to mid-wicket, and there's no runs. This is part of Lancashire's Red Ball celebration week. I mentioned when we started play that there's all sorts of different kind of reduced ticket prices, and I think it's a tenner for adults at lunch, and it's a quid for kids and free after tea. So try and take advantage of that on this pleasant Saturday afternoon. So Dane Velas was the guest invited in yesterday. Today it's Kyle Hogg turn to be grilled by the members.
Ouch.
Sanderson to Shetty. Pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And Kyle's going to join us for a little chat as well now, which is very nice to hear from Kyle Hogg for a little period of time, reflecting back on his time with Lancashire. Tomorrow it would be Malloy as well. With
a foot in both camps.
Indeed. Indeed.
But he was alongside me when Northamptonshire won the blast at Edgbaston back in July. So we're claiming him.
Well, you can only claim him as long as we're not playing Northamptonshire in Northamptonshire, because I need him.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
74 for 2. So Anderson to Shetty. Oh, that's a nice shot. It's carved out through the offside for 4. He's played some lovely shots, hasn't he, in this innings so far. 3 beautiful shots on towards the back end of play yesterday, and a nice one there. Shetty moves on to 20. 78 for 2. We'll bring Andrew back in a little later on, but let's have a chat with Kyle before he's whisked off to prepare for the Q&A at lunch. Just watching back the replay at that Shetty shot for 4. That takes Lancashire to 78 for 2. Sanderson's in again to Shetty, just tucked into the onside, and there's no run. Good morning, Kyle.
Morning, Scott.
You well?
I'm very well, yeah. It's great to be back. Sun's out. Good day ahead for Lancashire, hopefully.
Yes, it feels like quite a big day, doesn't it, for Lancashire as well? Certainly, obviously with a chance for some of their younger players here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Arav batting for. Obviously, you've got Rocky, young Mosley to come in as well. So I think, as a Lancashire fan now myself, seeing the young lads playing is really important. And they've got a great opportunity today. Sun's out, pitch looks good, so fingers crossed.
It's wide, and Shetty drives away through the offside, and the throw towards the stumps at the keeper's end, and they may come back and run another one. They do. Sent in by Bartlett, and that was Shetty to add a couple to his total. He moves to 22, 80 for 2. Yeah, it's quite interesting now. I was chatting to George Balderson last night, and he said, look, it is a young middle order, but it's also quite an exciting opportunity, that, isn't it? That you get some younger players into the team.
Yeah, and I think, like, you look at cricket now, the way it's going. Young, does it mean anything anymore?
Well,
these lads are super, super talented. We've been lucky enough with England under 19s. We've had Rocky and Moores around, and they're so good. I think they just deserve to be playing. Actually, they've shown what they can do, and it's just hopefully they see it as a great opportunity, and get a score and stay in the team and show people what they can do.
It's a terrific delivery from Sanderson to end the over. Going past Shetty's bat. It's at 80 for 2, 27 gone. So what are you up to these days, Kyle?
So I work, with England under 19s. Been with them the last couple of years, which has been really exciting. I think feel very fortunate to, be around some of the best young players in the country. Really, we had a really good World Cup recently in Zimbabwe. Got to the final before Suryavanshi took us apart and finished the game pretty quickly. But all in all, it's a really good programme. Lots of cricket. We've just played against South Africa in a series, which was good. We start against Pakistan in 2 weeks, play a test match and 4 one-dayers, and then, the winter programme is super, super busy. Training camp in Oman, straight to Pakistan to play some matches, back home for a week, and then Australia in January.
Tough gig you've got.
So, yeah, I mean, I think, when you're sort of involved and you're playing cricket, you probably take these things for granted a bit. And then having personally having a period of time away from cricket for a number of years, coming back into it now, you sort of gives you that fulfillment that you had as a player. You look forward to it. And, for me, I can't wait to get going and see how these lads get on in the next 12 months.
A couple of dot balls to start this next over from Guthrie, because it's interesting that when you finished, it wasn't that you actually moved away from cricket, didn't you? You kind of stepped away and did something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, I think to be involved in cricket for 14 years, it sort of, when I was getting to the end of it, it felt like a sort of relief, that I'd finished and, I could move into something totally different. Took with me really, really good memories of playing cricket. But yeah, I went into sort of the music world, touring with bands and stuff. Funny enough, the first time I was back at Old Trafford after 3 years away was with music and not with cricket, which was quite interesting. And then obviously, COVID came into play, and then through that, I actually got back into cricket because the industry stopped. Cricket was still happening. I was lucky enough to come in and do a bit with like Lancashire Under 11 girls, do a bit of coaching, and I think over a period of time, that sort of developed, and you forget why you sort of love cricket in the first place. So just coming back into Old Trafford, you know, turning up on a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock to do a bit of coaching it's quite nerve-wracking at the beginning, because, you know, I'd only ever been a player, and then all of a sudden you're sort of telling people how they can get better, and you sort of figure your own way out, own way about, you know, your coaching style and stuff. And yeah, it was really good experience. You know, luckily went on with Lancashire women for a season and a bit, and then the opportunity with England under-19s came, which was, you know, one that I couldn't turn down, and sort of doing that alongside the Field of Dreams, which took 3 years of, you know, mine and Fred's sort of time as well, which was, so for me, I've always been trying to do as many different things as possible. I just think it's really important, and it keeps your feet on the ground when it comes to the cricket side.
That's edged by Jennings and caught at third slip. And Keaton Jennings departs, and Northamptonshire strike early. It's Louis Kimber, who's on as a substitute fielder for the injured James Sales, who takes the catch. And Guthrie picks up his first wicket. So Lancashire 80 for 3. Jennings departs for 19. And Guthrie strikes inside the first 25 minutes here at Old Trafford today. And nice piece of bowling and a good catch at slip as well. Because it's quite interesting. Could you have imagined when you were playing that once you stopped, you'd have such a varied post-cricket career? Because you mentioned the music side of it, which is what you went in straight away, the TV stuff as well, and now you're back in kind of full-time coaching. I mean, could you have possibly have imagined it going that way?
I mean, I sort of imagined doing something else when I finished, because like,
away from cricket.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, the sort of Field of Dreams stuff, never imagined that in my wildest dreams. That was, you know, typical. I guess Fred had a great idea, and I thought, you know, I'd hopefully can help him a bit with the coach. And the next thing, you're watching it on TV 6 months later, was, even now it seems very bizarre. But that was no different to, I guess, working with cricketers here. You know, you sort of trying to help them and give them a chance, you know, give them different ways of thinking about how they go about their life. And, you know, for these lads here, it's how can you get them better at cricket? Whereas with Field of Dreams, it was like, actually, how can you help them with day-to-day tasks and just getting through life, and, you know, opening their eyes to, you know, if they want to be an electrician, plasterer, or anything, you know, like, actually there's a route that you have to go down to do that. You can't just finish school at 12 because you've had enough and expect to get a job at 17 when you finish. So I think it really helped from a coaching point of view, because, as you know, you probably watched it on TV, you're dealing with people who are totally different to young cricketers that we're used to.
Rocky Flintoff, the new batter, defending that first delivery to complete the over from Guthrie, which is a wicket maiden, 80 for 3. Lancashire, Flintoff on 0 and Shetty on 22 out in the middle. The Field of Dreams stuff, did that just take a complete life of its own? I mean, were you amazed at how big and how quickly it got so big?
Yeah, because I don't think there was like any, you know, we just turn up each week and sort of think, right, this week we'll do this, and then over the course of 12 months, you sort of look back and what gets shown on TV, and you forget about half the things that I guess we did. And I felt like we went on a journey with a lot of them as well. You know, it was, even for Fred, I think it was new for Fred as well, you know, doing something like that. And the Preston lads, especially now, you know, like, class them as friends. You know, we speak to them constantly. You know, if there's anything that we could ever do for them, you know, we're there for them. And yeah, it was just great for people to have their eyes open to how important cricket clubs are, especially, you know, doesn't mean you have to go and play cricket at your local club. It just means, like, actually it's a safe environment, somewhere to go. You know, if you want to kick a football around, that's fine. Do it on the cricket field. Don't go on the park where there's, you know, gangs of lads knocking about. You know, for some of the lads who wanted to have a couple of drinks, you know, do it in a cricket club in a safe environment where there's responsible adults around, not where there's 30 or 40 kids on a park. And, you know, like we see what goes on now. You know, I think I was always lucky growing up that I had a youth club to go to. I felt like there was things to do all the time as a young person, whereas now it's like, what do these young kids do? And it's actually not surprising that they probably get into bother doing things that they shouldn't do because, you know, what else are they meant to do sometimes?
Shetty just tucks up the way through mid-wicket and comes back and runs 3, so he's to 25. Northamptonshire, Lancashire, 83 for 3. It feels like, listening to you speak and there, that experience, I don't know, was that almost as pleasurable as professional cricket? Did you take probably even more, perhaps, from that experience than you did from your playing career?
Miles more, you know, like for trying to help someone navigate life and figure out how he's going to pay his bills every month and try and get him a job, you know, for me personally, is much more rewarding than, you know, a lad who's already a professional cricketer, watching him score 100, and, which is also amazing, don't get me wrong, but I think from my own experience, when you step away from cricket and you go into what's so-called the real world and you see what goes on, is, you know, this is just an absolute pleasure to be part of every day, isn't it? You know, it's, you know, we see what people have to deal with day in, day out, and, you know, it's pretty tough when you get to know them and know the struggles that they're going through.
Sanderson for Northamptonshire. Balls fall to Flintoff, who drives down the ground, stopped by Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. So I mean, I see you quite a bit here. You're back watching players quite a lot, a lot of times, aren't you? So you back to kind of the cricketing side of it. How much pleasure do you take from looking at the likes of Flintoff and Shetty here, the younger players trying to make their way in the game?
Yeah, I mean, like, having known Rocky since like he was a real little lad, you know, he's everyone knows how good of a player he is, and I think, you know, it's just really good to see him playing, you know, just in the team and doing well. You know, Arav's had an outstanding season so far. It'd be interesting, you know, how he kicks on in the winter, what his options are. You know, he might be looking into the franchise world, and, you know, I've definitely heard his name mentioned around certain, you know, franchises. People asking, you know, how he's getting on, which is good. You know, Moores is, you know, to even play in the 100 this year. I don't think he'd have thought about that in January when we were playing in the Under-19 World Cup. Luke Hans is, you know, someone who will be involved with us as well for the next couple of years. So there's so much talent, which is so exciting. And I think the challenge is always, how do you get them into the first teams and playing regular cricket? Because, you know, you just look in Lancashire side, especially, you know, there's so much experience in that team. But, you know, you always want a mix of some good young players playing with the likes of Harris, Keaton, Jennings, people who've been around a long time.
Here's a question for you. It's the end of the over. 84 for 3. Flintoff's on 120 and Shetty's on 25. We were chatting about this off air, and this is not about any particular player, just in general, younger players, and you're around, obviously, in your role, lots of young developing cricketers. The franchise world is glitz and glamour and shiny lights, and understandably, and there's nothing wrong with that, will attract and players will potentially gravitate towards it. So how do you sustain red ball county championship cricket, do you think, Carl? Your career was a red ball county championship player. How do you kind of keep that alive as well?
I mean, I think
there's a question. Deal with that.
I mean, that's the answer that everyone's looking for, isn't it? And having been around these young lads now, it's like, you know, I'm just thinking, take Joe Moores, for example. He's played in the 100 this year. So we're going to have lads in our under-19s team who are his age or slightly younger. Are they thinking next year I want to play in the 100, or are they thinking I want to play 14 championship games to get in the test team? And everyone's journey is different. You know, I think, you know, what this teaches you, you know, 4-day cricket is the basics of the game. You know, you look at the best franchise cricketers in the world, they pretty much do the basics the best as well, which a lot of them have learned in longer format cricket. But having seen, you know, cricketers from around the world, you know, the backgrounds they come from, you know, especially some of the, you know, we went to the West Indies in the...
It's clipped away down to fine leg for Flintoff for a single.
Went to the West Indies in the winter, and you actually chat to some of those lads who are coming from tiny islands, from pretty poor backgrounds, that they want instant recognition of franchise cricket because that's where the money is. So I think it's so tough, and I think, you know, that's the problem, or something that a lot of counties are going to have to, you know, that's Mark Chilton's job, Crofty's job.
Thankfully not your job.
Well, he's just tough. I don't think there's a sort of answer for it, but I definitely know, this is where you learn your cricket, isn't it? But then
Go through to Shetty, it's off the back foot defence.
I see the excitement of franchise world as well. It's so difficult.
Yeah.
So I've not really answered very well there for you.
Well, in a way you have, because you've kind of given us a real insight as to the challenges. That I think that probably in itself is the answer, that it is a challenge to try and do it. Let's talk about a little bit about your career, Kyle. And some kind of things that, well, obviously one thing in particular that would stand out for you clearly, but just in terms of your overall memories of being a Lancashire player, we've got Guthrie bowling to Shetty, that's defender, plays that nicely down to gully, there's no run. And you've had a little bit of time now to reflect on it since your retirement, and what memories do you hold as a player here?
First and foremost, really special memories. Feel like, I was very lucky to play professional cricket for a long period of time. I was chatting to someone about it before, that my best memory and earliest one was actually, being when the dressing rooms were on the far side, and you'd walk down through the pavilion. You get a bit of grief if you've not done well off the supporters, but you'd also get a pat on the back, and I think that was...
That's hammered away through the offside by Shetty. It's a terrific shot. The back foot out towards deep backward point for 4 more. He moves to 29, 89 for 3.
Yeah, that was just like a really positive memory of starting here at Old Trafford. Obviously, the square was the other way around and stuff. And just early on, just being in the dressing room, like you look around and there's like Neil Fairbrother, Michael Atherton, Peter Martin, Ian Austin, all these people that I'd personally grown up watching on TV, and then to be in the dressing room with them, you're thinking like, is someone having me on here? It's like, surely in 10 minutes someone's going to tell me to go home, like the joke's over. And then, to lots of ups and downs. I didn't feel like my career really got going till Peter Moores arrived, which was, he sort of got the best out of me, and not just personally me, a lot of other lads sort of in that squad at the time. And, he sort of gelled us all together as Lancashire cricketers who wanted to win for each other. We were really happy that, when someone did well, that wasn't yourself, you were genuinely happy that, someone walked off with a 5 or a 100. And I think, Morsey really did a great job of building that up, and which led into, I guess, 2011, which was probably the only season where we were written off completely, probably going to get relegated. And, that I think that inner belief that he'd built up with us, and sort of led into that season. And I think, we're really lucky in a way that we played a lot of our cricket at Liverpool, Southport, Blackpool, so we knew they were going to be result wickets.
Sanderson starts afresh over left by Flintoff, no run.
So it was, we sort of knew how to play cricket. We knew how we wanted to bowl as a team. We knew how to compile scores. We had a lot of good batters who were in sort of the prime of their careers as well. And yeah, you look back and it's like, all of a sudden it's 15 years ago, and it's it's longer than my career as a cricketer. So it's great memories.
I mean, the 2011 season, obviously for the title, clearly is kind of front and centre for you, as you just explained. As Sanderson is into Flintoff, that's defended to mid-on, there's no run. Personally, you player of the season, I think, a couple of years after that, weren't you? Was it 2013-ish, something like that? You got 60-odd wickets, I think, that season.
Yeah, we got relegated, didn't we, the year after?
That's right,
we went down. I think we were still celebrating or something. But yeah, that was obviously like a bit of a fall from grace. The year before, you're going on the pitch at Man City and Man United at half time, having won the league, and the next thing you're back in the second division. So I think we owed it to ourselves and to the people.
That's pulled into the onside by Flintoff as Sanderson bangs running short. Chahal will catch up with it, and Flintoff comes back for a couple more. 91 for 3.
Sort of owed it to the people of Lancashire to pull our fingers out and get back into the first division. And yeah, that was another really good season, 60 wickets. And I think I always just felt lucky to be, every time you walked onto the pitch, you looked at our bowling attack, it was like anyone could get 60 wickets in that team, because I think we all had good confidence in what we could do.
And of course, that was all in and around bowling with with Glenn Chappell. What was that? What was that like to be? I would say coached by him. He's probably not the right word, is it? But I suppose having that figurehead, Sanderson balls to Flintoff. That's cut to backward point. There's no run. What was that combination like? Bowling with. I mean, I always think of the Essex game when you skittled them for 20 odd, and it was you and Chappie then, wasn't it? What was that? What was that like?
Yeah, I think it was like a bit of competition, but it wasn't to the detriment of the team. You know, like Chappie always wanted to get wickets. I did. You know, Saj did, or Tom Smith, whoever it was. I think all of us, we sort of had that inner bit inside of us where we wanted to, you know, win the game every time, and you know, that was Chappie's strength for 20 years. You know, like he's, you know,
it's fallen punched to mid-on by Flintoff, and there's no run.
You know, other than Jimmy, who's done what Jimmy's done. You know, Chappie's by far probably the best seamer that's, you know, been here for a long period of time, and he never let his standards slip. He always wanted to get wickets, and if he wasn't getting wickets, you know, he kept it really tight. And I think that's what we all took into our bowling, was that even if we're not getting wickets, the scoreboard's going nowhere, and we always had that belief if we got another couple of wickets, then all of a sudden the next batters are coming out to bat under real pressure and the scoreboard's going nowhere. So I think Chappie, you know, drilled that into us really in a really positive way. And, you know, we all went with him. He set the standard really, and it was up for us to follow him.
Almost like that's the end of the over. 91 for 3, 2 coming off that over. Flintoff 4, Shetty 29. Almost like you didn't want to let him down because he was that was the level that he would set.
Yeah, and I think he just like, you know, I always thought it's such a shame that, you know, he never got to experience playing for England really, other than, you know, like he played one game, didn't he? Got injured, but like you look at what he could do day in, day out, season after season. There's nobody who could do that, and yes, it probably was a bit of like you don't want to let him down, and actually you want to show him what you can do, and all of a sudden you look back, and that's probably brought the best out of us as well as cricketers.
He mentioned it's a long time ago since that title-winning season in 2011 as Guthrie's into Shetty. That's left. It bounces just to the right of the keeper, and Shetty looking to leave. It just deflects off the face of the bat, bouncing in front of McManus. I work quite a bit with your old teammates Stephen Moore and Paul Orton in the T20 fixtures, and they always love it when they've still got one player that's still playing that they feel like they can connect into the game. And I guess the lad out there at the minute at mid-off is that one, isn't it, for you all still? Is he the last one?
He is, proper. And you know, a fellow Oldham lad, always look out for him. I always want him to do well. And do you know what? In a way, I think he's getting a bit like Chappie and Jimmy. He's getting better and better every year. Shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Flintoff. He just leans into it and punches through straight mid-off for 4.
And I think with Procky, you know, for people who don't know him, he's got that inner steeliness, determination. He's got that fight in him, and it's no surprise that he's gone to Northampton, done so well, and not only in 4-day cricket. You know, he's been excellent in T20 cricket, 1-day cricket. Yeah, I'm just really pleased that he's still going strong. Procky will be an interesting one, what he does, you know, when he finishes, because he's done a few different things over the years whilst he's been playing. You know, he's sort of setting himself up for when he finishes, and you know, he's been outstanding for them. And to see him captain, if someone had said to me, you know, Procky will be captain in 10 years' time for another county, you know, I wouldn't have seen it. But you know, he's got the best out of all the players, and you know, Northants, along with probably Darren Lehman and Chappie, you know, they've sort of turned it upside down.
Yeah, it's good to say, isn't it? And we'll chat. Me and Andrew Rad were chatting about it before. That, I mean, obviously Luke was here and did really well here, and then moves on. And that's just part of the game, isn't it? I think sometimes maybe some supporters from different counties feel upset when a player leaves and does well elsewhere. But is that not just part of the Shetty plays and misses the game? The players do move on, don't they? You know, that's just,
and I think it's like, it probably wasn't a done thing, was it, many years ago? Whereas now it is. You know, we could probably name another team that has left Lancashire in the last 10 years and gone on to do well elsewhere, and that's just part of it. You know, and sometimes it's just a different set of eyes, isn't it? You know, a different view on somebody. You know, they go away, and more often than not, they've got a point to prove as well. And, you know, that's why they're professional cricketers, because they want to do well. And, you know, knowing Procky how he is, he's probably gone to Northampton thinking, you know what, I'll show you guys how good I am. And and he has done, and he's still going, which is, it's great to see.
97 for 3. Got 2 balls left of the over here. Liam Guthrie's just being politely reminded, I think, from the umpires to where he's following through onto the pitch there. And scored with Shetty on 30 from 42. Flintoff 9 from 14. Got 1 ball left of the over, in fact. We've had 40 minutes of play. Lancashire have lost 1 wicket. Keaton Jennings, the man out, caught by Louis Kimber, who's on as a substitute fielder for Northamptonshire. He was at 3rd slip, looking to drive Guthrie, and it's edged to 3rd slip, and he's out for 19. So we've got 2 young players here batting for Lancashire, Flintoff and Shetty. We've got Guthrie and Sanderson in tandem for Northamptonshire. As Guthrie's in to Shetty, that's defended away to a point, and they'll get through for a single, and Shetty moves on to 31. So just to kind of wrap up, and you're clearly enjoying your role, and I guess if you're in and around young players, I guess that kind of keeps you young, it keeps you energised, doesn't it, with these lads around?
Definitely keeps you young until you listen to some of the conversations.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like, then it's time to leave the dressing room. But yeah, it's just really exciting. All the journeys are different. Some are excelling at a young age, some might take a bit of time. The one thing I've really loved with the under-19s is like the coaching setup, led by Mike Yarder. He expects and demands high standards, but is also understands it from a holistic point of view, from being around young cricketers. He pushes, well, we all push them hard, but we also try and enjoy it as well, because it's that's what part of it. Mushtaq Ahmed's been with us, Richard Halsall, he travels everywhere with Andy Flower as a fielding coach and all the franchise. So I feel like we've got a really good coaching setup, that we're in it for the lads, but we also want to push them to as far as they can get, so that hopefully, when they come into these environments in the first team, not only that they're getting picked, they're standing out and being really good cricketers.
Nicely timed again by Shetty, just tucks this one away through wide mid-on for a couple, and Sanderson starts the fresh over. That brings up 3 figures for Lancashire as well, 100 for 3. Well, it's great to hear you're enjoying your different roles, and now this particular role post-cricket, and lovely to hear you reflect back on your career with Lancashire. Kyle, you must be immensely proud of of what you did here.
Yeah, thank you. Good, enjoyable.
Indeed. Good to see you again.
Yep.
You're off for a Q&A with the members at lunch.
Yeah, a bit worried about that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Blackpool Dave's going to grill me, I think.
Sanderson to Shetty. Well, that bounces a bit, turned into the onside, and there's no run. Sure, they'll be very gentle with you, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. It'd be good to see some familiar faces, but thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Kyle Hogg joining us here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app, reflecting back on his career, and lovely to hear what he's up to these days, and helping to shape the next generation of players, which is great to see. I think he's off for the Q&A at lunch in a minute or two. Here's Sanderson, balls to Shetty. It's wide. Oh, it's over the top of 2nd slip. He's flashed at that top edge over 2nd slip and down towards the boundary for 4. Takes him to 37. The score moves on to 104 for 3. A slightly nervous look over his shoulder as he went out that pretty hard, Araf Shetty, but gets 4 over the top of Vasconcelos, who was at 1st slip. So 4 more. Andrew Rad's back alongside me.
Really interesting stuff again from Kyle Hogg, wasn't it? And talking about Luke Proctor and what he might do when he finally does finish with county cricket, although he signed another 2-year deal with Northamptonshire. Here's Sanderson running away from us. In and bowls, big appeal for LBW and out. It nipped back, it maybe just kept a touch low, and I don't think Araf Shetty had a lot of chance there, and Sanderson absolutely convinced, and umpire Chris Watts agreeing. And well, we've seen some beautiful strokes played by Araf Shetty, but he's gone for 37. LBW to Ben Sanderson, and Lancashire 104 for 4. And yeah, I don't think he could do a huge amount about that. That's just a very good bit of bowling from a very good bowler. And Shetty goes 104 for 4. 37 off 47 balls with 6 fours. And I think all of those 6 fours strokes that will live long in the memory. We're going to see an awful lot more of that fella. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But Northamptonshire glad to see the back of him. And well, this is an interesting one because Joe Moores comes out to bat. Now, the last time he played against Northamptonshire in the Metro Bank Cup at Wantage Road, he played one of the most astonishing innings I've seen for a while, in a losing cause. But both Kevin Howells and I, who were commentating on that game, were thinking, you know, we've seen something a bit special here. And what did he make? 85 or 59 balls, 10 fours and 3 sixes. And I was going to say every shot in the book, but an awful lot of shots that weren't in any book I've ever read.
Yeah, that's the challenge with commentating on some of these younger guys. He plays shots and not quite sure how to describe them.
No, exactly. Well, it was very special. But this, of course, a very different set of circumstances. Different attack, different surface, but nevertheless, interesting to see how he shapes up. I have asked the question about the situation with James Sales, and I'm sure they'll get back to us as and when there's anything to tell us, but obviously he's still off the park at the moment.
Yes, well, just 2 bowlers required so far by Northamptonshire. Guthrie and Sanderson, a wicket each for them both this morning.
Well, here is Joe Moores, left-hander, to face his first ball. Sanderson round the wicket, 3 slips in place and plays off a thickish inside edge down to Guthrie at long leg, and he is off the mark with a single, 105 for 4.
Well, it's a fantastic opportunity. I think that's the way that the Lancashire will look at this for these 2 players here, Flintoff and Moores. They've both had very good one-day cup campaigns. I mean, they are both still teenagers, and right at the very start of what I'm sure will be a very bright career for them both. But so it represents a great challenge up against some high-quality first-class bowling here.
Sanderson in bowls to Flintoff, plays it back down the pitch. There is no run, because these 2, I think you and I were commentating, and I think it was a 50-over cup match a couple of years ago, when must have been one of Rocky Flintoff's first games, and he played at Northampton. And I remember us saying at the time this was a real bringing together of the sort of the canny old pro in Ben Sanderson and the hugely talented young cricketer in Rocky Flintoff. And I think it was more or less honours even on that occasion. I think he got hit for a couple of 4s, Sando, but I don't know, I can't even remember who got him out in the end. But it was a fascinating little tussle, and well, they are back in opposition again, and now we're going to see what we talked about first thing this morning as potentially quite an important phase in this match, which is we're going to see spin for the first time. It's Susie Chahal who's going to bowl from the Sir James Anderson end.
See, I think that's fascinating too. You get your leg spinner in nice and early against these 2 younger players, and how that will potentially affect or influence their approach to this. In the context of the game, Lancashire need a partnership here. In the broader picture of things, it's a fantastic chance, and you're exposing 2 young players to a great experience and starting their life out as professional first-class cricketers. In the here and now, these 2 need a partnership. Flintoff and Moores for Lancashire. They're still 180 behind at 105 for 4. So Chahal's leg spin. Oh, it's a terrific ball first up. It slides on past the edge of Moore's bat. He's playing from the crease. And just a step back, and then through it goes to the keeper. Chahal in to Moores. Defends. Has he overstepped? He has. That's a no ball.
Does bowl a few of those.
No ball by Chahal. So 107 for 4. There's a slip catcher and there's a forward short leg. Moore's reaching for it. Little thin bottom edge, and it squirts back down the pitch towards Northamptonshire's leg spinner. Polishing the ball, wandering back to his mark. Spins it from one hand to the other, dries his fingers. Into Moores. Oh, he's bowled him. He's got one to get through. And Chahal strikes early on. Joe Moores departs bowled for 1. And Northamptonshire well on top here. Lancashire under real pressure. 107 for 5, still trailed by 179. And Chahal strikes with just his third legitimate ball. Moore's bowled 107 for 5.
Well, we did say first thing, didn't we, that we thought this would be an important little phase of the game with 2 leg spinners in the side. And he's just played back, hasn't he? He was playing back to Chahal, and that's just, it's just hustled through, isn't it? It's knocked off stump out. And Chahal was almost appealing. I'm not quite sure what he was appealing for when the poles have gone flying, but whether he was just, he might have just been having a little word with his captain, maybe, and just saying perhaps some suggestion as to lengths to bowl, maybe. But yeah, it's a good little session for Northamptonshire so far. George Balderson coming out, and again, Northamptonshire will know what he's capable of. Made one of his early centuries, wasn't it, at Wantage Road a couple of years ago. Played really well, bowled beautifully, but he hasn't had a great season with a bat, as he's perhaps due in the championship. George Balderson.
Yeah,
155 at 13, which is, I mean, it's ridiculous for a player of his quality.
Completely agree. There's a certain degree of mitigation with that. His workload with the ball has increased significantly in the last couple of years. He's been up and down the order again this year because of different reasons. He's opened the batting in a few games, but so yeah, I feel a little for George with his batting because he's just being asked to bowl so much in the last season or two. So I suppose naturally the other side might just give a little bit, but you're right, he's a far better player than what those numbers would suggest. First ball from Chahal really is looped up to Balderson.
I'd say he's an old, I talked about this earlier, but he's an old-fashioned leg spinner, is Chahal. Very different bowler to Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, it's a little bit flatter, certainly a touch quicker. Balderson in behind it, turns it into the onside, no run. 107 for 5. This is a good morning session, this, for Northamptonshire. Jennings and Moores have gone. Again, floated up by Chahal, teasing Balderson forward. There's off an appeal for the LBW. That's the end of the over. We thought it might be interesting, certainly when the leg spinners came into the game. And yeah, that's an interesting first over, and it's an over that will give Lancashire a great deal of food for thought. So 107 for 5, trailed by 177 runs.
Tell you one of the most interesting things that I thought Kyle Hogg was saying, and it's so true. And the business about the importance of cricket clubs, not just as places to develop cricket, but actually to be just a force for good within communities, and it's something I've noticed. There's no doubt that, you know, my son has been involved with our cricket club since he was, I don't know, well, before he could walk almost. He was being pushed there in the pram, you know, and he's been involved as a player there now for 16 years, 16 of his 20 years. And it's, you know, cricket clubs can be, Sanderson is in bowls, and nice looking on drive from Rocky Flintoff. Good diving stop by Chahal, keeps it to a single. Flintoff goes to 10, 108 for 5. But he's absolutely right. In terms of places for kids to go, safe environments, learn a lot of life lessons, some of which relevant to cricket, some of which probably not. But I think he's so true what he was saying about that. I think it's a very important point, and work that is done in what is, I think, some slightly patronisingly sometimes known as the recreational game is very, very important. Here's Sanderson round the wicket, bowling to Balderson, who pushes that out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know you have a weekly cricket programme on Radio Northamptonshire, and we have something similar on Radio Lancashire. We have a weekly local cricket programme, and it's similar to a greater or lesser extent with football and indeed rugby clubs. But these are kind of the beating hearts of those little communities, aren't they?
Absolutely right. Absolutely. And they can do a huge amount of good in communities of all kinds. Here's Sanderson round the wicket again to Balderson. Better line from Sanderson, and left alone by George Balderson. Sanderson 2 for 39 into his 15th over now.
Yeah, it's a good stint, this, isn't it?
Well, it is. I
Sanderson.
think he may possibly have to take a blow at some point. As I say, Northamptonshire are a seamer down at the moment with no James Sales out there. But there we go, right on cue. Luke Proctor is starting to limber up at mid-on. Bowled nicely last night, got the wicket of Marcus Harris. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Balderson. Right across his stumps, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
Did enjoy Kyle Hogg saying, if you'd have told me 10 years ago that Luke Proctor would be the captain of a first-class county.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it's something, to be fair, and I know, regimes change, but the decision that John Sadler took, the previous head coach, to put him up the order in 2021 was just such an important catalyst in his career for how he's gone since then. Outside the off stump goes Sanderson, left alone by George Balderson, because immediately when he was pushed up to 3, and of course now he's opening, he just grew into that role. And it was interesting. I think there was a decision to be made about the captaincy, and I think they were looking at Lewis McManus and Luke Proctor, and it was a question, perhaps, one was going to be captain, one was going to be vice captain, a question of which way round it was going to be. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and a big drive by Balderson. Doesn't make contact, goes through to McManus, end of the over, 108 for 5. 35 overs gone. Flintoff is 10. Balderson still looking for his first run. Sanderson, 15 overs, 2 for 39. And I suppose, as we know, Luke Proctor's one who doesn't have a huge amount to say, but those that know him well and those that have shared dressing room say that, when he does talk, what he says is valuable, and people listen because of his experience and knowledge. And as I say, he's coming up to, and if all goes well this season, he doesn't miss games through injury, he will become only the 3rd player this century to captain Northamptonshire in 50 first-class games, and that's quite something, and it's something I know he's very proud of as well. But I did notice, talking about what he might do after cricket, that in socials this week there was reference to Lukey P's hair salon, because he's back with the Clippers and was doing. He was doing Nathan McSweeney's hair this week.
It's Chahal to Flintoff. Flintoff reaching forward, comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects out to mid-wicket, no run.
Hope they let him back in Australia. Doesn't look too bad, actually. Got the guards on and everything,
Did a decent job,
professional, yeah.
Driven away by Flintoff to cover, and there's no run. I remember when Proctor was going through that process when he was a Lancashire player. I think he was experimenting on one or two of the lanky boys.
Josh Bohannon.
Chahal to Flintoff, driven away. Now Proctor's on the chase here. No, I don't think he'll catch it up neither. That's going to run away towards wide long off. That's going to be 4. Nice stroke from Flintoff. Eased away through extra cover. Takes him to 14. 112 for 5.
Yes, he was Mel Farrell, our commentary colleague at Derby. I think it was a couple of years ago. She was actually suggesting that she needed a haircut and perhaps he might get to work, but I don't think that's perhaps Luke's forte.
Right. Chahal to Flintoff, and again that's driven. Proctor, who's at mid-off, shuffles away to his left to field. Single for Flintoff. He's on to 15 now, 113 for 5.
I'm not sure if it's quite unisex Proctor yet, but with the Clippers, but
he's specialised in a short back and sides. Chahal to Balderson onto the front foot. Defends, just smothers the ball out into the offside, no run.
But I always think you look at when Luke Proctor came to Northamptonshire and the circumstances of him coming to the club. I mean, it just says everything you need to know about him. He came on loan. They needed somebody to open the batting, so we opened the batting.
Chahal again, floating one up to Balderson. Just dabbed into the onside, no run. End of the over, 113 for 5. 36 overs gone. Flintoff's on 5 and Balderson's on 0.
And I don't think he'd done a great deal of opening at that stage in his career, but came to Northamptonshire, as I say, on loan from Lancashire. I'm just trying to get the date. That was in 2017, and 3 half-centuries in 4 innings in that loan period, including 82 and 94 when he opened against Leicestershire. And at the end of that season, he was offered a 3-year contract, start of 2018, and turned out to be a very good day's work as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, because he really has been an absolute pillar of the side since then. Sanderson is going to continue, starting his 16th over, bowl short, down the leg side. Flintoff trying to paddle it down. There is a fielder down there at long leg. Doesn't get anything on it. I think probably Sanderson did wonder whether the last over might be his last, but he's putting in a decent stint for the side here. He's been bowling at this end for just over an hour now. There's the wickets of Bohannon and Shetty. Makes as though to start to run in again, and then something didn't feel right, so he goes back and reloads. 2 slips in, but a short catching mid-wicket as well. Sanderson is in, a peel from behind the stumps as that hits Flintoff on the pad as he looks to work it in the onside. But Sanderson not interested. Still no James Sales on the field for Northamptonshire, if you're just tuning in. He went down in warm-up this morning. Looked to be an ankle problem. Wasn't playing football or anything, as far as I'm aware. He was just doing some bowling and had to hobble off with physio Lee Daggett. Sanderson in bowls, and Flintoff pushes that up to Chahal at mid-on, and there is no run. So Louis Kimber is on as substitute at the moment. Took the catch at 3rd slip to dismiss Keaton Jennings off the bowling of Liam Guthrie. No word yet as to whether it's something that might require an injury sub. Sanderson from the Brian Statham end runs in and bowled. Big appeal for LBW out. Flintoff didn't really go anywhere. He just a little bit caught on the crease. The only thing that was in my mind there was whether he got himself outside the line, but the umpire, Chris Watts, says no. It wasn't going over, that's for sure. And it's a 3rd wicket for Ben Sanderson. 42 championship wickets now this season for the Yorkshireman. Doesn't look a bad shout. Doesn't look a bad shout from having had a look on the replay. If you're following on the Lancashire stream, didn't really get much of a stride in. And Flintoff goes, and Sanderson's 3 wickets in the innings, all LBW. And Flintoff goes for 15 off 24 balls. And Lancashire now 113 for 6. And 171 runs behind Northamptonshire. And, well, man of the moment, Ben Walkden comes out to bat. He's had a terrific game with the ball. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 33 on first-class debut. Goes in to join George Balderson with a side in a spot of bother. I suppose it must be pointed out that Lancashire still require another 22 to avoid the follow-on. Not at all sure Northamptonshire would enforce it, even if the opportunity was there, but I think they would want Lancashire to be batting last on this surface. But it's been a good morning for Northamptonshire. Lancashire resuming on 68 for 2. They lost Jennings, caught by Kimber, the substitute, at 3rd slip off Guthrie for 19. That was 80 for 3. Arab Shetty, LBW to Sanderson for 37. That was 104 for 4. Joe Moore's bowled by Yuzi Chahal for a single. That was 107 for 5. And now Rocky Flintoff, LBW to Sanderson for 15. That is 113 for 6. 2 balls to go in this over for Ben Walkden to face. 2 batters on naught. 3 slips in place. Sanderson in bowls. Edged. And has he gone first ball? He has. Caught at third slip. Sanderson's on a hat-trick. Walkden goes first ball. And Lancashire now in a spot of bother plus at 113 for 7.
It's amazing how I'm sure emotions change so quickly for Ben Walkden. On a cloud yesterday with the way he bowled. And he's 3 wickets and bowled beautifully. His friends and family here, they've been feeling $1 million yesterday with how it went. Out first ball here with the bat, and this is turning into an outstanding morning session for Northamptonshire. Lancashire are in real trouble here. They're a mile behind, 170 behind, now 7 wickets down. I mean, they're even flirting with the idea of potential following on if it works to plan for Northamptonshire.
I was just saying, I have a funny feeling they might not enforce, even if it. I mean, they still need another 22 to avoid it.
Yeah.
Only because I think they would want Lancashire to bat last.
I agree. Yeah.
But well, we were saying whether Ben Sanderson ought to be coming in for another over. I think probably Luke Proctor's rather pleased he has. He's now got 4 for 39. There's still 1 ball left in the over. Noman Ali, so 1 debutant replaces the other, albeit Noman Ali, of course, with a vast amount of first-class cricket experience. But Sanderson now 4 for 39, 43 championship wickets for this season, and he's averaging, at a rough calculation, about 17.5 each.
Well, this spell is 3 for 21 from 6.5 overs.
Can't help thinking that the great bowler, after whom this end is named, Brian Statham, would rather have approved of, although he's a Yorkie, would rather have approved of at least the modus operandi of Ben Sanderson, because Brian Statham famously used to say, if they miss, I hit. Well, that's rather the way Sanderson goes about his work. And the hat-trick ball, Noman Ali is a left-hander. There are now 5 slips. It was Louis Kimber who held the catch low down at third slip. It was a good catch. I wasn't sure at first whether it had carried, but got his hands underneath it. And now McManus handing over the helmet, so I think George Bartlett's going to go in at short leg. Well, Sanderson has 1 championship hat-trick for Northamptonshire. That was at Edgbaston a couple of years ago. He's got a T20 hat-trick for Northamptonshire at Worcester, and he's on a hat-trick here. 5 slips as Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to Noman Ali, who gets right in behind it, blocks it back down the pitch. And that's the end of the over. So no hat-trick for Ben Sanderson, but 4 for 39, and warm and generous applause from the Lancashire crowd for Sanderson. 113 for 7. 2 batters out for naught. Oh, in there at naught at the moment. 113 for 7 it is, and we've still got about an hour to go till lunch.
Blimey, yeah. Still an hour away from the lunch break, and things have moved on pretty quickly in the last 45 minutes or so.
Do you remember, Scott, what we were saying just before we came on air this morning? We were talking to James from the media team. We said, just do with the game moving on a little bit here, couldn't we? It has.
It has that, yeah. It's moved on quite significantly in the direction of Northamptonshire, and it's leaving Lancashire with a lot of work to do here. Chahal has settled really quickly into this spell. He looks a real threat, doesn't he, as well, to complement the scene from the other end. Balderson forward and defends. It comes off the inner half of the bat, just deflects out towards the leg side, and there's no run. So 113 for 7, Lancashire. There's Chahal balls. Again, one floats up. He's barely any pace on the delivery. Leans into it again, Balderson, and defends. Drops it into the offside, no run. It's a lovely flight that he puts on, isn't it?
It is. It's a joy to watch.
And then just the other one that'll he'll fire in a bit quicker, a little bit like that. Turned into the onside by Balderson. Again, there's no run.
Well, the strategy and tactics of bowling, you think he should be okay, because he's one of the very few international bowlers that have also played international chess.
Forward goes Balderson, defends back to Chahal. No run, that's brilliant.
He's played as a chess international for India.
Absolutely love that. Anybody else a chess player in this Northamptonshire side, you reckon?
Not quite to that standard, I suspect.
Chahal to Balderson. Again, just teased up and gently rocks forward and plays it cautiously back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Drafts, maybe, but...
Poker. 113 for 7. A little bit quicker. Again, Balderson keeps it out. Good from Chahal. Maiden over for him. And Luke Proctor's looking out towards Ben Sanderson and say, are you going again? 113 for 7. No man on naught. Balderson on naught. And I think he's going to go again.
I think they're having the conversation, aren't they? The two old salts, Sanderson and Proctor, are just having a natter, and Brocky's saying, I quite fancy you getting... No, you're not.
You stay where you are.
I quite fancy you getting... No, not yet.
This will be his 8th on the bounce.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were talking about, and we touched on this yesterday, Scott, about the players that have been away at the 100 and haven't had, obviously, maybe that may not have actually had a lot of cricket. But I think Darren Lehman, when I asked him about it, was quite relaxed, and he said, well, yeah, but it's given him they're getting a rest. Someone like Ben Sanderson, it means he's able to play each of the last 6 games. That's great. Here's Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to no man, plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there is no run. 4 slips in, plus Bartlett under the lid at forward short leg. Vasconcelos at first. Harrison at second. Substitute Kimber at third. Safe Zabe at fourth. Sanderson round the wicket into Noman Ali. Looks very solid in defence, playing that up to Proctor at mid-on as the sun reappears. I say cloud around, but it's high cloud, it's fluffy cloud. Forecast is good for the day. It was, I think, a serious surprise, but a very pleasant one that we managed to get, 97 overs in yesterday. Just lost that last little bit of play to bad light last night, but if you'd have taken notice of the forecast again, you'd have thought, well, 3 o'clock onwards, we're going to struggle to get anything. Sanderson switches to over the wicket to Noman Ali. That goes down the leg side, and it's left alone by the Pakistani international. But great to have special guests joining us. We had Dave Villas yesterday, Kyle Hogg today, and we have another one coming up shortly.
Yes, we're going to hear a little bit from Kate Cross before the lunch break, having announced her retirement at the end of this season. That announcement was yesterday, her retirement from professional cricket. We'll catch up with Kate before lunch.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Noman Ali, who seems to have plenty of time to just rock onto the back foot, push that out into the covers. For Guthrie to field. Tosses the ball on to McSweeney, who's in there at extra cover. Proctor is at mid-on. Chahal down at long leg in front of the point. Down by the main scoreboard. A couple of photographers capturing all the main moments of the day. Sanderson bowls again to Noman Ali, who's on the front foot, steers it down into the gully, or backward point rather than gully. For Guthrie to field, there's an inviting gap through the covers. Not that Noman Ali, I would think, is probably going to be doing anything terribly flamboyant, but
he's there for him, though, isn't it? It's teasing him.
Yes, I mean, it's a lovely inviting gap. They've got Guthrie in there at backward point. McSweeney, who's the sort of hybrid position that we see quite a bit these days, which is not quite extra cover and not quite mid-off. Sanderson in again, bowls, and he goes across his stumps. It's gone off pad, maybe a bit of bat as well, down to Chahal at deep fine leg. There was no bat involved. It's a leg bye signalled by umpire Chris Watts. So one more onto the total. That's the end of Sanderson's over. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 39. It's 114 for 7, with neither George Balderson nor Noman Ali off the mark yet. But Lancashire this morning have lost Jennings for 19, Shetty for 37, Flintoff for 15, Moores for 1, and Walkden at first ball for 0.
Chairman and coach
Yeah,
for our viewers on Lancs TV.
there's Darren Lehman, and who hopefully will pop up and have a word with us later. And Gary Hoffman, Northamptonshire's chairman, James Sales sitting behind them, I think. Glenn Chappell.
I was
as
just
well.
a bit amused because Chappie had his face, his hands in his face. Cheer up, Chappie.
Camera shy. But chairman and coach deep in conversation.
Here is Chahal into man. That just teases him onto the front foot and it nibbles past the edge of the bat and taken by McManus, who then clips off the bails.
The chairman was at the Emirates last night watching his beloved Coventry City lose to Arsenal.
Tough fixture first up, that. 114 for 7. Chahal to no man forward in defence. Just deflects the ball away to backward point and there's no run.
He was very impressed with the setup here, wasn't he? Popped up to see us this morning and liked what he saw.
114 for 7. Chahal balls and just deflected down towards fine leg. It's through for a single. McSweeney will catch up with the ball. And he's off the mark with that. His first run for Lancashire. Noman Ali just clipping it away off his hip to fine leg for 1. So 115 for 7. Brings Balderson back on strike. Slip catch up, forward short leg. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's Balderson defends. And there's no run. The rest are all inside the field in circle. 3 on the offside, 3 on the onside. In fact, mid-wicket just comes up a little bit more from that boundary as well. 115 for 7. Floats another one up to Balderson, who, again, easing onto the front foot and defending. Dropped away into the offside, and there's no addition to the score. 1 ball left of the over. Chahal twirling away, and Balderson looking to try and cover up the ball through to the keeper. End of the over. It's certainly a challenge, this, isn't it, for these two Lancashire batters, with Chahal teasing from one end, and whether it's Sanderson or whether it's a change, because that conversation's happening again between bowler and captain. It's 115 for 7.
Come on, Sando, let me have a go. No. It's going to be Sanderson to continue.
He's going again.
He's going again. What's his 9 on the spin?
This will be his 9th. Yep.
Yeah. He's been bowling from this end, from the Brian Statham end, since the start of play this morning at 11 o'clock. Northamptonshire opening up with Liam Guthrie at the other end. Picked up the wicket of Keaton Jennings, but they've gone now with the spin of Yuzi Chahal. We haven't seen Calvin Harrison yet. 4 slips lining up as Sanderson is in to bowl to Noman Ali, who again, very calmly, as you would expect from a 39-year-old with a huge amount of first-class experience, is in behind that. Plays it up to mid-on, where Proctor Fields, a bit of sunshine over towards the city centre, over to our right. And indeed, buildings to our left as well, but we're just... sun disappeared from view here. But it's a very, very pleasant morning, not too warm. And here's Sanderson running into bowl to Noman Ali, beats him outside the off stump, brings him onto the front foot, just does enough. On the angle, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander to go past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yes, Gary Hoffman, chairman, one of his recent actions, which has gone down very well with us, of course, was the new media facilities that we have at at Wantage Road, which very swish. Sanderson is in and bowls, and again puts one past the outside edge of Noman Ali's bat.
Well, your broadcasting box now, Radis, as I experienced in the first game of the season, it's almost kind of executive standard now.
It's very much better than it was, and I mean, we're lucky. Obviously, it's not quite the view we have from here, being that much higher up, but it's a decent view. I think it's always been a decent view in that box at Northampton, but it was just a little bit bijou, I think it's fair to say. But it's now a little more spacious and a little better appointed. Here's Sanderson in bowls and defended by Noman Ali out into the covers. McSweeney fields and there's no run.
I don't know who's responsible for all the artwork and the pictures around, but they've done a very good job, whoever's been responsible for that.
Ah, well, yes, the archive has some good stuff in it.
Well, it's great, isn't it? That's what it's a shame to see the pictures of teams and players from the club's history just in a box somewhere. They even display them. It's a great idea.
We've still got a few more to put up, but we'll get round to it at some point. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Noman Ali. This time he leaves it outside the off stump. Still zipping through nicely.
It is, yeah.
We had a change of ball, of course, very early on this morning. It is amazing how many times change of ball, whether it's partly psychological, whether there's anything in the fact that change ball has done more. I don't think it's actually doesn't seem to have done a huge amount more than the one before, but Northamptonshire have, to coin a phrase, bowled in decent areas, which almost goes without saying with Sanderson. Round the wicket again, and this time just back of a length, and Noman defends out into the covers. And there's no run, 115 for 7. Balderson still looking for his first run. Noman Ali has made one, but I thought Guthrie was good last night and bowled well again this morning and picked up wicket Keaton Jennings, which is obviously a very, very important one. So, yeah, it's been a good morning for the visitors so far.
Yes, wicket to wicket. Lancashire losing 5 for 33 runs in 56 balls. It represents a very profitable spell in this morning session for Northamptonshire. Lunch is still quite a decent time away. 1:10 lunch, so there's still 45 minutes or so before Lancashire can try and get some respite in the dressing room. Balderson's on strike. Chahal in. That's tucked into the onside by Balderson, fielded by Nathan McSweeney at mid-wicket.
Morning to Michael, who says this is like Northamptonshire's version of Warne and McGrath. Sanderson and Chahal.
Well, here is Chahal again, floated up to Balderson. It just dips at the last minute. Tucked away to the leg side by Lancashire left-hander. Again, there's no run. Spins the ball from one hand to the other, twirling in. A little bit flatter. Down the pitch she comes, and that's worked back towards Chahal. Fields off his own bowling, goes marching back to his mark. Stands feet together and then springs into life. A bit of width there, just a fraction for Balderson, so he tries to cut it away through the offside. Fielded by Kimber, a backward point. And there's no run. Still no sign of James Sales then, it would appear. Hopefully that injury not too serious. There's gentle appeal, I think, in truth, without too much conviction.
Altogether or not at all?
Yes, he was a little bit, I'll start, you follow. I know you mentioned he's a very kind of smiley guy, but he's clearly enjoying this little tussle. Again, Balderson defending. 25 balls for Balderson, is yet to get off the mark, but this is a pretty intense little passage of play. There's not a great deal of room for either batter to try and get themselves going. 115 for 7. It's been an outstanding combination. This 9 overs from Sanderson on the spin, which might be coming to an end, and now 5 on the bands from Chahal. Lancashire 115 for 7.
Yeah, the change has been made at this Brian Statham end, but it's not Luke Proctor. It's going to be Liam Guthrie. He said he's had a pretty good, sort of 2 spells really. One last night, one this morning. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40, but he's caused most of the batters a little bit of concern. And Guthrie is going to come back into the attack. Got the wicket of Jennings early doors this morning. Lancashire's first breakthrough of the morning had him caught at third slip for 19. So Guthrie will come back in to the attack. Conscious of the fact that we haven't, there's been a lot happening this morning, so I'll just go through some scores from elsewhere because there's some really interesting games boiling up in the Championship. Starting at Southampton in Division 1, where Yorkshire are 176 for 6 in their second innings against Hampshire, so they lead by 152. James Wharton is 34 not out. A couple of quick wickets for Sonny Baker. That's just brought Hampshire probably just about into the ascendancy. As Guthrie in, first ball of his spell, and played solidly up towards mid-on by Noman Ali. Fielded by Proctor. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 142 for 6 in their second innings against Glamorgan. It was pretty much parity on first innings. 152 plays 151. So basically a one innings match from York. Leicestershire 142 for 6. Essex making a much better fist of it second time round against Somerset down at Taunton. Here's Guthrie in, bowls and defended by Noman Ali. Back down the pitch, no run. Essex bowled out for 158, following on 311 behind. To the chagrin, I think it's fair to say, of our colleague Don Topley, who we were having a little chat with this morning. But Essex doing better second time. 122 for 1. Dean Elgar is 55 not out. Paul Walter out for 43. But they're still a long way behind. 188 runs adrift. Here's Guthrie in, bowls, an appeal for LBW and out. And Noman Ali doesn't look massively impressed with that. Might have been thinking it was going down. He's just looking at the sort of the inside of his leg, as you can see if you're on the Lancashire stream, but nevertheless he's got to go. And the bowling change does the trick for Northamptonshire. Guthrie coming back into the attack, picking up his second wicket of the morning with Noman Ali, LBW to Guthrie for 1, and Lancashire now 115 for 8. They do still need another 20 runs to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, although Scott and I were discussing a moment or two ago, I think it's unlikely Northamptonshire would enforce, but you never know. 115 for 8. Ali goes for 1. LBW to Guthrie off 19 balls. And we await the arrival of the next batter, who is going to be Tom Bailey. Well, Bailey, again, we know is a very capable lower order batter. Can give it a biff when the occasion demands. Coming to the crease with Lancashire in fairly deep trouble at 115 for 8. Just carry on with those scores. At the Oval, Nottinghamshire 222 for 4 in their second innings against Surrey. So the champions batting themselves into a strong position in that game down in South London. Joe Clark is 76 not out. Carl Verena 36 not out. At Edgbaston, Sussex 164 for 6 in their second innings, lead Warwickshire by 159. In Division 2, Derbyshire all out for 156, replying to Durham's 283 all out. Durham, of course, top of Division 2. Durham batting again 22 for 1, so they lead by 149. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 150 all out. Worcestershire stretching their lead well past 100. 264 for 9, Worcestershire there, so they lead by 114. Here's Guthrie into bowl his first ball to Tom Bailey, and he drives that away through the covers for 4. Well, as we say, Bailey is a more than capable lower order batter. Little bit of a floaty half volley and punished by Tom Bailey through the covers for 4. 119 for 8. So Worcestershire, who looked as though their lead might be a fairly slender one, have actually pressed on nicely, and Brett D'Oliveira is 80 not out. Has done really well batting with the lower order. Just leaves the game at Merchant Taylor's School, where Kent are 125 for 3 in their second innings against Middlesex, leading by 226. Here's Guthrie in, bowls short to Bailey down the leg side. Doesn't need to contemplate playing a stroke at it. There is a long leg and a deep square, so Guthrie may well let Tom Bailey have the odd short ball, but so far at least not tempted. Sun back out here at Emirates Old Trafford. Guthrie running into bowl to Bailey, edged and caught at second slip. Now he's not going. Northamptonshire are claiming it, and he's gone now. And Calvin Harrison, as he so often does, making quite a difficult catch look very easy. Guthrie picks up another wicket. Bailey goes second ball, having slotted the first one for 4. He goes second ball for 4, and Lancashire now 120 for 9. Guthrie has another wicket in his bag. Northamptonshire's catching, although not flawless in this innings because they've dropped a couple. Certainly in the slip cordon has been pretty good, and the edge going to Calvin Harrison, who, as we were talking about yesterday, Stuart Broad, no less, is described as one of the very best around in the slip cordon in this country, and doesn't drop a lot. Calvin Harrison in there, and Bailey goes to Guthrie, and it brings Mitch Stanley to the crease, number 11 for Lancashire. Liam Guthrie now 3 for 45 with 1 ball to go in his 12th over. 120 for 9, Lancashire. Northamptonshire have picked up 7 wickets in this session, and it's been 7 wickets for 40 runs. Lancashire were 80 for 2. They're now 120 for 9. I don't think Darren Lehman, as he tucked into his brekkie this morning, would have thought that things would have panned out quite like this.
No, it's been a dream morning session for Northamptonshire, and potentially have a question to answer, but I'm with you with regards to potential following on.
Here's Guthrie in bowls to Stanley short, and Stanley just lets it go into the gloves of McManus, but Guthrie, 3 for 45 from 12, 120 for 9, Lancashire. They're still 164 runs behind. George Balderson is on naught. He's faced, 25 balls. Mitch Stanley's faced just that 1 ball, also looking to get off the mark.
Yes, and we've got just under half an hour left of the morning session as well. The potential possibility here of Northamptonshire, should they decline to invite Lancashire to bat again, might well have a little spell before lunch. But,
I'm sure the openers will be delighted about
yes,
that.
beyond the realms of possibility. But if they were to take this wicket now, I think they would bat again, wouldn't they? I just think.
I think so. I'd be surprised if they didn't. But
it would mean Lancashire batting last on this pitch.
Well, the fact that both, as I say, both George Balderson and George Bartlett made that point sort of separately last night.
Here's Chahal, starts afresh over balls, swept by Balderson. It's actually caught short leg as Balderson gets off the mark with that sweep shot. Clattered into it. Is that Bartlett under the helmet?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
He's in the wars a bit, isn't he? One of his fingers taped up as well.
George Scrimshaw's now on the field, so Northamptonshire have got a full complement out there at the moment. Quite sure who else is off at the moment.
121 for 9. Bringing this Mitch Stanley on strike. Stanley getting forward. That's turned into the onside. I think it's caught Bartlett again. He's hit him somewhere on the body. He's taken his helmet off. He's having to fiddle around with his helmet, but he's certainly in the danger zone there, isn't he? Chahal to Stanley. Forward and defends. And there's no run. Vasconcelos at slip and Bartlett at forward short leg. Chahal twirls in, balls a bit flatter and quicker. Stanley onto the front foot, again defending back to Chahal. There's no addition to the score. Lancashire just trying to drag this out as long as they can. Floated up once more. Play back towards him. Trail by 163 runs at 121 for 9. It's been a dreadful morning for Lancashire. It's been terrific for Northamptonshire. Stanley just pulling away. I think there was a little bit of movement around. The field is just relocating. Chahal to Stanley. Might be a single. It is. Just works it out towards the onside and jogs through for 1 and keeps the strike as well. So 122 for 9. 162 runs behind. Guthrie 3 for 45. Will continue. So we've got just about half an hour left of the morning session. Yeah, it's been a pretty breathless morning session for for both sides. Certainly for Northamptonshire, as Radders was saying, the chance of this being the case from Northamptonshire's point of view would have been hard to believe if you were Darren Lehman before, or indeed Luke Proctor before the start of play. It's likewise for Lancashire. It will have taken them by surprise. Guthrie balls to Stanley, and that's defended. Heading towards the offside, and there is no run. So we've got, like I say, about half an hour left. Lancashire in 9 down. In theory, we could actually extend the session should Lancashire still be batting at the scheduled lunch break. You can, with them being 9 down, we could go on a little longer if needed. Guthrie left arm over balls. Oh, that was past Stanley's bat and through to the keeper McManus, and there is no run. I mentioned that we're hoping to hear from Kate Cross before lunch, and I'm thrilled and delighted that Kate is able to join us now. I suspect, Kate, good afternoon to you, mate. It's been, I guess, a bit of a whirlwind 24 hours.
Yeah, it has actually. It's been pretty overwhelming, but equal amounts lovely at the same time to get the news out there.
Guthrie, short ball to Stanley, ducks underneath it. Yeah. But your emotions are all over the place, aren't they?
Yeah, they were yesterday. I told the Lancashire dressing room yesterday at training, we were up in Farrington, so I wanted to make sure that I'd let the girls know, and they didn't see it all on social media. So I knew that once I'd done that, I was able to get the news out there and let everyone know. And it's been a bit of a strange one, really, because I think with cricket careers, a lot of your news and squad selections and team news is always just put out there for you. But with your retirement, it's your decision. So I didn't really know what to do.
Guthrie to Stanley, full of ball, punched through mid-off. That's a lovely shot. That's going to bring him runs, and maybe 4 of them. It does. To the left of Proctor at mid-off. Nice shot by Stanley. He moves to 5, 126 for 9. So you kind of had to work it all out yourself, did you, as to how you're going to go about doing this?
Yeah, and obviously you take a lot of, you have a lot of conversations with people that have been there and done it. And Phoebe G, obviously friend of Lancs TV, she was someone that I really spoke to about how she went about her retirement last year. But it's so personal, and it's obviously everyone's careers are so different. And I had a few teams, how did I tell the Sunrisers Leeds team that I was retiring? Do I tell them? So yeah, there's loads of different ways of doing it, but it's just quite overwhelming, really.
Through to the keeper, no run.
So yeah, I was the only thing I was completely certain about was that I wanted to finish here ideally here at Emirates Old Trafford. I'm not quite sure that's gonna happen because our 50 over Metrobank games are up at Farrington now. So we do have the chance of getting through to the County Cup final. Hopefully, we've got our quarter final tomorrow against the Blaze. So that finals day is here, which would be lovely if we got another opportunity to play at Old Trafford. But yeah, that was the only certainty I had, was making sure I got back here and had the red rose on my chest.
Guthrie comes around the wicket to Stanley. That's defended towards mid wicket for a single. End of the over, 127 for 9. Yeah. When did you decide? When did it? I hear that players say, I woke up one morning and I knew. Was that the case for you?
And I always thought that was a load of rubbish.
Right.
Because it never happened. And Alex Hartley always said that to me as well. She said, you will just know. Just keep trusting the fact that you will know when you're ready to finish. And I woke up one morning after a Blast game. We'd played at Blackpool, possibly against Hampshire. It might have been the last game of the first round of Blast, that block. And I just woke up and I was like, I'm done. And I was really excited by it. I remember being really smiley and happy and really content with the decision.
Chahal starts afresh over. Stanley's on strike, whipped away through mid-wicket for one. Well, that must be quite satisfying that actually you wake up not feeling dread, but actually excitement.
Yeah, and I think that then is what everyone talks about with that relief and the kind of, you get this sense of, I've made my decision. And I probably realistically knew that it was going to happen this year, with how my summer went last year. And I always needed to see how I went at domestic level. And I actually don't think I've performed as well as I have done in previous years for Lancs, certainly in the T20.
Chahal to Balderson down the pitch and play back towards him, no run.
I feel like that played a big part as well, not having a great Blast campaign and equally didn't have a brilliant 100, but...
Chahal to Balderson, and that's clipped up towards long on for a single, 130 for 9.
But it is wild how, when you've made your decision, it does just, everything becomes really different. And,
in what way?
Well, obviously I knew and I'd made my decision and I'd told my family and Al, but I hadn't told the girls yet. So I was then...
Chahal to Stanley, defender, no run.
I was turning up to training knowing, gosh, this could be, one of my last Blast games. This could be my last 50 over game. Because at that point, I really wasn't sure how I was going to finish and when I was going to finish, but I just knew that I wanted it to be this year.
2 balls left to the over. Chahal balls and Stanley defends and there's no run.
So it almost until yesterday, it kind of felt like I've been keeping a bit of a secret, and now I think that's probably where the emotion came out yesterday, and was able to let people in on it, and obviously let them know that I won't be here next year, which is a strange thing to say.
Chahal balls and Stanley defends. End of the over, 129 for 9. And what was the reaction from your teammates? Then you mentioned it at Farrington yesterday at training.
I'm to be fair, over the space of the 100, I kind of used that as a way of getting around to all the girls that I wanted to tell personally. So everyone that I've played cricket for England with, and anyone that I hadn't managed to tell from the Lancs dressing room. But I'm pretty sure that everyone had heard by the time I got to telling everyone yesterday.
Whispers had got out, had they?
That is the difficulty. It's obviously quite big news, but there's a little bit of movement around next year, and a lot of girls are, obviously Glamorgan come into the Tier 1 setup, so there's a lot of whispers around who's moving around and questions get asked. So it had probably got out a little bit more, which is again why I wanted to let people know yesterday. So, but everyone took it. Well, I was crying, so I was just too busy looking at my feet and being embarrassed that I'd cried when I told everyone. But it was nice because my sister's obviously part of the coaching staff. She's the physio. She's been on maternity leave for the last couple of years, so it was really nice to have her in the dressing room as well, to be there for the moment that I'll let everyone know.
Guthrie starts a fresh over balls. Balderson plays and misses.
But James Price had messaged me saying, "Is it okay if we come and film you letting the girls know?" So I said no, because I know it'll be emotional and I know I'll get really upset. So I just wanted to make sure I had that moment just for myself, really. But then it's also a bit difficult because I was saying I am going to retire, but I've still got games of cricket left to play. So it was, just obviously giving everyone a heads up that if there's a bit of emotion around over the next couple of weeks, then probably just need a little bit of wiggle room with that. But I'm actually really dreading that last game because I don't know how I'm going to bowl and know that it's my final game and not be trying to do it without tears in my eyes.
Guthrie to Balderson, pushed into the offside for a single, 130 for 9. Yeah, I could well imagine. Well, I can't imagine. It's something I can't possibly imagine what you would go through. I mean, you must be so, maybe you're not there yet to kind of think about it or to take it all in, but you must be so proud of what you've done, Kate, in the game.
I think that was the bit that up until yesterday, obviously, like the messages I've had of, I've glanced at a few of them, but I've tried to just leave my phone alone because it it's obviously probably bigger news than I thought it was. I think the reaction yesterday has surprised me in a sense.
Down the leg side by Guthrie.
But I think I maybe didn't want to tell everyone officially because I didn't want to make it too real, and that the reflection bit was the bit that was like, no, I'm not ready to do that yet. I'm still playing. I'm still really present in the dressing room and still really quite confident that we've got 2 great opportunities to go and win 2 trophies this year as a Lancashire dressing room. And Chris Reed pointed out yesterday when we all got back together that they're the 2 trophies that we hold. They're the ones that we're defending.
Guthrie in ball. Stanley plays and misses through to the keeper. No run.
But I think having glanced at a couple of messages and seen a little bit on social media yesterday, I think the reflection bit was probably where my emotion came from yesterday, because you probably don't realise I'm just playing cricket. I've always just played cricket, and I've challenged people along the way where I feel like I've needed to, but I was just a kid that was playing cricket and trying to do it as much as possible, and that then obviously reflects for some people or inspires other people, but you're never really thinking about that when you're doing it. So there will be a day that I'll be able to look back and be super proud of everything, but I think right now it's probably just a bit too overwhelming to think that way. But it is, honestly, I can't thank everyone enough who's been in touch, because the messages are just incredible.
Guthrie to Stanley down the leg side, taken by Lewis McManus, and there's no run. So I mean, you mentioned you were just a kid wanting to play cricket. You were just a kid when you rocked up here and started playing for Lancashire, weren't you?
Yeah. Gosh, I always say with my cricket journey, I feel really lucky that I feel like I was in the right place at the right time.
Right.
And I remember playing, I think it might have even been like a Manchester Youth Games, and someone saw me play cricket when I was about 10 years old, and that led to me being able to have a Lancashire trial and get picked for the under-13. So I always felt really...
Guthrie sets off and Stanley waits. Plays forward, but he's beaten through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 20 minutes left of the morning session. Brilliant for Northamptonshire this morning. Lancashire on the ropes here at 1:30 for 9, trailed by 154.
But yeah, I always felt really lucky that I felt like I had either scouts or people who are involved in Lancashire just happened to see me play cricket when I was a kid. And I say it in a lot of interviews, but I just took every opportunity that was given to me back then, because I was desperate to play the game that I loved as much as I possibly could. And without having a lot of women's cricket to play in it, I was playing boys cricket down at Haywood and loving that and thriving in that. But then when I found the Lancashire dressing room, I found my people, and I found girls who were loving the sport that I loved as well, which I'd just not known. So yeah, I was 10 years old when I first represented Lancashire, and obviously absolutely ludicrously got to debut for the first team when I was 13, which is just mental when you actually think about it. And it does go to show where the game was at, and how amateur it was, and if there's a 13-year-old.
Chahal into bowlers, and he's down the pitch, and that's punched up towards mid-off and through for 31 for 9.
If there's a 13-year-old that who's getting picked to play, then there's something going on there. But we think, Venus has debuted for us this summer at 16, and she's been brilliant, and that feels incredibly young. So, it's obviously been a bit of a whirlwind journey, but I just would never have changed it for the world. And
Chahal to Stanley, defended.
And I spoke a lot in my interview that I did with Lancs, and it's on Lancs TV, but how getting accepted into the Lancashire Academy was probably the most pivotal point of the whole career, because that was the moment that I started to take it a bit more seriously.
Chahal floats one up, and Stanley wallops it up and over long on. That's going all the way for 6. And if there's any question as to whether or not Northamptonshire would enforce a follow-on, that takes that equation out of it, because that takes it now to 147 behind, 137 for 9. It was hammered by Stanley up towards the seats below the point, all the way for 6. The ball might got a bit of a battering with that. Chahal having a close inspection of the ball as it's relayed back towards him. He's on 13 now, Mitchelstown. The Chahal in bowls. What's the LBW? And gets the LBW. And that is indeed Lancashire all out for 137. That's 6, preventing the possibility of being asked to follow on, even if the general feeling is that maybe that Northamptonshire wouldn't have done that. But either way, that's been taken out of their hands. They will be batting, or we could have lunch. I get confused by these things. I think if it's within half an hour, I think lunch can be taken. But we'll soon find out. 137 all out. It's a trail by 147. That is a brilliant session of cricket for Northamptonshire. They will be rightfully very pleased with their work, and they're in a fantastic position here with a huge first innings lead, thick end of 150 in front at this stage, and they'll get a terrific reception as they head off with 3 wickets for Guthrie, 2 for Chahal, 4 for Sanderson, and 1 for Luke Proctor. So a fabulous morning session for Northamptonshire. Lancashire all out for 137. So a first innings lead for Northamptonshire of 147. We have Kate Cross alongside us for a little while longer. Maybe we will have Northamptonshire come out to bat, or it could be lunch. I'm never sure.
I think Northamptonshire are going to bat because Luke Proctor shimmied himself off quite quickly, so I wonder if he's gone to put his pads on.
Lovely. Well, that allows us just to have a little chat for a little bit longer, Kate. I know, so you will, I'm sure, when you have absolutely played your last game, you'll have chance to reflect. But just pick out a few highlights, and hopefully there's more to come. Hopefully you've got 2 trophies to win, and I'm conscious that you still got that in it to go for. But what kind of stands out for you?
I did say to the girls yesterday, I said I'm not naive to try and chase a dream finish, because I know not many people do get a dream finish.
The Stuart Broad finish.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, only he's managed to do it. But I did say if we do fancy winning a couple of trophies, that would be a really lovely finish as well. But the Lancashire journey's been a bit of a strange one, because I've obviously kind of dipped in and out of that certainly for the last 12 years while I've been representing England. But there's been so many moments that, I mean, the 2 trophies last year were part of my career highlights, not just my Lancashire highlights. Like the whole career was, I think, to kind of win 2 trophies at the back end of my career with Lancashire was just such a brilliant and exciting, and more from a club point of view, you know, it felt like a really brilliant dressing room to be a part of, and exciting that we'd managed to finally win some silverware after what had been quite a difficult couple of years, if we're honest with ourselves. But when you've asked me that question, I don't go to moments on the field, but I always think about people, and I always think about moments that I've been able to share with, you know, my teammates, and a lot of them are just silly bus journeys that you end up doing because you've got to get back from Hampshire at 7 p.m. when you finish the game, and you don't get back till 2 a.m. But those are the kind of things that I think I'm really going to miss. But obviously from a career and cricket point of view, the highlights probably sit more with my England career, and that the Ashes Test match debut that I made back in 2014 was pinch me stuff. I didn't know how I was going to fare at international cricket, and I didn't know how I was going to fare in red ball cricket, because we'd never played more than a 50 over game, and I was just kind of thrown into this. It was a cauldron because we were playing at the Wacker, and it was 45 degrees for most of the 4 days, and I was able to pick up a couple of wickets in each innings, and it just felt like a fever dream in a way. And I remember not getting much sleep because I wasn't used to adrenaline, and then, you know, as you get more experienced and more used to that kind of level of cricket, you find a way of being able to control that a bit more. But yeah, that Test match was just incredible, and I can still remember the elation of how I felt when I took those wickets, and the photos that actually went up on Lancashire. There was some shocking photos that went up from Lancashire yesterday, but there were some really lovely ones as well. Your 13-year-old self should never be on the internet, I don't think. But yeah, that was a real highlight. And then I've spoke a lot about the Bristol match in the Ashes. Don't get photos up. I know what you're going to do.
I found one from the other day. I was looking. But go on.
Yeah, the Bristol game in the Ashes in 2023, where we then ended. I think we levelled the series with that win. It was the first ODI of the series, but we levelled the overall series and got to finish the game with the bat with Heather, and had that little partnership, which was just never happens. I never finish many games with the bat, so it's always nice when there's a celebratory photo. But yeah, I feel like it's just hard to pinpoint moments, because you're asking me how the last 24 years have been, basically.
I appreciate that.
So it's and again, it's that reflection that I've probably not had chance to do yet. But I just feel incredibly proud and incredibly lucky that I've been able to do what I've loved for so long, and be able to go out on my own terms. In a way, I would have loved to have maybe finished with a World Cup win last year or something, but again, you don't get your dream finish, so that's the rough that you take with the smooth when you're a professional sports person. So, and I'm incredibly proud to be able to finish here as well, because this club has meant so much to me, and it has given me the opportunity to have the career that I've had. And a lot of it is down to John Stanworth, but it's also down to, you know, Martin and Pete, who were my first coaches when I was back in the under-13s, who volunteered to be coaching the Lancashire women's team. And it was, I don't even think it would have been part of the pathway. It was almost like a bit maverick, and you just kind of represented Lancashire. But without people like that who had the time and effort and energy to want to put into women's cricket back then I wouldn't be able to sit here and even reflect on anything. So, yeah, I just feel incredibly fortunate that there's been some success along the way, but it's just been a journey that I've loved. It's been hard, don't get me wrong, it's been really hard, but I've loved it, and I know I'll be able to be really content with it when I do get that chance to sit back and reflect.
What, and obviously you've had your family with you on this journey as well. How maybe they kind of knew that this might be the end of your career this season, I don't know, but how they kind of responded to it all?
Yeah, well, Bobby, my brother, obviously he was a big influence in my career as well. He played a little bit here, but mostly obviously played a lot of his cricket at Haywood, and he retired last year as well, but he's 9 years older than me, so it's quite nice in a way that we've kind of come to the end of our careers at the same time. But they've all just been really supportive, and they have for the entire journey. And Bobby's obviously been an influence in another way, because he was a big part of the reason why the KSL team was offered to Lancashire, because he put a bid in, and he was part of the process as our general manager to ensure that we had what was a semi-professional team there, but part of the beginning of the KSL days. So in a way, everyone's kind of been able to influence from my family point of view, as well as just being a family member who supported their little sister, you know, following her dream. So but they're also understanding. They know how hard it's been at times, and they know how draining it's been. And they've been there and seen those bits that other people possibly might not have seen, or don't, you know, they're not privy to the really tough days, or the phone calls that I have where I'm tell my mum I'm not selected and don't come and watch tomorrow because I'm not going to be playing. So, you know, they understand that I think I described it as having a shelf life. I think you've got a certain amount of energy and motivation that you can put into this and do it as well as the standard I've set myself has been incredibly high. So there's been only a certain amount of time that I've been able to live up to my expectation of myself. And this year has proved to me that I don't have that anymore. And the 100 again, and the blast, probably a really good example of, I'm just getting smoked everywhere now. I don't think there was a game I didn't get hit for 6. And I remember thinking, like, I've got no motivation to try and combat this.
These young whippersnappers hitting you for 6.
I know, it's you know, it's time when, yeah, these 16-year-olds just moosing you everywhere. So yeah, the game's probably told me a little bit that I'm ready as well, because it has moved on, and it will move on, and it's moving on quickly. And if you don't have the motivation to try and keep up with these kids now, then it is really difficult. And
just on that, finally, I mean, you've had the privilege of going from an experience of going from rocking up here and it just not being part of any pathway, just something a bit maverick, to playing kind of semi-professional-ish, and then right through to the full professional era. So you've witnessed the KSL days. I mean, it feels like a lifetime ago, that, doesn't it, compared to where we are now? I mean, you've experienced all that.
Yeah, and that's why I think it is quite hard to reflect, because it's moved so quickly, and that's the kind of, you know, genre of messaging that I was receiving from people over the last 24 hours has been that, you know, I've been a mainstay in that for a long time for Lancashire. So it's incredible, and that's why it is hard to reflect on, because you can't. If you'd have asked me 10 years ago what women's cricket looked like now, I just wouldn't have given you the answer of what it is now, because I couldn't have envisaged it move that fast. So I've always said it's quite scary to think where it could be in another 5 or 10 years, but I just know that it's not for me to take that forward anymore. It's the youngsters to go and do that and go and be brilliant. And, you know, I've just come off the back of being her teammate, but Phoebe Litchfield is a brilliant example of that, because how she plays the game now is like no one has ever played the game before, and she's gonna lead the generation now of how it looks to be an opening batter and go and play international cricket. And you know, hopefully our domestic girls see that that's what it takes to be an international player now, and I don't envy them that they've got to go and, you know, challenge that type of cricketer. But it's just been such a great thing to be a part of, and I am immensely proud to call this place my home and to have had the journey that I've had here. And I've been one club other than just nipping over the other side of the Pennines for a couple of years in the 100, but
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, but this has obviously been my home, and it's I'm incredibly proud to have had the career that I've had, and a lot of it stems from the people here and from the people who are passionate about women's cricket here, because without those, then the women's section wouldn't exist.
I'm not going to ask you what's next, because what's next is the games. You've still got a season to play, but you're a natural at this. But I don't know whether this is something you'd want to go into full time. I suppose maybe those conversations and those things are for a few months down the line.
Yeah, and all I know, and the advice I've been given over the last couple of weeks is just make sure you take a bit of time to enjoy and reflect and decompress and sleep and let your body recover. And I'm definitely going to do that, and just try not to say yes to too many things and try not to say no to too many things. But I've got nothing set in stone. I've got a few loose plans in place, but other than a couple of holidays in October, I'm very much a free agent. So I'm just going to try and enjoy it. And I'll probably be sat here with you this time next year and annoying you. What is this photo?
I'll just show you this photo. This is 10 years ago.
Oh my gosh, look at us.
That's
Got
me.
matching tops on.
Me and you in the commentary box 10 years ago. So I just wonder whether or not that might well be an avenue you look at, but who knows? As you said, that's there for conversations down the line. Here we go. The start of Northamptonshire second innings. It's Bailey to Vasconcelos, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. Thank you, Kate. Congratulations on a magnificent career.
Thank
you know
you.
my thoughts.
Thank you so much.
And good luck towards for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, hopefully we can have a better second half of the season than we did first half. But yeah, I'm confident quietly that we'll be able to do that.
Brilliant. Top stuff.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Kate. Kate Cross, who's still yet a Lancashire player. Still got a month or so to go before it officially finishes, as Bailey bowls again. And it's deflected and into the offside. There is no run. But congratulations on a fabulous career. And hopefully, from a Lancashire point of view, that will end with a bit of success either in the County Cup, in which finals day is here, or in the One Day Cup as well. So we've got a little bit of a mini session before the lunch break. Andrew Radd's back alongside me. 0-0, and Northamptonshire Radders in a great spot.
Yes, it's been a decent morning for the visitors. Here's Bailey in and bowls and puts one past the outside edge of Ricardo Vasconcelos' bat. Yeah, the last 8 wickets falling for 57 runs in 20 overs, all but 1 ball. 19 overs and 5 balls between the dismissal of Keaton Jennings at 80 for 3 and Mitch Stanley last out at 137 in the 48th over. Is Bailey in and bowls and driven away by Vasconcelos. Runs for him here as it goes away through mid-wicket. Half stopped in there at mid-wicket, but they come back for 3. So Northamptonshire's lead up to 150 now. Vasconcelos to 3 and 3 for no wicket. I suppose the question is, Scott, how many overs are we going to get in this mini session? You think probably this one and another one.
More, yeah.
I don't think Vasconcelos and Proctor will be in any great risk. Well, they won't exactly be massively enthused at the prospect of any more than 2 overs. And we may then see bootlaces and all sorts of things that suddenly happen, as these things do in these situations. But yeah, it's been a good morning for Northamptonshire. So I think probably exceeding expectations. Here's Bailey in, bowls to Proctor. And has he got something on that? No, he left it alone, and there was no real interest from Tom Bailey. There was a certain amount of hubbub behind the wicket, whether in leaving that he just feathered the bat or glove or something, but no.
It was a nice ball, wasn't it?
It was a nice ball. It was plenty of bounce, and we've seen that. I mean, it's one of those pitches, and we were talking about this earlier, that it offers a little bit to everybody, and as such, it makes for fascinating watching, as it has done throughout. Here's Bailey in to end the first over. Bowls to Proctor, drops it down into the onside. Fielded by Aurav Shetty. So first over safely negotiated by the Northamptonshire opening pair. 3 for no wicket. This will be, I would imagine, the last over of the morning session, but I don't think anybody saw that coming. I certainly didn't, Scott. I don't know about you, but
I did not. No, I mean it was all going reasonably calmly, wasn't it, from a Lancashire point of view this morning? The Jennings dismissal gave Northamptonshire an opening into that Lancashire middle order. Shetty played really nicely.
He did.
Some beautiful
He
shots.
did. And they dropped. I mean, also, Northampton dropped a catch in that as well. Shetty it wasn't an easy one, but he was dropped at mid-wicket by McSweeney on 15.
There's Mitchell Stanley to Vasconcelos, and pushes that delivery and it deflects away towards square leg. Tom Bailey puts down his big size 12s to stop it. Run for Vasconcelos.
Nice bit of good old-fashioned fast bowler fielding.
Tremendous, wasn't it? Yeah.
In the manner of John Dye and others.
If in doubt, just nudge it away. Put your big boot on this. Stop this one nicely. There you go.
There you go. Yes. Well done. That's what your boots are for.
Ben Walkden's gone from third slip to leg slip. So they've got 2 slips and a gully and a backward point. And then Walkden's at leg slip for Proctor. Covers open. There's a mid-off and a mid-on and a square leg. Stanley around the wicket. Proctor leaves. And through to Moores.
Lancashire's over 8. Still down there at -2, so they just need to, not exactly uppermost in their minds, but they just need to be aware of it.
Yes, yep. Keep an eye on that. 4 without loss. Stanley in again, around the wicket to Proctor. Proctor just turned around a little, it just come off the thickish edge of the bat. It's Flintoff there at gully. He's going down to his left-hand side to stop the ball. There's no addition to the Northamptonshire score. 4 without loss. Now 151 in front. That's 6 from Stanley at the end of the innings. Took away the possibility of a follow-on being enforced. Down the leg side. Again, I don't know, that doesn't look right.
Came off something. I think there was a little noise and little deflection, but I don't think it was, it looks like thigh pad or... Again, it feels slightly lax. Yeah, probably just brushed just the thigh pad, maybe the jumper. But it's interesting, leg slip. You so often see teams set leg slip for Proctor, but as I've never seen him caught there. I've seen him drop there at Taunton a couple of years ago, but never seen him caught there.
Stanley to Proctor. Calmly, carefully just defends. Dropping it away to cover. And there's no run.
But you go around the circuit and more often than not, opposition teams will tend to put, at least at some point, either a leg slip or a leg gully in for Proctor. But in fact, it's Nathan McSweeney, who I think's gone 2 or 3 times caught behind down the leg side this year, been subject to the dreaded strangle.
Well, this will be the final ball of the morning session. It's Stanley in a little bit of sunshine. Proctor again keeps it out. That's the job done really for Proctor and for Vasconcelos. It was just 2 overs they had to face before the lunch break, and that is lunch. And that's an outstanding session of cricket for Northamptonshire. They're 4 without loss in their second innings, and they lead Andrew Rad, Lancashire, by 151.
Yeah, as I say, I don't think anybody, I'm not even sure the players themselves would have seen that coming. They would have thought there were 284 on the board, and we said that yesterday, that they're certainly in the game. And they would have hoped for a decent session, perhaps have Lancashire 5 or 6 down at lunch, and if things had gone really well. But Ben Sanderson was excellent, which you almost sort of take for granted. But Guthrie was very good in this game. I think as well as consistently as I've seen him bowl this season. So he picked up 3 wickets, Sanderson 4. Chahal just slotted back into Red Bull cricket as though he'd never been away, demonstrating one of the most aesthetically pleasing arts of the game, and leg spinner actually sort of throws it up there. And yeah, maybe a little bit of inexperience in the middle order, slightly exposed there, and Northamptonshire find themselves as a result with 5 sessions of this match remaining in a decent position, leading by 151.
Indeed, and that's lunch on this third day. We'll take a little break and we'll rejoin you for coverage in about 40 minutes.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses: the Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this?
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Oh, very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where we are just about to get underway on the afternoon session of this day 3, the County Championship Division 2 match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire find themselves batting again rather earlier, I think, than they would have been expecting. They're 4-for-0 wicket in their second innings, which is a lead of 151, and Tom Bailey running in from the Brian Statham end. Bowled the first ball of the session to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who pushes it into the leg side, picks up a single. Despite the best efforts in there of Arav Shetty. He goes to 5, having scored all of Northamptonshire's 5 runs. Lancashire this morning resuming at 68 for 2. They were 80 for 2, at which point Keaton Jennings fell to the bowling of the left armer Liam Guthrie, and Lancashire proceeded to lose their last 8 wickets for 57 in just a ball shy of 20 overs. Here's Bailey in and bowls to Proctor, pushes it into the leg side this time. Shetty too quick to allow any single. So Lancashire all out for 137, which left Northamptonshire a couple of overs to negotiate before lunch, which they did so successfully. Andrew Radd and Scott Reed with you once again. And watching as Tom Bailey, with 4 slips in place, in and bowls to Proctor, and Proctor defends out towards mid-off. Josh Bohannon, Lancashire's captain, comes in to field from mid-off, and there's no run. So, good morning for Northamptonshire. Can they consolidate that position this afternoon, Scott?
Well, they've got plenty of time to do that, haven't they, as well? There's no particular rush here for Northamptonshire to try and further build this lead. I mean, there's 75 overs left today, and there's a full day tomorrow, and the forecast is clear, so plenty of time to put Lancashire well beyond the game.
Bailey in, bowls, and Proctor again defends up to Bohannon at mid-off.
And what they showed in the first innings too was that ability to kind of apply themselves, and that was on display not just from Bartlett, who got the 90 odd, but even Sales and McSweeney and
they hung around.
They did, they did.
Well, it's an interesting one, and I was asking George Bartlett about this last night. You do have a specialist batter at 7, which is what Bartlett is. It can work both ways. Is Bailey in bowls and defended by Proctor up to mid-on this time by way of variety, where Noman Ali fields. In that it can be difficult. You can finish up in that situation where you run out of partners, and that's happened to George Bartlett a time or two this year. But at the same time, it does give you a depth, and you've got McManus at 8, of course, who's scored a championship 100 this year. It does give that batting just a little bit more solidity. Here's Bailey in and bowls, and that turns Proctor round, squares him up, plays it down to backward point, and that's the end of the first over of the afternoon session. Just a single off it, 5 to Vasconcelos. Proctor still looking for his first run. Northamptonshire 5 for no wicket, leading by 152.
Well, it helps enormously, doesn't it, when you've got a frontline spinner who can bat at 3, and Harrison didn't even bowl in the first innings.
No, which was remarkable in itself, considering he's taken, where is he in the championship? 16 wickets this year, and would normally be expecting to bowl quite a lot of overs, and didn't even get a sniff.
No, well, he could have quite a big role to play.
Yeah,
on the 4th innings of this match.
Yeah, very much so.
Will be Mitchell Stanley from the James Anderson end. Vasconcelos on strike, 5 without loss, 152 in front. Lancashire with 3 slip catches and a gully. And it's Stanley who's in and bowling. Forward goes Vasconcelos. Looks to drive off the inner half of the bat, deflecting to mid-on. And there's no run.
Did you enjoy that coronation chicken for lunch? That was very nice. In the sandwich selection. That was very good. Partial to a bit of coronation chicken.
Is it a sandwich filler that you don't often see, though?
You don't know. Not around the circuit.
No, it's more of a cheese and ham circuit, isn't it, really?
It is, especially in Division 2. But But no, Coronation Chicken, very nice.
Stanley. He's in from the Anderson end balls again. Oh, well, Vasconcelos looking to leave it. Actually comes off the face of the bat. He gets a sizable slice of good fortune, because that could have very easily have ricocheted back onto his stumps, but instead it deflects down towards the boundary for 4.
When it's your day, it's your day. Gosh, that was close. So close to off stump.
As you say, take it as an opening batter, whoever you play for, you need a touch of good fortune to go your way. And a stroke of good luck for Vasconcelos, who was an LBW victim to George Balderson in the first innings. He's waiting for Shetty. And bowling wide and hammered away for 4. Oh, goodness me. You see it quite a bit, don't you, when something doesn't quite go the way of the bowler, and the next delivery is punished. And on that occasion, that is emphatically dispatched away for 4 runs by Vasconcelos. It wasn't a great ball from Stanley, in truth, and it got the full treatment.
Yes, it happened last night, didn't it, when Marcus Harris was dropped by George Bartlett at third slip off Guthrie, who then bowled a couple of full balls that were drilled away for 4, just to make bowler, in particular the fielder concerned, feel just that little bit worse.
It's been hammered out through the offside. It's rattling underneath the... I don't think it's been located. I think maybe it's gone underneath the covers and potentially even underneath the temporary stand. Josh Bohannon went across for a look, and he's... I think he's given that up as a lost cause. George Balderson's slightly more optimistic, thinking that he can somehow get underneath the... Oh, where are you going here? He's on his belly. No. Is he giving that one up?
Yeah, it looks as though he might have done. Well, they're going to have to presumably get a new ball and just pat it around, what? How many overs have we had? 3 overs and 3 balls, so just sort of little 21 knocks of the bat or something, and it'll be about right. But surely they've not got one quite that new in the executive box. It's very nice, and Keaton Jennings has been given the ultimate responsibility of coming out with the box of balls.
Oh, a senior pro, isn't he?
Well, absolutely.
He's in safe hands, isn't that?
Just they always look like a sort of encyclopedia salesman, don't they? With the big case. Well, they've got one. Is that going to be new enough? I wonder.
Well, when they dismantle that temporary stand, there's probably a plethora of balls under there that have been hit there this season.
It's like moving. It's like when you move the sofa, isn't it? And you find sort of bits of, especially if you've got kids, you find bits of plasticine and a couple of pound coins and
that's it.
All sorts of bits of Lego and all sorts of rubbish under there. I'm not saying there'll be bits of Lego underneath the temporary stand, but who knows?
No, wouldn't rule it out. People come dressed as Lego, don't they, for T20 games?
Apparently, yes.
Lots of fancy dress in that party stand this summer.
Don't do that sort of thing at Wantage
No,
Road.
absolutely not. Rightly so. 13 without loss. Stanley down the leg side to Vasconcelos, and it has Moores leaping away again, as he did so in the first innings. At times, they managed to kind of drag it back, but it was certainly a busy start to the match for Joe Moores on the first day.
Although I think, as we mentioned on the first day, of course, the Northampton Saints players pitched up at Wantage Road for a T20. They were in all sorts of slightly bizarre fancy dress.
Tremendous.
I think certainly an England and British Lions player appeared in a sort of rather long black wig. It looked a bit like Cher. Didn't sing like her then.
13 without loss. Stanley to Vasconcelos, and that's just nudged up towards mid-on. And there's no run. I'd like to have a go at guessing which player that was. There's one particular Northamptonshire rugby player that I reckon kind of stands out as being somebody who might do something like that.
I can imagine who you're probably thinking of.
Yeah.
Blonde.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the one.
It wasn't him, actually.
Oh, right.
But he was there, I'm sure. I just didn't actually spot what he was wearing.
13 without loss. Final ball of the over. Stanley into Vasconcelos. That's whipped in the air. Now then, anybody underneath this? It might land. It does. In between two fielders. It's Noman Ali coming back from square leg and Araf Shetty running up from fine leg. There's more height than distance on that from Vasconcelos, and it does land safely. End of the over. 15 without loss.
Well, I hope Vasco's bought his lottery ticket tonight, because a couple of big slices of good fortune in that over. The inside edge that could have gone anywhere, and that one that could have gone anywhere. In the end, it just dropped safe. Must ask him what's going to win the 3:30 at Kempton Park. 15 for no wicket. Northamptonshire leading by 162. All second innings wicket standing. 169 overs left in the game as a minimum. So, as Scott was saying, plenty of time left in the game. How will Northamptonshire go about this? 3 slips and a gully. Here's Bailey into bowl to Proctor, and Proctor defends up to mid-on. Noman Ali fields, and there's no run. Worcestershire finally all out against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, 267. So first innings lead of 117 for Worcestershire over Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 22 for no wicket in their second innings. Also in Division 2, Durham 71 for 1 in their second innings against Derbyshire. Durham batting themselves into a strong position, 198 ahead. Here's Bailey in, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who leaves it alone. And at Merchant Taylor School, Kent 179 for 4 in their second innings against Middlesex. Tuanda Mayeye out for 64. Ben Compton playing a very Ben Compton innings, 53 not out off 120 odd balls, but still in there at the top of the order. Kent leading by 280, so Kent in a very strong position in that match. Here's appeal for LBW as Bailey beats the defensive stroke of Proctor. First thought there was, I wonder if that pitched outside leg stump. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Having a little chat with umpire Naeem Ashraf, and once again, whatever he said, he agreed with. May have just a pitched outside leg. You've got probably a better view there, Scott.
Yeah, I think the umpire was suggesting that it was missing when he.
Fair enough. Bailey is in and bowls, and Proctor defends. Once again up to mid-on to Noman Ali.
Okay, to that kind of hand gestures that the umpires do about it.
Yeah.
About it sliding past. Not the worst shout though, is it? From Bailey?
No, it wasn't. So he's just the angle's a little bit against the bowler on this one. Sun disappeared from view at the moment. Cloud is high. Forecast is pretty good for the rest of the day, and indeed for tomorrow. Here's Bailey, and again bowls full, and Proctor again trying to whip it away through the leg side. Bailey stifles his appeal, whether there might have been a little inside edge on that. Certainly wasn't a full-throated appeal from bowler or from the keeper, and slips. Spectators taking their seats in front of the members' pavilion at the far end, but having presumably had an interesting lunchtime listening to Kyle Hogg, who was on with us this morning. Here's Bailey. And again bowls to Proctor, and Proctor defends this time out into the offside. Bohannon comes in from mid-off to field. Good over from Mitchell Stanley. 2 overs for 11. Northamptonshire 15 for no wicket, leading by 162.
Yes, it's nice to have Kyle come up in the morning session. I thought it was really interesting with his. Not just he's been a bit cheeky about Proctor being captain, and the thought of that when he was playing with him. But I thought it was quite nice when he talked about just how much he thinks that kind of Proctor's developed and improved, and how much he's made the most of every kind of bit of talent that he's got.
Yeah, absolutely the case, I think.
And Stanley to Vasconcelos. It's defended into the onside. And there's no run.
Yes, he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I think that's such a good assessment of Luke Proctor. We were saying before lunch the fact that, you know, when he came on trial, or not trial, on loan from Northamptonshire, what, couple of matches, and you know they hadn't got an opener, so he opened and he got 84 and 92, I think, against Leicestershire, which convinced Northamptonshire to give him a contract.
Just deflected down towards the leg side, just for a single. Fielded down below us by Shetty.
When David Ripley was head coach at the time, of course, when Luke Proctor came to the club, and for a few seasons thereafter, he was always full of praise for him. He said, you know, he doesn't make the headlines necessarily, but he's just a very handy bloke to have around. But as I say, I think he's become a bit more than that in the last 2 or 3 years. I think he's one of those that the captaincy has probably helped his game. It has different effects on different people, doesn't it? But I think it's been a positive one with Luke Proctor.
Standing around the wicket to him, and onto his leg stump, and he'll ease the ball out through mid-wicket and get through for a single. He's off the mark with that. Luke Proctor, 17 without loss now.
I must have told you the comment of his big mate Simon Kerrigan, of course, who played here and also then followed Luke Proctor to Northamptonshire for a spell, and now at Warwickshire, involved with the second team and academy there. And when he spotted last year that Procky was opening the batting and the bowling for Northamptonshire in the Championship, he said, "Are you the pro?"
That's quite a good Lancashire accent you've done there as well. As Stanley comes over the wicket to Vasconcelos, it's short. It just sways back and through to the keeper. There's
It's not
no
really.
run.
It's sort of generic Northern, I think, but
It's almost like Kerrigan was in the room. You the pro. Great. Good stuff.
Yeah, he's...
Is he second team?
He's second team coach now, Simon, at Warwickshire, yeah, and Josh Cobb is academy director. So, yeah, plenty of Northamptonshire contacts there, and it's always very nice to see the one or other of them when the two counties play.
Stanley over the wicket. Vasconcelos defends. Just bouncing out towards cover. Bohannon comes up to field. There's no run.
I think Josh still plays a bit for Kibworth Cricket Club, just over in the water in Leicestershire, his old stamping ground. Man of the match in the final when Northamptonshire won the Blast 10 years ago, 2016.
Comes Stanley to complete the over. Short and pulled. And it's going to be 4 out towards the leg side boundary. And he seemed to have quite a bit of time to play that pull shot too. Vasconcelos. He certainly made the most of Stanley just dropping short. 21 without loss at the end of the over. Actually, he wasn't that short, watching back on the replay, but enough for him to, and it was a little bit of width there, wasn't there? So enough for him to muscle that out towards mid-wicket and get himself 4 runs.
In Division 1, in the Championship, Yorkshire 226 for 8 against Hampshire down at the Aegeus Bowl. So Yorkshire leading by 202. I say some really interesting games around the circuit. Johnny Bairstow just out for 36 down there. Leicestershire 195 for 6 against Glamorgan in their second innings at Grace Road rather. So Leicestershire leading by 194. A couple of games there, the bowlers definitely very much holding sway in that Leicestershire innings. Interesting to see Sheridan Gums, 85 not out, opening the batting. Round the wicket comes Tom Bailey bowls to Proctor, who steers it down to backward point, and there is no run. At Taunton, where Essex were putting up a little bit of resistance this morning after being forced to follow on by Somerset, have lost a couple of wickets now today. They're 160 for 3 in their second innings. Essex still 151 behind. Dean Elgar out for 56, which is a bit of a blow for Essex, and who can bat for a long, long time. Bailey in bowls, and Proctor coming right across his stumps, nudges it into the leg side. Shetty Fields, no run. At the Oval, Nottinghamshire 276 for 9 in their second innings against Surrey, so nearly 300 in front, but with the last pair in. Joe Clark out for 95 there. And at Edgbaston, Sussex 194 for 9 in their second innings against Warwickshire, leading by 189. Here's Bailey in and bowls to Proctor, who comes onto the front foot and defends out to extra cover. No run as an aircraft goes overhead, heading into or out of Ringway. Into, I think.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
No, I don't think it is it? That's kind of, unless it's doing an enormous kind of loop round.
Because the airport's behind us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could be doing a circle around the city centre.
My flawless sense of direction again. Here's Bailey in bowls, and Proctor on the back foot plays it up to mid-off where Bohannon fields. There is no run. Do like a ground where you can see the airplanes coming in and out.
Well, that's one of the joys of Merchant Taylor School.
It is. No, it is. Transport lovers, aeroplanes. You've got the Metropolitan line there. There's lots to keep you interested. If the cricket's not up to much, Here's Bailey in and bowls and beats Proctor with a good ball outside the off stump. Little bit of lift, little bit of movement with a new ball. 21 for no wicket, it stays. Well, yes, because you've got here, of course, we can see a few planes. You get a good view of the aeroplanes going into Birmingham Airport from commentary position at Edgbaston, likewise at Headingley. Don't get too many going into Sywell International from Wantage Road, but
in time,
kind of everything. In comes Bailey, turned away on the leg side by Proctor, straight to mid-wicket. Rocky Flint off field. Sends in his good sharp return into the gloves of Joe Moores. 21 for no wicket at the end of the over. Vasconcelos has made 20 of those. Luke Proctor 1 off 25 balls. Proper cricket. Northamptonshire lead by 168. Northamptonshire will have memories, I'm sure, of the fact they got themselves into a very strong position here last year, and a position that they thought they ought to be able to force a victory, and in the end weren't able to. Different sort of game, and very much then the spinners to the fore, and indeed Calvin Harrison picking up 11 wickets in the match on debut, which set a new Northamptonshire record. But Northamptonshire will be, I'm sure, will have that at the back of their minds, and will want to try and make sure they have plenty of time to try and bowl Lancashire out twice.
Yeah, it's always that little conundrum, isn't there? As to what,
how long do you go? Well, it may be taken out of their hands, of course.
Which often is the best way.
Yeah.
Ben Walkden replacing Mitchell Stanley. And that's fallen wide of off stump and through to the keeper, Joe Moores. I suppose that type of conversation doesn't. Well, at the earliest, kind of tea, isn't it, I suppose, yes, for Northamptonshire today. Don't need to be too concerned by it for the next, couple of hours. We've got a couple of hours till that tea break, or just under. Walked in to Vasconcelos. Plays that gently towards mid-on. Fielded by Tom Bailey. No run.
And also be aware, and it's one of the many joys of Championship cricket, that you can be in a decent position and then just one bad session. Northamptonshire, a game up at Durham this year, at Riverside, when they got a first innings lead and were in a decent position against Durham and just lost it a bit in the first session of the last day.
Walked into Vasconcelos, eased onto the front foot, again deflects it to point, no run.
They had a lead of 250 odd with 4 wickets standing with a day to go, and they thought, well, if they can get it up to, what, 350, something like that, another 80 runs, another 100 runs, but they didn't. They were bowled out in fairly short order on the final morning, lost the last 4 wickets in 13 overs, and Durham were left to chase just under 300 and got there fairly comfortably.
Walked into Vasconcelos, leaves a ball of fullish length, which just shapes a fraction away to the gloves of the keeper.
Although that cause not helped for Northamptonshire. David Beddingham got a very good 100 to win the game for them. Was caught off a no ball, which never helps, and it's bowled by Calvin Harrison, and I don't think I've ever seen him bowl another one anywhere. And it was a front foot one. It wasn't a one that slipped out of the hand. But yeah, not a good moment.
Walked in straight a ball to Vasconcelos. Punches down the ground, stopped by Bailey at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Especially off a spinner.
Yeah, exactly.
.21 without loss. One ball left of the 8th over. And Ben Wharton just easing his way into his first spell of the day with the ball. Again, left as he probes away just outside off stump. End of the over. Starts with a maiden. Ben Wharton, 21 without loss. 8 overs gone. Ricardo Vasconcelos on 20. Luke Proctor is on 1. And the lead for Northamptonshire is 168 runs.
So we haven't seen George Balderson yet, who I think really with Ben Wharton shared the bowling honours in the first innings. They were both excellent. Balderson now with 32 championship wickets, the 4 in the first innings. Ben Sanderson, meanwhile, with his 4 in the first innings, now 43 championship wickets for him this season. In his 8th game, missed one. Here's Bailey in, bowls nice looking straight drive from Proctor, but a good diving stop by Tom Bailey, sprawling across to his left. 21 for no wicket. Yeah, Sanderson now, well, we mentioned yesterday, he's now up to 659 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats. And it's another 24, I think it is, to tie Peter Willey, who's the next one ahead of him in the all-time list. Now, dropping a man back. Shetty going back to deep square, just behind square. Have a long leg as well, as Bailey is in. Bowls short. Proctor takes it on. Has he got a little glove on that? There a big appeal from keeper. And slips. Bailey, again, not hugely interested. But it shows that Proctor was prepared to take it on, and they did set the trap. Don't think he got anything on that. Bailey asked the question, but more enthusiasm from behind the wicket. But they've got a long leg and a deep square in, so Proctor needs to be mindful of that. But he took on the short ball. Bailey in again. That's Fuller, and turned away by Proctor down to long leg for a single. Feel it down there in front of the point. Proctor goes to 2, 22 for no wicket. The lead, 169.
Well, quite surprised in the first innings that the way that it felt like Proctor gave it away the first innings.
We said it was a most un-Proctor-like dismissal, wasn't it? Caught at backward point, just driving at one and not keeping it down, having got to 39. He'd never have done that if he was still playing here. He's got skittish coming down to Northamptonshire. Here's Bailey round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos short. Vasconcelos has picked that up for half a dozen. And that has gone into the temporary stand for 6. It is shorter boundary, as we mentioned down there. It's just bounced, I think, back off one of the seats or off the railings there in front of the stand. At least they didn't have to grovel under the covers for that one.
I think that was a shot he was trying to play at this when he was batting at this end, and he didn't quite get it away, and it fell in between a couple of fielders, but he certainly got a hold of that.
Vasconcelos goes to 26, Northamptonshire to 28 for no wicket. 2 slips and a gully now. Bailey in, bowls full, beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump. But Vasconcelos certainly out there determined to be positive. Got away with a couple just after lunch. But he's also played a couple of cracking shots. The pull that went over towards the hotel for 4, and that one into the stand for 6 is Bailey again off the back foot, and that's a lovely looking punch off the back foot from Vasconcelos. Square of the wicket in the offside, it's going to run all the way for 4. Once again down to the hotel side of the ground. So 10 off 3 balls for Vasconcelos. He's 30. Proctor is 2. And Northamptonshire are 32 for no wicket. The lead is 179.
It's a lovely shot. It's one of those shots, if you're 6 foot and you play that, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? But kind of sort of short, stocky type fella. It doesn't quite aesthetically look the same, but it's a really lovely shot. One that is whipped off his hip for 6, and the other that back foot square drive. He scored 30 of the 32 runs, Ricardo Vasconcelos. So watching brief at the other end for Luke Proctor.
Is that Tom Aspinall?
It is.
Yes, I thought it was.
I think I saw Norman Ali just calling up towards the dressing room for someone to come on. Now, whether that's because he needs to go off for a minute or whether he's been given the nod maybe to have a ball. I think it's probably the unlikely at this stage. Calmly defended by Proctor as Walkden comes in.
Might want to see if there's any of those coronation chicken sandwiches.
Well,
left,
yeah, that's
which
true.
were very good.
Yeah, very true. Certainly plenty of French fries left.
I think of 1 or 2 media centres around the country where the inhabitants would have made sure there weren't any left, but everybody's very polite here, of course.
Walkden turns. Sets off again. Strong lad, arms pumping back and forth in and bowls, and that's a lovely on drive by Proctor, and might not have quite enough legs to bring him 4. And Josh Bohannon does catch it with it. Proctor comes back for 2 instead, so he's on to 4. Northamptonshire 34 without loss. Lead of 181 runs. Time on their side as well. Wickets in hand and time on their side. It's a healthy position to be in for the skipper. He's on strike. Gets in line and defends his next delivery. Back to Walkden. And there's no run.
So we hadn't seen George Balderson yet. He's now going through his full warming up routine at backward point. So I imagine he'll be in the attack fairly soon.
Yes, Walkden would have certainly got the headlines, and rightly so on debut with his 3 wickets, but it was Balderson for me who was the pick of the bunch. Turn to mid-on, and there's no run. His wickets, but also his economy rate as well. Very tricky fella to try and get away, George Balderson, and has developed into being, arguably, with Jimmy aside, the most important part of Lancashire's bowling attack in the last season or 2.
Well, his figures this year are terrific, aren't they? Is it 32 at, what about 22, something like that?
Walked into Proctor. Proctor pushing to mid-on. There's no run. And rehearses the shot. Actually rehearses a shot that was slightly more flamboyant. A shot that was trying to whip one through mid-wicket rather than deflect defensively to mid-on. Doesn't do a lot, Proctor. We're watching Shetty when he was batting. He's all over the shop. He's walking here, there and everywhere. Proctor just barely leaves his crease in between deliveries. Drives again. Stopped by Bailey. Shot work by the Lancashire bowler. Right arm pick up and throw at the stumps. End of the over. Just a couple from it. So, yeah, good start this from Ben Walkden. 2 overs for just 2 runs. 34 with that loss. Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos on 30. Proctor on 4.
Yes, conservation of energy from Luke Proctor, isn't it? He's not a demonstrative cricketer, not a demonstrative man, really, but what he does pretty well, as we were discussing earlier on, and has had very good 2 or 3 seasons with Northamptonshire this year. He's just closing in on 500 runs. Big double hundred, of course, down at Canterbury. 261 not out. On admittedly a flattish pitch, but you still got to get him. Here is Balderson, then into the attack for the first time in this innings, and starts off with good ball roundabout middle and leg. Brings Vasconcelos forward, takes it on the pad. He stays on 30 off 27 balls. Looking to be positive. Proctor playing the role that he plays very well as the foil. Here's Balderson. In again, bowls outside the off stump, and that is laced away through extra cover for 4 by Vasconcelos. I may be slightly biased, and I'm obviously fortunate enough to watch quite a lot of him, but he is, when he's playing well, he is aesthetically pleasing. He's very easy on the eye. He drives beautifully through the covers. And that's exactly what he's done there. And if you're watching on the Lancashire stream, well, there's a very, very good illustration of it.
It's a great shot.
That's a lovely bit of camera work, and he got the balance of Vasco getting his head over the ball. He goes to 34, 38 for no wicket, Northamptonshire.
It's a lovely shot.
Balderson in again. Again going full. Vasconcelos this time playing it down to backward point. And there is no run.
Looks in good nick here, doesn't he?
Well, yes. I mean, he was one of those that was involved in at least the early stages of the One-Day Cup. He missed a couple of games. He got a tight calf, apparently. There's Balderson in again, and this time Vasconcelos just waiting on it, and he's played it a little bit squarer. It's running out towards the boundary. It's a teaser, and it's very well flicked back there by, is it Shetty? It was Arav Shetty down there. So a good bit of joint enterprise there with Tom Bailey to get it back in. And they come back for 3. Vasconcelos to 37, 41 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Yeah, he missed the last couple of matches in the Metrobank because they realised, how important he is to Northamptonshire's championship side. So they did give him a little bit of a rest. And again, he was one of those that had played because he was absolutely heavily involved in the Blast campaign. So he hadn't missed very much cricket. So I think he was probably grateful for a little bit of R&R. There's Balderson in, bowls a little bit short to Proctor, who has time to cut it away. He's going to get a couple of runs, may even come back for 3. Taking on Tom Bailey's arm, had to throw off balance. In fact, so off balance that he's finished up on his backside. They come back for 3, chasing it up. Good chase, though, chasing it up towards the hotel extension.
Like that.
Proctor 7, Northamptonshire 44 for no wicket. There we go. Go on, Tom. If you're watching on the Lancashire live stream, you'll see this. There we go. And throwing just a little bit off. Oh no, he's down on his backside. Here's Balderson in outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, as the sun makes a welcome reappearance. 37 to Vasconcelos, 7 to Proctor. Northamptonshire 44 for no wicket, leading by 191.
Well, the absolutely delicious cover drive in that over from Ricardo Vasconcelos. And he really has kind of set the tempo, isn't he? 37 from 31. I guess it means that Proctor doesn't need to do too much at the other end. Northamptonshire skip up. This is the cover drive for the viewers on Lancs TV.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's a belter. We've seen some lovely shots. I mean, Shetty, who's chasing after it there, he played some good shots as well. Walkden to Proctor, who is quite happy to be calmly defending. And then rather curiously going down the pitch and having a little closer inspection. 44 for no wicket. But put on 41, I think, for the first wicket in the first innings. Yes, it was 41 before the dismissal of Vasconcelos, who was LBW to Balderson. Walked into Proctor and turned to the leg side, no run.
Yeah, Vasconcelos now past 600 championship runs for the season. He made 439 in the blast off 305 balls. Scoring very consistently, and man of the match in the final with that 88 off 59 and 170, 180 odd in the 50 over comp as well. So he's having a decent year.
He is. Walkden sets off. And in balls. So 44 without loss as Luke Proctor defends his latest delivery from Ben Walkden. Proctor unbeaten on 7. Vasconcelos on 37 from 31 deliveries. This is Northamptonshire's second innings, having bowled Lancashire out a little earlier today, all out for 137. It was a pretty poor morning for Lancashire. They lost 8 wickets for 57 runs, wicket to wicket, to be dismissed for 137, with the wickets shared around for Northamptonshire. Sanderson, Guthrie and Chahal all in the action in the course of that morning session. It meant that a pretty sizable first innings lead secured by Northamptonshire, 147 on first innings. And the opening batters here building on that terrific platform. They're now 48 without loss in their second innings as Proctor drives one away through extra cover for 4 more. So Lancashire up against it here. Northamptonshire in a pretty commanding position. The lead by 195 runs at 48 without loss in their second innings. Proctor on to 11 with that pretty emphatic cover drive. Walkden to Proctor. It's turned into the onside and there is no run.
Yeah, so he scored north of 1,200 runs across all formats this year. I mean, Nathan McSweeney has obviously made 1,400 odd. In fact, I think he has gone past 1,400 now with those 20 in the first innings. But Vasconcelos was so consistent, I think, in the blast, and he gave Chris Lynn, took a bit of pressure off Chris Lynn, I think it was Darren Lehman's view, that he was going pretty hard at the other end as well.
And comes Walkden, balls onto the leg stump of Proctor. And that's flicked away to mid-wicket. End of the over, 48 without loss, lead by 195.
Signed a new 2-year at the end of last year, and there was 1 or 2 people just wondering whether he would stay, and had a disappointing 2 or 3 years by his own, very high standards, and after the start he made in county cricket back in 2018. But just in talking to Darren Lehman about him, he was saying that against particularly high pace, he reckons there's nobody better on the circuit. I think it is fair to say he prefers the ball coming on. I think he's, but it's
quite a good reputation to have, that, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think he's developed. It's always been a thought that maybe he's not quite as strong against spin, but here's Balderson around the wicket, bowls to him, and goes past the outside edge, taken by Joe Moores on the half volley. I think, and this is probably one of those things where white ball has helped red ball. I think he's developed more options against spin in white ball cricket. And I think that's probably stood him in good stead in red ball. Round the wicket comes Balderson in and bowls, and Vasconcelos defends, pushes it out into the covers for Shetty to field. I think bowlers have probably unearthed one very obvious weakness in his game, which is that he's vulnerable in the 180s. He's got to 180 4 times in Championship cricket and has never got to 190. One of them he was not out, to be fair, but he was out. He's perished 3 times in the 180s.
Something to work on.
Absolutely. Balderson with 2 slips and a gully bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives pleasantly up to mid-on, but can't get it past Noman Ali. No run. Yeah, last Championship match Northamptonshire played before this one up at Riverside. He made 187. Looked in very good nick. It was his first class innings as a married man. Got married a few days before that. Here's Balderson. And again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, takes one hand off the bat. Stands to suggest he perhaps wasn't completely in control of the shot, but it goes out to Shetty at extra cover. And there is no run. Noman Ali, having left the field presumably to get his bowling boots on, is just starting to get loose at mid-on, so he may see a little bit of spin at some point. Here's Balderson in. Bowls to Vasconcelos, and it's another inside edge. Down to deep fine leg for a single. So Vasconcelos, well though he's played, and he's played some gorgeous shots, has also had a little bit of luck in this innings, but perhaps he thinks it's his day. He might as well try and ride it. He goes to 38, 49 for no wicket.
I suppose if you're out there, you're feeling it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Maybe thinking, actually, I've got away with a couple. It could be an afternoon where I can chance play on a little bit more with that. Plus the position of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Proctor on strike. Balderson bowls to him. Plays it out square of the wicket in the offside. For Tom Bailey to field. End of George Balderson's second over. 2 overs for 11. Vasconcelos is 38. Proctor is 11. And Northamptonshire 49 for no wicket. So the lead closing in on 200. Currently 196.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy looking scoreboard, isn't it? Both batters together in the middle. Vasconcelos is looking up towards the scoreboard, and all those numbers make for pretty reading if you're a Northamptonshire player and supporter. I see a change in the feel of the bowling, having had 13 overs of seam. Time for some left-arm spin from Noman Ali. He bowled his overs from this end, I think, in the first innings. I'm sure they bowled them, maybe even bowled all of them from this end in the first innings. And bowled 12 overs, 1 for 41. He's going to have a go from the James Anderson end.
He certainly got his wicket from this end, didn't he? Got McManus called it slip.
So he's got Vasconcelos on strike, and he's got a short leg and a slip, and there's a deep square leg. Short fine, short third, cover. Short mid wicket. Just dropped long on back towards the boundary, and then a mid off to complete the field. And he's in over the wicket. Beats Vasconcelos. Goes back to the first delivery. Ball slides on past the edge of the bat. We start from Ali. Squad number 61. Sunglasses on, quite a stiff breeze to work with. Into Vasconcelos, down the pitch he comes, that's worked into the onside. And there's no run, the breeze kind of pushing into the back of Noman Ali. So he has a little bit of assistance with that breeze to see if he can try and manipulate the ball further. Thrown just outside off stump and cut by Vasconcelos towards cover, through for a single. Takes him to 39. That brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. So in partnership of 50 between Proctor and Vasconcelos is a pretty solid start for the Northamptonshire pair. Terrific platform, of course, to start the innings when you're 150 in front. But still, you have to go again, and these two have done that. There's no man alley balls. Proctor whips it out towards the onside. There's a big expanse of grass and used pitches through that leg side, and by the time it's got to Araf Shetty, it's crossed all of those wickets. Scooped up by Shetty. Proctor moves on to a dozen. Northamptonshire 51 without loss. In and balls. And tapped out towards Shetty again on the leg side boundary. And they cross for another one. Vasconcelos moves on to 40. Run a ball 40 this. 52 without loss. Proctor taps the bat, settles back into his crease. Left arm spin coming over the wicket to the left-hander, who fiddles it away behind square on the leg side. Flint off field, but they again run through for one. So a couple of dot balls to start the over, then a single off every other delivery in that first over, and that single brings the lead up exactly to 200 as well. 200 in front, 10 wickets remaining, 63 overs today. And I'm sure Luke Proctor's not one known to be getting giddy in the middle. I don't think he's getting anywhere near giddy, but I'm sure he's feeling reasonably content at this stage at the very least.
Well, you'd think that's probably the case, given the day that Northamptonshire have had so far. But as you say, he's an extremely level-headed sort of fella, so he's not going to get too far ahead of himself.
Doesn't do giddy enough.
I don't think he does giddy a hell of a lot. No. 2 slips and a gully. Balderson in bowls to Proctor, who plays it out to Shetty, coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run. These two have had a couple of big opening partnerships this year, as I mentioned yesterday. There's only been one innings in Northampton's championship campaign this year when they haven't opened together, and that was when Proctor picked up an injury whilst bowling against Durham at Riverside, and he was substituted out of the match, and Gus Miller took his place. There's Balderson in on leg stump on the hip of Proctor, who turns it away down to deep fine leg for 4, and if you bowl it there, that's where it'll finish up. If you bowl to Luke Proctor, because he's so strong off his legs. And it goes down to deep fine to the boundary. 57 for no wicket. The lead goes up to 204. Put on 224 together at Canterbury, a game mentioned earlier in which Luke Proctor went on to get 261 not out. They also put on 191 in the first innings against Durham at Riverside. Balderson in and bowls, and that's a beauty. That's a really good response from Balderson. Good line, just outside off stump. A little bit of bounce. Proctor just goes down and gives the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. Settles back into his stance. Balderson is in again, bowls, nice looking straight drive back past the bowler. That will run up to the boundary down below us for 4. Momin Ali, absolutely nothing he can do about that. And you probably heard the banging, I think, on the window of the Northamptonshire dressing room, which is down to our right. There was approval from the other Northamptonshire players for that one. He goes to 21, Proctor, and Northamptonshire to 61 for no wicket. In the 15th over of their second innings, the lead creeping up, 208 now. Still 62 overs to go after this one in the day. Balderson in and bowls, and Proctor defends. Back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Plays that on drive really well, doesn't he? He's played it a couple of times today. He's played it in his first innings as well.
Yes, there was that one in the first innings that I think was put out on socials, and the sound, you turned it up a little bit, made the most satisfying clonk as it went off Proctor's bat. There's Balderson in, bowls, and Proctor again across his stumps, works it into the leg side. Shetty fields. End of the over. 21 to Proctor, 40 to Vasconcelos, 61 for no wicket. George Balderson 3 overs for 19, so not at this stage quite as miserly as he was in the early stages of his spell in the first innings, but of course conditions very different. You know the pitches here, Scott, as well as anybody. I mean, we've had obviously plenty of sunshine on this surface. It probably would have been a little bit damp having been under the covers on the first day. Is it one of those that might just get better and better as the game goes on?
Well, that's been the trend, certainly, in the last few seasons. As Vasconcelos comes down the pitch and that's played away into the offside for no run. Yeah, that's been the trend. Yeah, this is going to get better and better. Actually, we mentioned Simon Kerrigan before. He used to use the phrase "they slab up." I think he used that from a few times. But no man's in, balls forward goes Vasconcelos and defends, and there's no run. So that has been the way that things have progressed here. But for me, the bit of X factor is the leg spinners. The two leg spinners might just be able to, on the fourth day, get a bit of something extra from the pitch, especially when you're starting so far behind. Whipped into the onside by Vasconcelos. Now there's a big gap out towards that leg side boundary, but Shetty's done really well. He's come across the ground. He must have run 40 or 50 yards there to his right. I mean, that's really, really good piece of fielding by RF Shetty to make sure that didn't reach the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Run 3, which is the distance that that leg side boundary is at. And the bowling is coming from that Anderson end. Left hand up to the onside. It's a big hit. Saved one for his team there. Proctor trying to force it away here and does so. Now he'll do well to cut this one off. Well, Shetty, he can't. As good as he's been, I have Shetty in the field. That beats him. Real positive play from Proctor. Using his feet, coming down the pitch, and that's whipped out to the onside for 4. 68 without loss.
What was that you said about Giddy? But yeah, I mean, again, we talk about Luke Proctor, we talk of him in terms of being an accumulator, but he obviously has a range of shots, and I saw him put, I think it was Dan Worrell or Jordan Clark into Harleyford Road at the Oval, so he's more than capable.
He's eyeing up the leg side, but they have strengthened the leg side now. There's 2 mid-wickets in place, and the forward short leg and a deep mid-wicket. And carefully he goes back. Just nudges the ball down to the onside.
Well, again, it was one of the things Kyle Hogg was saying this morning, wasn't he, about Luke Proctor, that yes, he's done well in 4-day cricket, but he's also had a role to play in Northamptonshire's white ball cricket over the last couple of years, after a while when he never seemed to get his coloured kit out of the wrapping.
Final ball of the over. No man bowls to Proctor, content with his work, so just defends into the onside. It's actually stopped by Jennings at short leg, then he kind of taps it towards the stumps. It's not picked up by the keeper. They think of running one, but there isn't a single there. But 7 coming off the over. 68 without loss. Proctor on 25. And Ricardo Vasconcelos is 43 not out.
Of course, he'll have a Blast winners medal in his collection after this season. Played in the semi-final and finals. A selection that surprised one or two. George Scrimshaw had been very much a regular in the Northamptonshire Blast side. As Balderson comes in and bowls, and Vasconcelos tries to drive, doesn't time that one, scuffs it up to extra cover, and there's no run. But I think when they had a look at the surface at Edgbaston, they thought that it was probably going to be more a Proctor pitch than a Scrimshaw one. Went with him, and He got slotted for 28 in his first over on finals day. In the semi-final against Somerset, his Balderson in bowls, and Vasconcelos drives crisply up to Bohannon at mid-off, but there's no run. It was the last over of the power play. Somerset went from 24 for 3 to 52 for 3. And there's a certain amount of "oh crumbs" going on, or words to that effect. But they brought him back on when the game was in the balance. At the back end, bowled over number 19 and went for just 2 runs and picked up the wicket of the dangerous Daniel Sams. So he had a good finish to the semi. Vasconcelos has a little firm-footed waft at that one. Outside the off stump from Balderson, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Joe Moores. And then in the final, again, didn't do a lot with the bat, didn't get much of an opportunity, but 3 overs, 2 for 25, and crucially, ran out Liam Dawson with a direct hit. And Dawson was playing well, got to 35, so in comes Balderson and clipped away by Vasconcelos, beautifully away through square leg for 4, just in front of square past the umpire. Vasconcelos goes to 47, Northamptonshire to 72 for no wicket. So he was good value for his medal.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think last year, of course, on finals day, it was basically him and Justin Broad who put together a partnership that basically gave something to bowler. Northamptonshire lost in the end, got Chris Lind. But Balderson in bowls and driven beautifully through extra cover. There's a man in there at short extra and it's beaten him. It's running out towards the boundary. They've completed 2. Josh Bohannon sending in the throw, but they come back for 3, and that is a 50 for Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's rather dominated proceedings at the start of this second innings. Vasconcelos goes to 50 off 48 balls with 6 and 6 fours. And has looked in decent nick.
He has that.
Northamptonshire 75 for no wicket, leading now by 222. Balderson into Proctor, and Proctor again just coming right across his stumps. Works it out to mid-wicket, where Rocky Flintoff fields. That's the end of the over. 25 to Proctor, 50 to Vasconcelos. 75 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Balderson 4 overs for 26. And what, 60 overs left in the day, 156 thereabouts left in the match. Oh, I hope this gentleman with his beer is not going to drop it like the chap did at the test match. It seemed to go absolutely, well, it went everywhere, both in terms of the beer and in terms of the clip. But no, well done. Well done, sir. It's that sort of afternoon, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. Nice and sunny and warm, and watch a little bit of the cricket. Have a little drink.
Well, of course, if you come after tea, it's
it is
free, gratis, and for nothing.
It is. Everyone likes a freebie. Free after tea. And there's no man alley balls forward goes Vasconcelos.
I was thinking actually when you were talking about that earlier, is it compulsory that all of these offers have to rhyme? Because you got quid for a kid and free after tea. You know?
I think, to be fair, the official thing on the website says juniors are
right.
£1. That is
okay.
There's the man in balls to Vasconcelos. He's skipping down the pitch and hammers it up and over extra cover. It's going to be 4 in the end. Quite the height I thought it was going to get when it left the bat, but really aggressive, positive play. But it's a dream position for the two batters here in which they can come down and play with a great deal of positivity all the way for 4.
Well, Vasconcelos has only passed, this is his 4th time past 50 in the championship this year, and the other 3 he's gone on and got 100.
No man alley into Vasconcelos. He's dropped into the onside now. No run.
127 against Kent at Canterbury, 115 against Worcestershire at Northampton, and then that 187 against Durham at Riverside.
Well, it looks like he's in the mood again. To add to it, sweeps us away for 4 again. That beats short fine leg. That will be Flintoff there. Nice looking sweep shot by Vasconcelos. Takes him to 56. Well, he's starting to unfurl all the shots here, is Ricardo Vasconcelos.
I need a bit of Glenn Miller because he's in the mood.
He absolutely is.
Or Joe Loss, if you prefer.
Either for me.
No, he's played beautifully this afternoon, hasn't he?
He has. Lead of 230. No man into Vasconcelos. That's played into the ground and into the shins, I think, of short leg, which is Keaton Jennings. He's got all the required protective gear on. One ball remaining of the over. He starts his approach again into Vasconcelos. And that's dropped into the onside on this occasion. And there's no run. End of the over. 8 coming off it, couple of boundaries. The sweep shot for 4 and the shot which he forced away through extra cover. And that pushes Northamptonshire on to 83 without loss, and it's a lead of 230. So there's 2 substitute fielders coming out here. There's Tom Aspinwall and Matthew Hurst. A couple of lanky players heading back towards the dressing rooms. Tom Bailey's one of them. I didn't quite see who the other one was.
No, I didn't, but well, we're going to see a change of bowling from this Brian Statham end. It's going to be Mitch Stanley coming back into the attack. 3 overs for 17. Bowled early on, just discussing with Captain Josh Bohannon who's going to go where. Northamptonshire, I think, will be almost slightly bewildered at how well today has gone with the ball and now with the bat as well. They've rattled along at pushing 5 and over this afternoon session. 83 for no wicket. Here's Stanley with a slip and a gully and bowls to Proctor, who looks as though he might be thinking about leaving that, and just drops the bat on it. But there's no run. Slip, there is only one of them, but he's not at first slip. He's almost second, 2.5. Gully as well. Deep point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square behind square, and a long leg down in front of the point. There's Stanley running away from us, in and bowls to Proctor, who gets that straight drive out again. This time doesn't manage to get it past Noman Ali at mid-on, and there is no run. The sun has just disappeared behind a cloud, at least for the time being. But it's plenty of blue sky around. Stanley starting his run roughly where you can see there was some sawdust, I think, on the first day. And then bowls and squeezed out onto the leg side by Luke Proctor, just behind the square. And they jog through for a single. Proctor to 26. And Northamptonshire to 84 for no wicket. Breeze, Scott described earlier, as a little bit blustery, and it is. It's coming from our left, which is pretty much, what, due west?
It is, yep.
Stretching out the flags on the roof of the members' pavilion. Vasconcelos defends this next ball from Stanley out into the offside. Tom Aspinwall, one of the subs, in there at short extra fields, and there's no run. I saw him having a little bowl at lunchtime out on one of the practice pitches. Stanley back to the end of his mark down below us. Runs into bowl to Vasconcelos. Nice looking drive again out through extra cover. Not sure that this is going to go because the ubiquitous Arav Shetty comes round and fields. He does seem to be everywhere in the field. He's just such an outstanding fielder, so much energy, such a terrific athlete. And they pick up 2 runs. Vasconcelos goes to 60 and Northamptonshire to 86 for no wicket.
Yeah, looks a fine young cricketer, doesn't he?
It certainly does.
He's actually, his season's been was curtailed because he quite badly fractured his thumb in the game against Durham. I think it's the 4th championship match of the season, and just kind of coming back from that in the last month or so.
Standing in bowls to Vasconcelos, who opens his shoulders and tries to pummel that one away up over extra cover. Gets an inside edge, I think, onto his pad, or just rolls out into the offside. 86 for no wicket at the end of Mitchell Stanley's 4th over. No wicket for 20, 86 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 60. Proctor is 26. Northamptonshire's lead now 233. George Balderson returns to the field.
We've seen Shetty have a ball here.
Oh, yes.
A couple of left-handers on strike, and Shetty's off spin. So, yeah, first time with the ball in the match.
So he had a long bowl against Northamptonshire in the Metrobank Cup match at Wantage Road.
Yeah, he's a clearly really talented young cricketer, isn't he? Looks the part with the bat. Excellent in the field, and he's a very good threat with the ball as well.
10 overs, 1 for 74 in that match. Got the wicket of Gus Miller late on.
Yeah, it was a good competition for quite a few of the. I mean, Flintoff and Moores, for example. Albeit Moores had broken into the Lancashire side prior to the One Day Cup starting. He played in the T20 Blast campaign for Lancashire and then actually played the final round of championship matches before the T20 resumed. He got 50 in the game that Lancashire lost at Derbyshire. But certainly further strengthened Moores, Flintoff and Shetty's credentials with the way that they performed through the course of the One Day Cup. All 3 playing in this championship game. And Shetty for the first time in the match with a chance to have a ball. And Luke Proctor, the one on strike. So Shetty for Lancashire, off spin from the Anderson end. Defended by Proctor.
You may know the answer to this, Scott, and I certainly don't. When Joe Moores was picked up by London Spirit after just almost straight off the back of that sensational innings at Northampton, he was down as an injury replacement for Tamal Mills. Was that right?
It could have been right. Might well be right. That's dropped away by Proctor towards the offside for a quick single. 87 without loss. He was certainly an injury replacement for somebody. But
well, it was that was what it was reported as, and I just checked. It wasn't my mind playing tricks, and it wasn't. But I just wondered how you can have a 17-year-old batter keeper in as an injury replacement for a rather older left arm seam bowler.
Yeah, I can only assume, as that's carved away through the offside for 1 by Vasconcelos, that our old friend like for like, he's not used in the 100.
Yes, I think that's.
I think it's basically call whoever you want up in the 100.
I suspect you're absolutely right, Scott.
88 without loss. Shetty to Proctor, that's left. Through to keeper Joe Moores.
The only thing was, I mean, there was something completely predictable about that happening, wasn't there? When after you saw the way he played on that Sunday at Northampton, as if by magic.
Again, cuts it as Proctor, stopped at backward point. And there's no run. And he's great for more, isn't it? But there was a bit of me thought, oh, no, really? Wonderful chance for him.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
To see Lords.
One ball left of the over. Again, Proctor carving it out through the offside. And through for one run. Who's out there? It's Flintoff for Lancashire. So a single to end the over. 3 coming off the first one from Arif Shetty. 20 overs gone. 89 without loss. Vasconcelos on 61. Proctor on 28 at the end of that over. And it almost makes you think, well, again, the one-day cup, all it really is a competition for those that are not playing in the 100. And it shouldn't be. And it isn't that. Of course it's not that. But you then start to think, oh, maybe it is just that.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Well, he batted once, didn't he, in the 100? So got to see Cardiff as well.
Well, that's always worth a trip.
Well, absolutely. It's a lovely spot.
It is a lovely spot.
89 for no wicket. Still a slip and a gully. Sort of second slip rather than orthodox slip, as Stanley is in and bowls, and Proctor steers it into the gully, and there is no run. Must mention again, and Kate Cross was talking about it earlier when she was up here with us, that tomorrow sees the quarter-finals of the Women's T20 County Cup. Northamptonshire involved as the only Tier 2 side still in the competition. They will play Essex at Northampton. Lancashire away to the Blaze. Nottinghamshire in English.
I think they will be from next season, won't they?
I think they are, yes. Here's Stanley in and bowls, and Proctor defends back down the pitch. Is that at... That's not at Trent Bridge, is it? It's
at Lady
Bay. Yeah. Ground next door. Hampshire play Somerset on the nursery ground at Southampton. And Warwickshire play Surrey at, well, I still call it Portland Road, but the ground, what is it, Warwickshire Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, the one next door to the Test ground.
Yeah, the final of that competition is being played here, with Lancashire being defending champions.
That's steered away into the gully. A ball that got big on Proctor from round the wicket. It was a fantastic piece of fielding by Keaton Jennings in the gully, because it was a short ball and Proctor got plenty of bat on it, and if it had gone past him as a yard either side, it probably would have run away for 4. But what a terrific stop by Jennings,
wasn't it? Yeah,
that's a wonderful piece of fielding. That's the standard.
Great effort.
89 for no wicket. Stanley. And again, bowls on leg stump. Proctor nurdles it away down behind the square on the leg side for 1. He's 29. Northamptonshire 90 for no wicket. So, yeah, 3 of those 4 games being played on non-first class grounds, or yes, they are all non-first class grounds, aren't they? But at least Northamptonshire playing Essex won't be on Abington Park or the racecourse, or it will be played at Wantage Road.
I think Kate was saying that Lancashire women's side have got a couple of games coming up at Farrington.
Oh yes, you did say that.
Where the men played a few of their one-day cup games as well.
Stanley is in, bowls, and Vasconcelos carves it away down through backward point, and that's 4 runs. Even Shetty can't get to that. Beautifully timed by Vasconcelos, threaded it through past Keaton Jennings in the gully, just stood tall and punched it really rather than drove it. But he's timed the absolute backside off that one. 94 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 65.
It's a terrific shot.
As I say, Arif Shetty, quick though he is, and he is at deep backward point, probably only had about, I don't know, 10, 15 yards to go, but even him with his pace wasn't able to cut that one off. It's a lovely looking shot. Here's Stanley again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who is, I think, dropped.
I think so.
By the keeper. Diving away to the leg side, no. It wasn't off the bat. It was signalled as a leg bye. So we take it back, Joe Moores.
We do.
It was certainly a clear deflection, and it was just a question of what it had come off. And Moores diving away to his right, got a glove to it, didn't manage to hang on. They ran for a single, and fortunately for Joe Moores' reputation, the umpire signalled leg bye, so there was no bat involved. End of the over, 95 for no wicket. Vasconcé lost 65. Proctor 29, and that the first extra of the innings.
That's a good spot from you.
You know it is.
It's never in doubt, of course.
No, I know actually we were talking about those cup quarterfinals. I know that's why Northampton's chairman, I think, is heading back to make sure he's there tomorrow for that one. I think he feels it's important to support David Ripley and as coach, of course, and the Northamptonshire side who've done really well, as I say, as a tier 2 side to get to that stage. They're also through to the semi-finals of the 50 over, the Metro Bank League 2.
Shetty to Vasconcelos. Takes a single through the offside. 96 without loss. It's a T20 knockout competition, isn't it? The T20 County Cup.
Yeah.
I think Kate described it as being like the FA Cup. It was quite nice.
Teams have to play. They can play national counties or tier 3 sides or whatever.
I like it.
I do. Yeah, that's terrific.
Yeah, Lancashire won that competition last year. That's why the final's being played here.
Northamptonshire last year finished up playing Shropshire at Wem, I think. Wem Cricket Club.
Nice. Proctor's on strike. Shetty in. Bends his knees, cuts that, but bouncing to backward point, no run.
And it was a Sunday, and Northamptonshire, the men's team were at home, so I was at the county ground, and the bus was loading up, ready to go off. And I said to David Ripley, "Where is Wem?"
There's Shetty balls, and that's run away again to backward point, no addition to the score.
And his reply was along the lines of, "I don't know, but it'll be a nice day out."
Sounds like a lovely ground somewhere.
It's sort of chocolate box place somewhere. And they're quoting A.E. Houseman.
And Proctor on the front foot, can't find a way past Bailey. He then picks up and hurls the ball toward the bowler's end. And Balderson was backing up.
I think as long as the coach driver knew where they were going, that was fine.
Put it in the sat nav.
Yeah,
and get somewhere in the vicinity. Shetty to Proctor, punched up towards mid-on. That's a sharp single. That's good running from Proctor. He hit it and went 1-1 straight away. Balderson going across to his right from mid-on does stop the ball, but Proctor's commitment to the single brings him on to 30. 97 without loss. Vasconcelos back on strike. Final ball of Shetty's second over. And Shetty jabs it out into the offside. Bailey's been quite busy in this over. Almost every ball's gone to Bailey, which I'm sure he's thrilled about. And he does well to stop it. It's the conclusion of the 22nd over of Northamptonshire's second innings. 97 without loss, leading by 244.
In the 50 over, it's quite an interesting one because I think there's one round of matches to go. The 4 teams who will qualify are all known, but at the moment there's nothing clear as to who will finish where. So they will all be sort of playing each other in whatever combination, home or away or whatever. But they'll actually have to wait until the last round of matches to see how the table is, because it's first against fourth, second against third. At the moment, it looks as though Northamptonshire may actually be going down to Cardiff, which we were mentioning a moment or two ago, where they went last year as well in the same stage of the competition. Lost to Glamorgan on that occasion. Here's Stanley starting a fresh over to Proctor, who's just squared up that a little bit. It goes off a thick outside edge, down through backward point. Shetty fields inevitably. They come back for 2. Proctor goes to 32, 99 for no wicket. But I'm never averse to a trip down to Cardiff. It's one of my top 3 grounds to work at, being Emirates Old Trafford,
clearly,
Cardiff and the Oval. So that's one I very much enjoy a visit to.
It's quite the Cardiff ground's lovely because you get to stroll through the park on your way, don't you?
Yeah,
That's
lovely
quite
Butte
nice.
Park.
Yeah,
it's the nicest walk, I think, to the ground on the circuit. But again, some very pleasant people down at Cardiff, I always think. Get to park in the Bowls Club. Get to catch up, hopefully, with the doyen of Welsh broadcasting, Mr. Edward Bevan, which is always a huge pleasure.
I've seen Eddie for a while. Didn't see him last season when Lancashire played there. I think he finished in 3 days. I think he may have been due to come for the 4th day.
I had a chat with him on the phone recently. He's in very good form. Asking after one of his old chums, Rob Bailey, who is still involved in the game as an umpire's mentor, but not actually umpiring himself these days. Now, while we're gassing on, they're fiddling around with the field here. The umpire has realised, Chris Watts, that he's going to have to move across to point because they've got a forward short leg, a long leg on the boundary, a deep backward square, and a deep leg gully. The Stanley is in bowl short. Now there's a surprise given that field. And Proctor ducks underneath it. So they have a slip in. They have a deep, fine leg down on the boundary. They have a deep square, backward square leg or some deep leg gully, and a forward short leg. So obviously the umpire's got to be in a position to make sure that they have at least one of those 4 in front of square. 2 of those rather in front of square, otherwise it's a no ball. So he's gone across to point. Here's Stanley in bowl short again. Ducks underneath it, Proctor. Suspect he'll do that all day if need be. But it's fair enough, because they did set the little trap before, didn't they? And,
they did.
And for the hook, and he did go after it.
He did.
So see absolutely what the thinking is.
Yes, it's like football's version of the long ball, this, isn't it? He's not very subtle, but
no.
It can be effective.
99 for no wicket. Sun now bathing Trafford Town Hall at the side of the members' pavilion. Stanley's in, bowls, goes full to Proctor down the leg side. Proctor doesn't get anything on it, taken by Joe Moores. The sun sort of rippling around the ground at the moment as the clouds are bowled along in this quite stiff breeze.
Has been all day, hasn't it?
But very pleasant after some of those suffocating days that we've had in the last couple of months. Still the forward short leg in place. Deep square who's in front of square, as he needs to be. Stanley in, bowl short. Proctor ducks underneath it, goes through to Joe Moores.
Yeah, well, it's, I guess a relatively easy way for them to stop this plan is just by ducking underneath it, keep ignoring it, and you can't bowl like this forever, can you, Stanley? So the outcome can be won by the batter, I suppose, if he just gets himself out of the way.
Well, it sort of becomes an attritional thing, doesn't it? And they just refuse to play ball, basically.
Or maybe you might just be tempted at one.
Maybe you will. Now, the man who is in that backward square position is now going into a more orthodox leg slip. So now it's a leg slip, deep fine leg, deep square, forward short leg. Plus a mid-wicket, plus mid-on. Stanley in, bowls short, Proctor ducks underneath it. And the over ends. 99 for no wicket, Proctor's 32, Vasconcelos is 66. Northamptonshire lead by 246 with 54 overs to go in the day. Tea at 4 o'clock. So, as Scott was saying earlier, it's going to be a longish last session, once again, as we make up time from yesterday. But it does mean if you are within easy reach of Emirates Old Trafford, you can get in and watch a good slab of cricket this evening, free of charge.
Can indeed, yeah. It should be quite a decent sized evening session. It was shortened a little last night because we had a bit of cloud cover and got a bit gloomy and we went off. But
what did we lose? About 7 overs last night?
So, yeah, and you don't get those back, do you? After having gone beyond 6 o'clock. Right, Shetty is in again. Vasconcelos drills it away through the offside for 1. That does bring up 3 figures for Northamptonshire in their second innings.
3rd century partnership between these two this season.
Excellent work. Without much fuss, really.
No.
Just a very, I mean, Vasconcelos taken nothing away from some of the shots because they've been terrific. But just a really unfussy way of going about it. And I appreciate that it's helped because you start 150 in front. But still, excellent from these two. And lead now 247. And Shetty wants another man on the offside, and he's got plenty already there. He's in and balls down the pitch, swiped away by Proctor towards long on, and brings him 4. A little skip towards the bowler, and then drags it up towards the long on boundary. 36 to him, 104 with that loss.
He suddenly turned into Oldham's Victor Trumper, isn't he? Sort of skipping down the wicket. Dear me.
32 not out. Shetty into Proctor, just dabs that down in towards the ground. It's bouncing in front of Harris.
1 minute he's Victor Trump, and now he thinks he's Ranjit Singh giving it the late cut. What's going on? Have a word.
That would have been one of the latest cuts we've seen this season. He's into the offside. Better.
Well, it's more familiar.
Yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. All this late cut and all this skipping down the pitch. Malarkey. 36 for Proctor. Shetty goes again as Proctor tries to cut it away, bottom edges it, bouncing down the ground. And, gathered by Marcus Harris, who has just quietly been positioning himself at slip for the entire match. Drags up his sleeves, Harris at first slip and crouching forward. Shetty to Proctor, thrusting the front pad forward and lifting the bat away and allowing that to go through. Completes the over. What's he bowled here? Shetty's completed his 3rd. Mitchell Stanley. Looks like his 3 over spell is coming to an end as well, because he's going to be replaced, I think, from, yes he is, by Tom Bailey. Just a short spell from Stanley. Bailey returns from the Brian Statham end. 104 without loss, leading by 251.
Just batting coach, Greg Smith having a walk around the boundary. Obviously talking technical matters with Justin Broad down there with him. Justin Broad has been sort of like unofficial assistant coach during the part of the Metro Bank Cup, obviously when he wasn't able to play. Here's Bailey starting his next spell. Vasconcelos tries to drive, just jams it hard into the ground, and Joe Moore's round from behind the stumps to tidy up. We had him on the cricket show as one of our studio guests during the Metro Bank Cup, and they just lost a game, and we said, you worried about your position as sort of unofficial assistant coach if results don't improve. But took it in good part. Bailey in bowls, and Vasconcelos has a big, firm-footed swat at that. Doesn't make contact. goes through to the keeper.
Yes, only one man responsible. That's the assistant part-time coach.
Yes. Yeah, Broad must go. No, it is an interesting programme that actually. We had, I thought it would be quite good to get two cricketers who played similar roles in sort of different generations. So here's Bailey. In and bowls to Vasconcelos, short, pulled away, down to deep square for a single. Vasconcelos goes to 68. And Northamptonshire to 105 for no wicket. So Tony Penberthy, who played obviously for a long time for Northamptonshire, had what, 13, 14 seasons in the side as a seam bowling all-rounder. Put him on with Justin, obviously plays a similar role in normal circumstances for Northamptonshire in the present day. And yeah, we just let him talk for an hour.
Nice.
It was, I thought, very interesting. Whether anybody else did or not, I enjoyed it. Here's Bailey in outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor now. I think, to be fair, we had some very good feedback and people enjoyed it. So Pember's one of those cricketers who you're discussing all the sort of the great all-rounders that Northamptonshire had in that era, the Capels and the Currans and people like that. But Tony's record was very impressive. Played a lot of games, particularly in one-day cricket, but also scored championship hundreds. And very popular cricketer. Bailey in and bowls full and driven by Proctor up to mid-on. Manoban Ali fields, and there's no run. But I'm sure you find the same, Scott, with the cricket show at Radio Lancashire. It's nice to actually get time and be able to just not do the sort of short interviews that we tend to do at the close of play because it's, the time available, but actually sit somebody down for half an hour or an hour and have a good natter with them. Bailey in, bowls, and Proctor pushes it out into the offside. Go through for a sharp single, but get there comfortably as Bohannon has to sprint in from mid-off. Well counted by the captain as well, because that was the last ball of the over. 37 to Proctor, 68 to Vasconcelos, 106 for no wicket, so the lead is 253. He did also, Justin Broad, repeat that he, being a German international, that he's still never visited Germany and doesn't speak German. Hasn't played obviously for them for a while, but it's part of his, I think it's his mother's side of the family. He qualifies or did qualify. Yes, a German international who has never been to Germany.
Well, I suspect he's probably not on his own from different sports.
No.
Players playing for countries that they've never actually been to.
No, absolutely.
Always a distant relation somewhere that can qualify you. Stanley's going to return. So it was 3 overs from the Brian Statham end, but he's going to come back into the attack from the James Anderson end. So that ends 3 over spell from Arav Shetty. Just over half an hour remaining of the afternoon session. Going to be north of 40 overs to go in the evening session. Leads beyond 250. And it's Stanley to start a fresh over. Down the leg side to Proctor, and he has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Tony Penberthy, 431 appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats, 11,000 runs, 482 wickets. Steady figures. Northamptonshire's favourite Cornishman for many years.
I'm sure there's quite a long list. Proctor taps the bat, short leg slip and a slip. And down the leg side by Stanley, and Proctor rocks back and tries to swat it away, trying to help it on its way. Doesn't make any contact with it. Stanley goes trudging back to his mark. It's been a tough game with the ball for Mitchell Stanley, wicketless in the first innings. working hard to try and have a little bit more reward second time round. Completely ignored again by Proctor, even more so than the first one. Stands and almost watches it go past his shoulder down the leg side without barely flinching. Not being tempted into that. Got themselves a reasonably well set leg side field with the leg slip, short leg, 2 out on the leg side boundary, short square leg, short mid on. There's also a gully, the backward point. Looking for Proctor if he does attempt to take one on and maybe mistime something. Again, just able to allow that one to fly down the leg side and doesn't get himself involved. Stanley scratching around on the popping crease at the non-striker's end. There's a Blackpool beach there as a dust was blowing all over the place. Not too sure if Mitchell Stanley's massively enjoying this particular passage of play. But working hard and doing his best to try and conjure something up here. Into Proctor again. That's better directed, but he's dealt with it well, Luke Proctor. Just drops the ball down towards fine leg. Nicely guided away for a single. Takes him to 38. It's 107 without loss.
Well, one less thing to worry about. Mighty Oundle have won this afternoon.
Excellent.
First team, so I can park that one now.
Lovely Arundel.
Northamptonshire League games, this Prem start at 11 o'clock these days. So. Well, yes, I know it's one of your spiritual homes, isn't it, Oundle?
Always the Talbot Hotel.
Talbot Hotel was very nice last time I was
excellent
driving past it.
Speaking good hash browns, that's right up there as well.
Now they're going to try this tactic still to Vasconcelos. This extraordinary looking field now. You've got 3 fielders almost one behind the other. Forward short leg, square leg just in front, and a deep square. It's like a Subbuteo field, isn't it?
And there's 3 on the boundary on the leg side as well. Step to the leg side and uppercuts it down towards third man. And all the way for 6. The umpires are looking towards each other. No, 1 bounce and 4, but I do like that from Vasconcelos. A step to the leg side. He knows what's coming. He's just watched Stanley ball to Proctor. He knows what's coming. Steps to the leg side. And it's a terrific uppercut down towards the boundary. It's been given as 4. Wasn't a million miles away from.
Was it?
From 6. But good from the Northamptonshire opening batter. He's on to 72 not out. 111 without loss, leading by 258.
Yes, as you say, it's it was just so predictable that Vasconcelos was able to hatch a plan and put it into practice pretty well. Meanwhile, Tom Bailey bowls full-length ball at the start of his next over to Luke Proctor, which is driven up to Bohannon at mid-off for Bailey, a rather more conventional field. They still have a deep square behind and a long leg down in front of the point, but otherwise slip, gully, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Bailey in his 7th over, no wicket for 17. Comes in to bowl to Proctor, who's beaten by a really good ball from Bailey. Still doing enough, just a little bit of nibbling, but I have to say it doesn't look as though it's. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, just went between bat and pad, sort of through the gate. It doesn't look to me as though it's doing quite as much as it did yesterday, and it does look as though the colour of the pitch, I think it's clearly changed a little bit. It's getting, as you would expect, with a bit of sunshine and some wind on it, just getting a little bit lighter in colour. Here's Bailey in and defended by Proctor out into the offside. Mitch Stanley comes in from extra cover to field.
Yes, well, we mentioned when we started the session about Northamptonshire not having to worry too much about conversations about how they want the next, after this session, the next 4 sessions to go, but we're under half an hour away from potentially those conversations taking place.
Yeah, I think so. Well, the lead is what, 258? 146 overs remaining in the game. Here's Bailey in bowls and defended again by Proctor, just past Bailey. It hits Vasconcelos en route to Noman Ali at mid-on. You can hear, I'm sure, on the effects mic, the wind really is, the breeze really is getting up a little bit, which is good in the sense that it's blown a lot of that rather heavy cloud away, and we've now got gorgeous sunshine and rather more in the way of blue sky. More than enough to knit a pair of sailor's trousers, as my nan used to say. Here's Bailey. Bowls full toss, driven, but not timed by Proctor up to mid-on. There's no run, rehearses the stroke. 38 to Proctor, off 94 balls. So he's had rather more of the strike than his partner, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's made 72 off 67. And has looked almost sort of bristling with aggressive intent this afternoon, Vasconcelos.
Yeah, certainly not careless, very, very carefree.
Yeah,
and really positive and bright.
Looks like he's enjoying himself.
He does, yeah.
Now, slip is going across to leg slip for Proctor. Fairly wide leg slip, almost leg gullying. And now Luke Proctor is just stepping away to make sure he's has clear in his mind that leg side field, which is now deep square in front, long leg and a wide-ish leg slip. Bailey in, bowls to him and he defends back down the pitch. Bailey fields, end of the over, 111 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 72, Proctor is 38. So Vasconcelos has scored, what, 68 runs in this session so far, with about 25 minutes to go until tea. The Lancashire over rate has obviously picked up a little bit with the aid of a little bit of spin. It's now -1. It was -2 at the start of the innings.
Yes.
Aspinwall, Tom Aspinwall trots back onto the field in place of somebody.
It's Josh Bohannon just gone off for a moment. So presumably Balderson's calling the shots for a wee while. Captain Lancashire in the one-day competition, George Balderson. It's going to be Stanley to have another go. And, well, he's got Vasconcelos on strike. Proctor was happy just to ignore it and let it to just sail down the leg side. But Vasconcelos was quite keen to try and improvise a bit and find a way to score. And as a result, they've dropped third man back to the boundary because the previous time Vasconcelos faced Stanley, he took a little step to leg side and uppercutted over third man for 4. So they've got a third man and a fine leg. They've got a deep backward square leg and a deep square leg. A forward short leg. Stanley, he's around the wicket and it is short to Vasconcelos and he has not a great deal to do with it. And by that I mean he completely ignores it.
It's become a bit of a thing, this now, hasn't it? This put fielders back and bang it in. I first saw, I think it's George Scrimshaw was called upon to do it about 3 years ago at Grace Road, I think. And it never struck me as being a particularly edifying spectacle and doesn't often seem to pay off, but probably will now.
Stanley to Vasconcelos. It's defended to the onside. There's no run. I always thought was really good at doing it for Lancashire was actually Glenn Chappell, who he's 900 wickets he got, 900 plus wickets he got, were not wickets which he banged in short, but at times when pitches were dead, he had a fantastic habit of running in and banging it in short, but directing it really well.
Yeah.
And making the batter fend it off and bringing in those close catches into play. He was really good at doing that on a pretty dead pitch. And defended by Vasconcelos, no run. I'm not so sure that Chappell enjoyed doing it, mind you, but I think he liked it when he came in and just nipped one away and found the outside edge. But yeah, I remember there's quite a few occasions on pretty flat pitches where Glenn Chappell would come charging in. He seemed to be even better when he was injured, Glenn Chappell. When he was running in on one leg because he was hobbling, he always seemed to be even better then.
Let's ask him about that later.
It's Stanley to Vasconcelos. Again, a step to the leg side, trying to carve the ball away. Fielded by Balderson. It was lovely having Kyle Hogg with us because it allowed us to kind of go down memory lane of certainly his partnership with Chappell. I mentioned that game when Lancashire bowled Essex out for 2022, I think. And it was Chappell and Hogg in combination on that occasion. But, you know, it was a real absolute privilege watching Chappie bowl here for Lancashire, captaining the team to the title. I'm not sure that Glenn Chappell would enjoy this particular strategy on this particular pitch.
Not sure.
No. In he comes, balls. Has he got that away from extra cover? It's a very good diving stop from Balderson, taking a little bit of the pace off. He does come back for two. I mean, he's just kind of slapped it away, hasn't he, really, Vasconcelos? See if he can try and force it away through the offside. Gets a couple for it, takes him to 74. 113 with that loss.
Yes, I just wonder how some of the fast bowlers of an earlier vintage would have reacted if you told FS Truman that you're going to have to try and bang it in with a deep square, and funny feeling he might not have cooperated fully.
It's like change of angle. He's over the wicket this time. The strategy is the same. Short ball, and he's not got a long way to go down, Vasconcelos, but down he goes nonetheless. End of the over. 113 without loss, leading by 260. 20 minutes to go before the tea break. Mitchell Stanley's waving towards the dressing room. I think he wants to put his feet up for a bit.
Not surprised.
Don't blame him.
I think I told you I got very, very, very politely remonstrated with, talking about Ricardo Vasconcelos at finals day, Blast finals day, for doing the post-match interview with him before television had. We're out on the pitch at the end of the game, and he knows us, and he sort of came over and we had a nice little chat, but telly hadn't done him at that stage.
You get torn off for that. Reprimanded?
Yeah, mild reprimand.
You rebel.
I know.
Going before TV.
That's me all over.
It is.
I just rebel. Rebellion is my middle name. Here's Bailey. In and bowls to Proctor. Plays it out into the leg side. Up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Had to plead ignorance. Northamptonshire batting coach Greg Smith is popping in to say hello for a bit.
Coming for a chat? Absolutely, yeah. Come and join us for a bit. Come and join Radders.
113 for no wicket. Get Greg's take on what he's been seeing so far. As Proctor tries to drive, gets an inside edge onto the pad, and it just rolls out into the offside. Stays at 113 for no wicket. Sun just dappling the members' pavilion, and gradually the sunlight spreading across the ground. Afternoon, Greg.
Afternoon, Radders. How are you?
Well, very well, thank you. I suspect you're probably, as the rest of us are, trying to digest what we've seen today so far. It's been an interesting day. Here's Bailey. In his 8th over, round the wicket, bowls to Proctor. Gets that just to spit up a little bit at the Northamptonshire captain. Takes it on the right glove.
Lovely bird's eye view up here, isn't it?
It's a terrific view. Yeah, we're very, very fortunate. It is a wonderful view. Well, while They're just Vasconcelos coming down and sympathising with Luke Proctor for that blow on the glove. Did you see that coming this morning, that session, 8 wickets for 57? Because I don't think either Scott or myself did.
No, I mean, I thought we bowled really well last night, and probably got our awards this morning. Consistency with the ball this morning was tremendous, and obviously got our nice rewards. They got a little bit of an experienced order in the middle there, so we wanted to kind of expose them early doors.
Bailey in and bowls, Proctor defends, no run.
And we did that. I thought our bowlers were relentless on their lines and lengths, and I know we put down a couple of chances, but I thought our catching this morning in the grabbers there was excellent.
So we're saying from 50, was it 56 for 2, 68 for 2 rather overnight. Lancashire all out for 137. Northamptonshire batting again before lunch, and Ricardo Vasconcelos has been a man on a mission this afternoon.
Yeah, he's played well all year, to be honest.
Well, we were talking about that on commentary a moment ago. As Bailey goes full, driven out to Bohannon, who fields coming out from mid-wicket.
Yeah, he worked really hard this winter, and I'm so pleased to see him reaping the rewards now. But for his sake, I really hope he goes and gets a big win here. He's really set himself up now and given ourselves a real good platform to go really big here.
Well, he's saying he's past 600 championship runs now. He got what, 400 odd in the blast. Had a terrific blast, obviously culminating in being man of the match in the final. Here's Bailey around the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who has a little drive at that one, a little bit firm-footed, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Joe Moore's end of the over. 114 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 74, Proctor is 39. Need to ask you, Greg, what the situation is with James Sales, who obviously we saw go down this morning in warm-up.
Yeah, he just rolled his ankle, I think, on the edge of the square there. But he seems okay. I think, obviously, with the rules now, if we sub him, he can't play next week. Yeah. So he seems okay. He went and had a hit with Dags in the lunch break, so I think he'll be all right, and he'll bat this innings, and we'll see how he goes overnight. I don't think it's as serious as we hope, so hopefully it's good news for Salesy.
That's good. I would say we were watching from up here, Scott, myself, and 2 colleagues were just chatting pre-match, and we just saw him go down like a sack of spuds on the edge of the.
Yeah, I think he milked it a little
bit. Well, he had the sock off. At least he was coming off unaided anyway, which was good to see. Change of bowling from the far end, the James Anderson end, and Arav Shetty's coming back into the attack with his off spin. Bowled 3 overs for 10, 114 for no wicket. We've got about a quarter of an hour left until tea. Proctor on strike on 39. Around the wicket comes Shetty, and Proctor drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. But I have to say, having Louis Kimber in the slips is never a bad idea, because he's got a terrific pair of hands, took a couple of good ones, and Calvin Harrison again making a catch look easy when it was not really that easy. Here's Shetty in again, bowls down the pitch, comes Proctor, who's edged and dropped. Gone down, skipping down the pitch, got an edge, and Marcus Harris.
Looked like it bounced a bit of it out of the rough.
Just looking on.
No, he's just missed it. I don't actually think he might have hit it. I think it's come off his pad.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Well, there's going slightly on the reaction, which seems fairly sort of a few hands on head. But anyway, it was, if there was a bat involved, he dropped it. Shetty is in, bowls quicker ball, and Proctor gets the little ramp out, and it's gone for 4. Down almost exactly behind the keeper. Well, we said Luke Proctor's been almost in skittish mood once or twice in this innings. He's gone to 43. Have you ever seen him play that before? I'm not sure I have.
He's played it in the nets a few times for 2020, and I suppose with no 45 there, I don't actually think it's a bad shot.
No, it's a good option, but it's just... It's not...
I'm glad he's got the confidence to do it, to put it that way, because I think sometimes he can get bogged down a little bit, so I'm actually pleased that he's backed himself to do it, and hopefully he'll have to change the field now and move one of the 2 backward points, maybe put a 45.
I can imagine he would have enjoyed when...
And there we go.
When Mitch Stanley was obviously giving it the short ball ploy with fielders on the leg side, and Ricardo Vasconcelos went for the uppercut.
Yeah.
Down, nearly got 6 over third man.
Yeah. But that's really good batting, because now he's just created another space to score on the offside. If this goes through cover.
Shetty bowls, defended by Proctor back down the pitch. 118 for
Have you enjoyed your time at Manchester this
Very
week?
much,
Curtis?
always do, Greg.
Have you ventured into town?
No, I haven't. Yeah, I don't. There's everything I need in this complex. Turned into the leg side by Proctor, and there's no run. No, it's a lovely place to come and watch cricket and to work, and
it really is a fantastic ground. One of my favourite grounds, really.
Well, we were saying it's my favourite ground to work on. I've said so many times, and it's always a joy to come here. Here's Shetty in, bowls and driven nicely by Proctor up to mid-on. He'll pick up a single. Last ball of the over. Well counted, captain. 44 to Proctor, 74 to Vasconcelos, 119 for no wicket. Northamptonshire leading by 266, and we've got about 10 minutes to go until tea. So it's going to be, as we thought, a pretty long last session. Just to remind you, if you are within easy reach of Emirates Old Trafford and you want to come along and watch the final session, it is free of charge. And you'll get a good slab of cricket this evening, and with conditions looking very pleasant, we want to get through and get most of these overs in. We've still got 47 at the moment, 10 minutes to go till tea. Liam Guthrie was an interesting one, Greg. We talked a lot about Ben Sanderson. There's not much left to say about him, really, because he just does what he does. But Liam Guthrie can just blow a little bit hot and cold, but I think in this match he's looked excellent. He's looked very sharp.
Yeah, it's the best I've actually seen him bowl for Northampton. I think he had a spell last season against Kent, I think the first game of the year, which he bowled magnificently. I think this is the best I've seen him go. His control, his pace, his swing. And when he does it as a left arm, obviously with a variation, he's very dangerous. So I'm really pleased for him. He's quite a quiet sort of character. Just, normally just goes about his business how he does. But I thought that was, hopefully give him a lot of confidence, because I thought he bowled magnificently.
Tom Bailey starting a fresh over, bowling to Proctor, who defends. Can I talk to you about something we were discussing on commentary yesterday, which is, it ties in with the schedule. We saw yesterday James Sales go into bat, and I was just working out that between the last championship match, which was Durham, finished, 22nd of June, between that and the end of finals day on the 18th of July, Blast finals day, James Sales faced 19 balls in competitive cricket. Since then, since finals day, as Joe Moores dons the helmet and is going to stand up to Tom Bailey. Just watch this ball. Bailey round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who nudges it round the corner, down to long leg. He will pick up a single. He goes to 45, total to 120 for no wicket. Since then, finals day, between then and here, he faced 65 balls, all in that one innings against Pakistan at Beckenham. It can't help.
No, it can't, and it's tough, especially with batters that like a bit of rhythm. Bailey runs into Vasca here, and he just defends with the back foot. But you want some rhythm, and it's hard to get it with the schedule. Obviously, he's been involved in the 100, which is a great experience for Salesy, and he would have learned a hell of a lot being around the likes of Butler and Klaasen and spending time with Langer and Kane Williamson. So I think that's inevitable that he would have learned a lot, but you can't put that into practice. You can only do it in the nets where there's no pressure, and so it is tough. But I suppose that's there's plenty of other young guys that will be in the same boat.
Oh, true. But I'm just saying here, he's faced the equivalent of 12 overs in 2 months.
It's not ideal.
Here's Bailey in and bowls, and that's a good one, and beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump through to the keeper. Whereas, you look at the two batters who did best for Northamptonshire yesterday, George Bartlett, 92, Lewis McManus, 47, both played throughout the one-day cup.
Yeah, and I think, that's an interesting stat, right? It'd be interesting to see the guys that have come back from the 100 this week into the championship cricket, who scored the majority of runs. Has it been guys that have been at 100 or guys that have been actually playing cricket? That'd be quite an interesting stat to have. Because like I say, you can't just score your runs in the nets all the time. You can.
Down the leg side goes Bailey, and Vasconcelos annoyed with himself. He feels he missed out there. He just had to get something on it, really, and it would have run away, I think, down to the point for 4. So one thing about watching Ricardo Vasconcelos bat, as we have done, obviously, for a number of years, he's one of those players who's very easy to work out from up here the way his mind is working. He wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit.
Yeah.
He can be a little bit hard on himself, it sometimes seems. He get a little bit frustrated if something doesn't quite go his way, but my goodness, when he's on song.
He's an elegant player. We were walking around the field just now.
Bailey is in and bowls to him, and he defends out into the covers.
I know I'm going to be a little bit biased, obviously, because I work with him, but I think of all the opening batters that I've seen in the country at the moment, he has to be one of the better ones, especially playing fast bowling. I think he plays fast bowling better than I've seen a lot of people.
Well, it's interesting, is that's exactly the point that Darren Lehman was making when we were talking about him. I think immediately after the blast, and he said he doesn't think there's, against high pace, he doesn't think there's many better.
He's unbelievable, and I think he's improved his game of spin. We can still do some more work, but he's open to that, which is great, and I think he's enjoying his cricket again.
Yeah, which is a big thing.
And that's why I just hope, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but I hope he can get another big 100 here, because then he would have scored, off memory, he's scored 3 or 4 already this year.
He's got three in the Champo this year so far. And every time he's gone past 50, he's got to 100.
Okay, so touch wood, he does that again. But I just think if he can get another couple of hundreds this year, I don't see why, from what I've seen, and as I say, I am going to be a little bit biased, but I've seen him firsthand. He's faced Stanley, who's meant to be one of the quickest in the country, and he didn't look at all rushed.
Shetty from the far end bowls to Proctor, who he's going to get a single as he nudges it up past mid-wicket. Goes to 46, 121 for no wicket.
And I think with England going on tours to South Africa and then Australia, where they are going to be bombarded with pace bowling, I think I wouldn't, if I was the selectors, I'd be ready. As long as he goes and gets hundreds, and that's Vasco's up, that's his challenge, to get big hundreds.
Shetty in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who tries to force away off the back foot. Yeah.
He's just had a little passage here for the last 10 minutes where he's a little bit lazy. I hope he can just get through to tea and I can
have a word
with him, because I want him to get those hundreds, get those 3 figures and get his name in the lights. Because I think if he can get a few more hundreds and let the selectors know he's around, because he's a high class player and he's really showed this year, he's playing well again. So.
Well, it was funny, wasn't it? Because all the discussion about him in the blast and going to past 20 and not going on and getting big scores, and chose a very good time to get a big one in the final.
Yeah.
Here's Shetty in and bowls to him again.
Bit of turn there.
A little bit of turn for Shetty past the outside edge. Moores takes and whips off the bails. Vasconcelos hadn't moved, goes and gives the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. We were discussing, and I mean, obviously Scott knows an awful lot more about these pitches than I do. We'll come back to that after this ball. Shetty is in. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends to cover. 121 for no wicket. Probably 1 over to go before tea. In terms of this surface, we were saying that they've tended just to keep getting better and better. But both George Bartlett and George Balderson yesterday, talking to myself and Scott respectively, were saying that they wouldn't particularly fancy batting last on it. What's the take in the dressing room about it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got Glenn Chappell that's with us, and he's spent his whole career here, and he said that he thinks it's getting flatter and flatter. So time will tell. I still think if you bowl in the right area, there's enough there, and the bounce is invariable. So, you saw, and we've got Sando, who doesn't often leave the stumps. You've got a world-class leg spinner. So hopefully for Northampton's sake, that'll make a big difference. But I think even both sides, first innings with us and Lancashire, the dismissals were quite soft dismissals. So I think that if you get in like these two have now, you can see that is a good place to bat.
Well, this is probably going to be the last over before tea. And the way that the length of time they're taking to set the field, I think probably just about makes absolutely certain that it will be. And because, again, they're going with these fielders on the leg side. Umpire Chris Watts is scuttling across from square leg to point. So they have a leg slip, a long leg, deep square, slip a gully and a point as Bailey is round the wicket. Bowls to Proctor, comes right across his stumps and he's out. LBW. And Lancashire have the breakthrough, and Proctor goes on the stroke of tee, coming right across his stumps. LBW to Tom Bailey for 46. Northamptonshire are 121 for 1, and that will be tee. So 121 for 1. Proctor goes for 46. And Northamptonshire's lead 268. And, well, captain will be disappointed with that, Greg.
He will, because he kind of knows what they were trying to do there as well with the field that they're set. But look, he's played his hand in a magnificent partnership and put ourselves in a really good position ahead of this game. So you'll be disappointed, but he's played nicely there.
We'll let you go off and have words with your batters at tee. Greg Smith,
yeah, thanks, Raiders.
Batting coach. Thank you very much for your time coming up and joining us up here in the box. So Vasconcelos is unbeaten on 74 at tee. And Northamptonshire go in at 121 for 1, leading by 268. But it's Tom Bailey who is the first Lancashire bowler to get his wicket on the score sheet in the second innings. 121 for 1. It is. The lead is 268. That is tee. So we will head off in search of a cuppa and a buttery biscuit. And Scott and I will rejoin you when play is underway here at Emirates Old Trafford in around about 20 minutes' time.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses: the Old Trafford campus, UA92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as study in half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UA92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this?
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Faster, Pringles!
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
So here we go into the evening session on the third day with Northamptonshire 121 for 1. Leading by 268, a wicket falling just on the stroke of the tea interval. It's a new batter heading out to join Ricardo Vasconcelos. Proctor gone for 46. And Bailey, who got the breakthrough, the LBW of Luke Proctor, has 5 balls, in fact, remaining of this over. Calvin Harrison is the new batter heading out to the middle. He's on strike, keeper standing up. That's turned into the onside by Harrison and flicked out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 44 overs remaining at the conclusion of this one, plus potentially a couple that you would lose for a change of innings. There's still a lot of cricket. The lead is healthy. I wonder if there's any conversations had at tea about where Northamptonshire see this session going. Bailey bowls again, left by Harrison through to keeper Moores, and there's no run. Scott Reed and Andrew Rudd with you.
I mean, it depends, I suppose, what happens in the next hour. If Northamptonshire press on and scoring at 3-4 and over and get that lead up well north of 350 or something like that, they might think, yeah, okay, we'll have a little dabble this evening, but not totally convinced.
Okay. Birdie to Harrison. Ooh, just but it appeared to pop a little on Harrison. It had Moores, the keeper, skipping backwards, and Harrison, who's a tall man, gets on top of the bounce and just defends it.
But as we were joking at tea time, this is slightly uncharted territory for Northamptonshire, not least on this ground, where they've only ever won 4 times in the county championship since 1907. So be a little out of practice when it comes to working out how to win here.
Bailey to Harrison. Right forward, top of the ball again, and pushes away into the offside for no run.
Most recently was 27 years ago, 1999, and that was a game that finished up being set up with a declaration, including some occasional bowlers, which in those days sadly was seemed to happen rather more thankfully than it does now. But there were 1 or 2 cheap runs bandied about before eventually the target was set and Lancashire were bowled out and Northamptonshire managed to win it.
121 for 1. Final ball of the over, which started before tea and finishes with a dot ball after tea. And so that's just tucked away for no run. End of the over. It's a lead of 267. One thing that has changed, along with the changing the batter on the scoreboard, the replacing Proctor for Harrison on the scoreboard inside the ground, is also the over rate, which was -1 before tea. It's now -4. Heading into this evening's session. So they've got a bit of catching up to do, Lancashire, if they want to avoid being docked a point or 2 or 4.
Well, the session was 2 hours 10 and they bowled 30 overs in it, in that session. So it's down a wee bit, isn't it? But anyway, Shetty is going to bowl with his off spin, and starts with a short ball that's punched by Vasconcelos out into the covers. Fielded by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. Vasconcelos 74 not out of 83 balls. Slip in. Backward point. Point on the boundary. Short extra cover. Long off back. Long on, or mid on deep. Short again, and cut this time by Vasconcelos down towards the boundary. It's not going to go, as there is, as I mentioned, a sweeper down there. They come back for a couple of runs. Fielded down there by George Balderson, so 2 more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 76, 123 for 1. Greg Smith, Northampton's batting coach, was with us just before tea. Shetty is in bowls. And cut again by Vasconcelos, and that's going to be 4. It's eluded Keaton Jennings at backward point. It's a no ball, I think, as well. And it's gone for 4. 129 for 1, that will be. Vasconcelos goes to 80.
It's a no ball, yeah.
And Rick Smith saying that he thought Ricardo Vasconcelos had just had a lazy 10-15 minutes before tea and just wanted to fill him full of fighting spirit during the tea interval. Here's Shetty again bowls. And Vasconcelos defends. Back down the pitch. Yes, Greg sort of hastened off after a nice little 20-minute spell with us. Go back down to the dressing room and have a word. 129 for one, the lead 276. Reverse sweep comes out from Vasconcelos. Well, I'm not sure if that was in the script. Fielded by Keaton Jennings at backward point.
Do you like it when the coaching staff come up? Because I wouldn't dream of accusing someone of being lazy at the back end of a session.
Shetty is in. Quicker ball. And Vasconcelos nudges it out into the onside. And there's no run. Fielded there by Oman 129 for one ball to go in the over. Shetty in bowls and Vasconcelos plays it out to the leg side. This time he will get a single to the left of Noman Ali at mid-wicket. So he keeps the bowling. Vasconcelos is 81. Harrison still looking for his first run. Northamptonshire 130 for one, leading by 277. I mean, Calvin Harrison, it must be said, could probably do with a little bit of a score here. I mean, he's going to be in the side, but we talked about yesterday about him batting at 3 and whether it's his optimum position. And last 3 innings in the Championship, 0-1-1. So from his point of view, just to boost his confidence a little bit, I'm sure he'd just welcome a bit of a score here.
Barely around the wicket to Vasconcelos. That goes through and dies, really, as it gets through to the keeper. He's got just under 500 runs, hasn't he, this season, averaging just a touch above 36. There's no mean return, that is it? It's pretty solid.
He's as I say, he's got a couple of hundreds. Got one at Derby and one at Canterbury.
He's got a nice position to bat here, hasn't he, with the team?
Yeah.
280 in front. Again, Vasconcelos almost kind of falling over a little bit as he clips it away towards the onside.
And Harrison also had that innings of 92 not out, I think, to win the game against Gloucestershire at Wantage Road. Yeah, 92 not out off 100 balls. As Northamptonshire chased down 191 to win. Plenty of overs to spare.
Barely around the wicket. Nudged away to the onside by Vasconcelos.
During that innings, it was about the closest, and you know how the layout is at Wantage Road and where our commentary position is at the back of the Ken Turner stand. And we were bracketed by Calvin Harrison, who was sort of turned round and hooked a short ball, landed on the steps in front of us, and we thought it was going to come in through the window, but fortunately for all concerned, it didn't.
3 balls left of the over, and then I'll make way. You have a guest. I say you have a guest. He's not come up to see me. He's come up to have a chat with you. 130 for one. Second slip goes to leg slip. Deep point comes up as well. There's a fine leg. There's a deep square leg. Mid-on, mid-off cover and mid-wicket. Vasconcelos trying to force it through the offside. It's on the bottom edge. It bounces out to Shetty. And there's no run. Remains on 81. So a lead of 277. Where are Northamptonshire taking this evening's session? We could do a hearing from someone who might have a...
Well, if only there was somebody in the box that
could help us with that. Yeah, give us a little insight to what the approach might be. Bailey bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Driven away through the offside by Vasconcelos. And he moves on to 85. Well, he's looked in just fantastic touch today. 134 for one, Northamptonshire. And Vasconcelos with a lovely punch away through extra cover. 1 ball remaining of the over. And Lancashire don't have an answer yet for Ricardo Vasconcelos. who's got a great chance here of adding to his tally this season. Shetty coming up from the cover boundary. Final ball of the over. Bailey from the Brian Statham end. Lead is 281. Just a little push and go by Vasconcelos. It's smart cricket as well. Just eased away towards point for a single, and he'll keep the strike as well. So 282 in front, 135 for one, Northamptonshire. And I'll leave you riders with Darren Lehman set to come and join you.
I'm going to say, by an amazing coincidence, somebody has all of a sudden walked into the commentary box who might have an idea of what the plan is. And it is Northamptonshire's head coach, Darren Lehman, who's going to come in alongside me. Evening, coach.
Evening, Rads. How are you? Well, afternoon to you and the listeners.
It hasn't been a bad day.
Very good day. We aimed to bowl really well at the start of the day, and it worked out better than planned. Really, it was outstanding bowling from the lads this morning. It's just one of those days where everything clicked, wasn't it, with the ball? Bowled in the right areas, challenged the forward defence of the players, and they come up trumps.
A couple of decent catches as well. Louis Kimber certainly doesn't weaken the slip cordon when he comes on as 12th man, as he did this morning for James Sales. Now, Noman Ali is going to replace Shetty from the far end at the Sir James Anderson end, bowling his left arm spin over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who defends out into the offside. There's no run. Vasconcelos on 86, 135 for one. What's the thinking of plenty of overs left in the day? 41 overs after this one.
Yeah, still a lot of overs in the day, isn't it? It's just under half a day. So that's what you do when you have to play the extra time.
Noman Ali in. Down the wicket comes Vasconcelos. Clips that out to deep mid-wicket. Settle for one. Very well fielded again by Arav Shetty, who, as we said before, seems to be everywhere in the field. One more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 87, 136 for one. I was just saying before you came in that Northamptonshire having a lot of recent experience of getting into winning positions. They had a good game here last year, didn't manage to press home the advantage, but haven't won a championship match here for 27 years. Here's Noman round the wicket, and Calvin Harrison trying to, I think, spear that away over extra cover. Doesn't make contact. What's the feeling about the pitch? I mean, that obviously is the main consideration. Flattening out a little bit.
Oh, it's still a good pitch, but there's certainly, if you get the ball in the right areas, like most pitches, there's something there for you as a bowler.
Here's Noman Ali, forced away off the back foot by Harrison, but straight to backward point and fielded by Arav Shetty. No run.
I think we saw Bailey bowl quite well before tea, didn't he? He just bowled good lengths and hard to score. So if you're patient enough, let the wicket do the work. So, yeah, so you can still score runs, as we've seen with Vasco play so well.
Slip in. Noman Ali in and bowls, and Harrison defends. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. It is a glorious evening now here in Manchester. A lot of that cloud that we saw earlier is dissipated. Quite a blustery wind, but it's left us with a gorgeous evening. Hopefully we'll get all of these overs in. Round the wicket comes Noman Ali, defended by Harrison up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that's the end of Noman Ali's first over of this spell. 4 overs for 20, 136 for one. Northamptonshire leading by 283. So, what about the day?
Oh, we'd like to have a bowl if possible.
You would?
Yeah, I think when you get in this position, you've got to try and take or make every post a winner and try and have a little crack with a new ball tonight at some stage. It depends how well they bowl and how quickly they score, etc., etc. What are they 4 down with the ball? So you think spin's going to play a big part in the back end and how we cope with that and how we score. I'd love to see Vasco get 100 and push on, and we've got some batting depth, so we can take a few risks here and there. Obviously, the more overs you got, the better chance you are, etc., etc. So we're ahead of the game, put it that way at the moment. But cricket's a funny game, isn't it? Anything can happen.
Well, it could, and I'd be interested, not least for our listeners and viewers to Lancs TV, to ask you a little bit about this ground. Is Shetty switching to the other end and smashed down the ground by Vasconcelos and very well fielded. diving across at mid-on by Tom Bailey, who I think has done himself not a great deal of good. Might just have winded himself a bit as he went down. But that was destined for the boundary, and he dived across from mid-on and stopped it, kept Vasconcelos to a single. He goes to 88, 137 for 1. Of course, having played for Yorkshire for a good few seasons, you'd have been the enemy coming here, wouldn't you?
Yes, Rads.
To Old Trafford.
Yes.
Here's Shetty. In and bowls to Harrison, who defends. No run.
I remember my first time here at Old Trafford. Pitches were going the other way, of course, in those days. We played a Benson Hedges Cup game in those days, a 55 over comp.
Shetty with a slip in, bowls to Harrison, who goes big, and he's laced that away over mid-on all the way for 6. That's not a bad way to get off the mark. 6 to Harrison, 143 for 1, the lead, 290.
Yeah, nice strike. Yeah, I came here and it was one of those shortened games, and I went out in the wicket with David Bice, who was the captain there, who actually played for Lancashire as well, David Bice.
Here's Shetty. In and bowls, reverse sweep comes out from Calvin Harrison, doesn't make contact.
And I looked at the wicket and went, wow, this is first game for Yorkshire. I'm thinking, wow, this is a good wicket. I said to the skip, presume we're going to bat. He said, yeah, we'll bat first. You know, if we win the toss.
Shetty. In and bowls to Harrison down the leg side.
And, you know, I said, oh, well, I'm not sure how they're going to get me out. He said, well, they won't. I said, oh, that's good. He said, because you're 12th man.
Oh. Here's Shetty, in and bowls to Harrison, who defends. End of the over, 143 for 1, the lead, 290.
So, yeah, I was a bit surprised that first game was overseas. I was 12th man here. I walked out with the drinks with the great Wazam Akram, who just arrived the same as me to play. And he just arrived that morning, so understandably him not playing, but I was a bit shocked. I played every game since then, obviously, but it was one of those ones that, yeah, and then I had to run. I was running, in those days I started running, during the game, before the game after warm-ups to get some extra fitness in. Oh, geez, I got called some names, Radis. I was rather porchy.
Noman Ali over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's on 88. He's now on 89 as he turns that to backward square. Smartly fielded by Tom Bailey, but Vasconcelos is home. 89 to him, 144 for 1. Yeah, that's not what you want, is it, really?
Well,
any
I
time.
Quickly worked out the Lancashire, Yorkshire Battle of the Roses over the Pennines was the War of the Roses. Every time you play, it's packed house here every time, I think, still. Blast games, or if it was a championship game, whatever game it is, it's pretty much sold out.
Around the wicket comes Noman Ali, bowls to Harrison, pushes it out to the offside, but not a run to be had, fielded there by Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, it's one of those great traditions of cricket, Yorkshire versus Lancashire.
And you were able to buy into that, even, coming into it from Australia. As Noman bowls, and Harrison again has biffed that straight back over the bowler's head, and that's the second 6. Well, he's made 12 runs, consisting of 2 sixes. Brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire, takes the lead close to 300. And Harrison, again, has come in full of intent. And we were just saying, actually, before you came in, Coach, that Calvin Harrison, from his own point of view, could just do with a bit of a score. And he's certainly going about it in a positive way. That's down the leg side. Stopped by the keeper.
Well, sometimes when you get in these positions, you just go out and play with a bit of freedom and play the team game. You get in good positions to score, and that's what he started out with, which is pleasing.
12 runs, 2 sixes. Noman round the wicket to bowl to Harrison. Turns it round the corner. Thought briefly about a single, decide against it. Vasconcelos saying no.
The Battle of the Roses. Well, I quickly worked out that Lancashire didn't like Yorkshire, and they certainly didn't like me. Which gave you a little bit of edge when you played them.
I can imagine. To finish the over, Noman Ali in bowls and turned out into the leg side by Harrison, who'll trot through for a single. to keep the bowling. The start of the next over, 13 to Harrison, 89 to Vasconcelos. Northamptonshire 151 for 1, leading by 298.
And they were all good battles, always good battles. I mean, I remember coming up against the young Jimmy Anderson, Andrew Flintoff. You
played against Sir Jimmy?
Yes, played a lot against Sir Jimmy when he was young as well, and he was faster than when he finished. But obviously a miles better bowler as you get experience. I mean, he's probably, dare I say it, as clever a bowler as you've come across with the Duke's ball and swinging the ball and keeping you honest in front foot defence and keeping it tight.
Well, you've now got second generation Flintoffs here, of course, with Rocky playing for Lancashire in this one. Here's Shetty round the wicket, bowls to Harrison, who defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a nice young man. Pleased to see the young guys getting opportunity. I think that's what you're always trying to do for the next generation, aren't you? Get some younger guys in to the setup.
Well, we saw, obviously, Joe Moores didn't bat too long this morning, but Northamptonshire supporters saw plenty of him at Wantage Road in the One Day Cup as Shetty bowls swung away by Calvin Harrison. That's destined for the boundary. That's gone just first bounce, I think second bounce, over the rope for 4. Harrison to 17, 155 for 1. The league goes past 300. But that innings that Joe Moores played at Wantage Road, 85 off 59, that was a bit special.
Very good. He's a talented player, isn't he? I think we dropped him early, and when you get players like that, you need to make sure you hold those sort of chances. Then he played some beautiful shots and really almost single-handedly won the game for him. And we won with a bit to spare, but there certainly while he was there, the game was on the line.
Now, changing the field, they have a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket out. Shetty round the wicket, bowls reverse sweep, comes out from Harrison. He's hit that pretty well. He's only going to get, oh no, he's going to run away for 4. I lost sight of it for a second as it ran down towards the point, went into the shadow. But he gets 4 runs for it, 21 to Harrison, 159 for 1. As you say, Calvin Harrison, his previous 3 championship innings, albeit separated by a month, been 0, 1 and 1, has come to the party here. Here's Shetty in and bowls to him, and he turns it out to deep mid-wicket. Should be just a single. He goes to 22, 160 for 1. You must have played Test cricket here as well.
No,
you didn't play a Test here.
No, it's just one days. A couple of World Cup games here. A fantastic place to play cricket. It's one of the best stadiums in England, isn't it?
Here's Shetty around the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends.
I mean, when I played, the wicket was facing the other way, and we used to change over in the old member stand there. I do miss that a little bit. I mean, this is a pretty good view, to be fair, Rads.
Oh, yes. Too much. We don't complain. This is one of the very best commentary positions, I think, in the country. Here's Shetty in bowls, and Vasconcelos drives out towards deep extra. Certainly 1. They're going to come back for 2 as Mitch Stanley comes in off the boundary, sends in his return. But Vasconcelos is home for 2. He goes to 91, 162 for 1. Northamptonshire leading by 309. Interesting with Ricardo Vasconcelos. He was saying he's got to 50 4 times now, including this one, and the other 3 he's gone on and got 100.
Oh, so why do you do that, Rads? Why do you do that when we're on air?
Because it makes no difference. He can't hear me.
Oh, well, okay. He can't hear you, but every time you want to interview a player at night, end of play, and they're not out, you don't want to interview them for your own superstitions.
That's true. That is very true. It's Noman Ali in and bowls and punched back down the ground by Calvin Harrison who fields. Now that's the thing, isn't it? Interviewing batters who are not out, it doesn't seem right.
Well, what's the difference in just saying that? Anyway, yeah, you can't do anything about it up here. You can just watch, can't you?
But he's at non-striker's end at the moment as Harrison drives. No man out to extra cover, and there's no run. I'd like to ask you about, and we touched on this when Greg Smith came up before tea, just a little bit about batters and schedules and where it leaves them, because I think it's a point of general interest. Here's Noman Ali in again, and Harrison goes for a big swing. Appears for a stumping by Joe Moores, but he obviously hadn't lifted his back foot. Not out, says the umpire. James Sales, we were talking about on commentary yesterday, who between the last championship match at Durham And the end of finals day had faced 19 balls in a month. The month since then, he's batted once, made 29 in that game at Beckenham against Pakistan. So he's basically faced the equivalent of about a dozen overs in 2 months with the domestic season as Harrison defends that next ball out into the offside. As a batter yourself, it's not ideal, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, I know the ECB are trying to find the best possible solution for all those younger players if they're not playing in the 100.
Round the wicket comes Noman and defended by Harrison. In fact, it eludes the bowler. He's going to get a single down to long on. And 22.
For the betterment of England cricket, dare I say, as an Aussie, they should be playing those young guys in the Metro Cup if they're not playing the 100. And I think they've just got to be tighter with their squads when they name, they keep their whole 18 together, don't they, at the moment?
Over the wicket comes Noman to Vasconcelos, who pushes it up towards mid-on. Won't get a run there. End of the over. He's 91. Harrison's 23, 163 for 1. The lead is 310.
So for me, I'm probably more maybe, and this is obviously franchise cricket, etc., compared to the Metro Cup, which I really enjoy seeing the younger guys play, but you need them all playing if they're not playing the 100. So if they had a squad of, say, 14 for 100, and the other 4 players can go back and play in the Metro Cup, I'm not a big one on why they can't play if there's a game on game day. The young cricketers trying to learn their craft and trying to play at the next level.
Yeah, I mean, I use James Sales as an example, but it applies to, suggest, any number of players around the circuit. Turned away for a single by Calvin Harrison as Arab Shetty starts a fresh over down to deep square. He goes to 23, 163 for 1.
But I know all the directors of cricket around the county system are trying to get something in place that makes it a little bit better. And they need the franchise on board, of course. But the Metro Cup's a great little comp for seeing the next generation.
Shetty in again, bowls and muscled back by Vasconcelos, back to the bowler, no run.
But the advantage of a Moores playing in the Metro Cup against us, it was great to see the next generation. So I think the more games you play, the better you get. There's no doubt about that.
Here's Shetty in again, bowls and Vasconcelos plays it back down the pitch. Shetty skips away to his right to field. He stays on 91, 164 for 1. We were just saying also about the business of replacements, and Joe Moores being an example, being called in as an injury replacement for a fast bowler, which just seemed a little bit odd. Shetty in again, reverse sweep from Vasconcelos, thinks about a single, it's not there. Well fielded round the corner.
Well, it depends what you need, don't you? At the time, they might have been okay with cover for the quicks. I don't mind who they swap for. The replacement issues, just there and there to find the right balance.
Here's Shetty in again. Vasconcelos defends back down the pitch, no run. Yes, I suppose it's the way it's the optics of it, isn't it? It just looks a bit odd when you bring in a 17-year-old batter for a 38-year-old left-arm seamer. But anyway, driven down the ground by Vasconcelos, he'll pick up a single down to Keaton Jennings, who's fielding immediately down below us. Long off, and he keeps the bowling. 92 to Vasconcelos, 165 for 1.
I mean, the main thing is getting everyone trying to play cricket at the same time. And if they're playing for a franchise, but then out of the squad of 14, and they're playing on that day, for example, I don't know, the Manchester, whatever they're called, Super Giants.
Phone chargers?
No, they're not. Don't be so degrading. The Super Giants, and James Sales, for example, we've got a game. He should be able to come back, play for us, and then just rejoin the 100 side. There shouldn't be any issues there, I wouldn't think.
Vasconcelos on 92, facing Noman Ali down the pitch, drives up to mid-on. And there's no run.
And part of the reason is that what if they have injury, at warm-up? Well, you've still got 3 players. That's a lot.
Well, it should be. I mean, most counties travel with, 12, 13. So there's Noman Ali in bowls. Vasconcelos going for the reverse, sort of switch hit, really, out towards square leg. Didn't make contact.
Yeah, you do travel. We have to travel with concussion rules and replacement players. I mean, you've got to make decisions in running.
Noman Ali in his 7th over. Over the wicket, bowls and turned away by Vasconcelos. He'll get a single out to deep mid-wicket, coming in off the boundary. He goes to 93, 166 for 1.
It's a bit like James Sales, who's done his ankle in warm-up. Couldn't obviously partake, but you know, if you rule him out, then he obviously can't play next week. We're not sure how bad or good that's going to be, so you take the risk a little bit.
Around the wicket comes Noman Ali, bowls and driven up to long on by Calvin Harrison. He will pick up a single. He goes to 25, 167 for 1. I just did also to ask you, Coach, about something that we had Carl Hogg up this morning. He's obviously been involved with the Red Bull celebration here at Old Trafford.
Great idea, that, by the way.
It is nice, terrific idea. Here's Noman Ali in and bowls and clipped away out through mid-wicket by Vasconcelos. He'll get just a single. He goes to 94. Northamptonshire to 168 for 1. And I mean, this is a way away from the sort of franchise stuff, but it's something I know we've touched on in a few conversations. And it's about cricket clubs, local cricket clubs. And I thought he spoke superbly about the importance they have in their communities, driven by Calvin Harrison. Back past the bowler, he's going to get a single up to long off, coming off the boundary, down in front of the members' pavilion. 169 for 1 at the end of the over. Vasconcelos is 94, Harrison is 26. The lead for Northamptonshire is 316. We have Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman alongside me, and he was making the point that the good that cricket clubs can do in local communities, whether you play or not, whether the kids go to the club and play cricket or not, if they just want to go and play, be around responsible adults, whatever. And I know you have views on this, because it was so interesting listening to what Carl was saying, and I just thought he was absolutely spot on.
Oh, he is. I mean, cricket doesn't run at this level without community cricket, and all the clubs out there that have the volunteers. I mean, how many volunteers are in the game of cricket itself?
Here's Shetty in and bowls a little bit short and punched away by Harrison. Well fielded, an extra cover, but they still come through for a single. Harrison is 27, 170 for 1.
And to all those volunteers and people that run cricket clubs, England haven't got a cricket team without the cricket clubs. That's simple. It works from the ground up, not the top down. And as long as you're always making good decisions from the grassroots right through, you're going to have a good upper echelon of cricketers come through, both men and females.
It's on the leg stump, turned away by Vasconcelos, down to the man on the 45, and there's no run. And he made the point, and I know this is something that you've talked about not just being better cricketers, but being better human beings, and the sort of effect that a club ethos can have as Vasconcelos goes for an expansive drive through the offside, doesn't make contact, and how important that is, and just having a safe space, safe environment. The fact that it's a cricket club is almost incidental. It can be in some areas, I think, that Carl was referring to. That's driven nicely by Vasconcelos out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He takes a single, he goes to 95, 171 for 1.
No, I totally agree. You need a safe space for all our boys and girls to learn the values of life. I mean, we're always going to make mistakes in life somewhere, but with a good community behind you, a good cricket club, whatever it may be, whatever sporting club actually, Rats.
Yeah.
It's so important for the youth today.
Here's Shetty in and bowls to Calvin Harrison, turns it out to Josh Bohannon in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 171 for 1.
And the game of cricket wouldn't be here without all those volunteers and clubs. They're fantastic. They're the backbone of every country's existence in the game of cricket.
Shetty in again, bowls to Harrison, who drives down to long on. Keaton Jennings is there, down below our commentary position at the Brian Statham end. One more to Harrison. He goes to 28, 172 for 1 at the end of the over. The lead is 319. Vasconcelos on 95.
Yeah, well, your little cricket club of beauty, isn't
it?
150th year, wasn't it?
200 this year, yeah. And you kindly came and had a chat with us. But yeah, I was listening, and obviously Carl's been involved with Freddie Flintoff in the project of getting young people into cricket.
That's a good one, isn't it? Yeah,
it's terrific, isn't it? Here's Noman Ali from the Sir James Anderson end, bowls and slapped down the ground by Calvin Harrison. Didn't quite go where he was intending. Well, in terms of he's aiming, I think, for the members' balcony. Got a single down to long off. He goes to 29 rather, 173 for one. Lead 320 now, with 33 overs to go in the day after this one. 96 tomorrow, so as we were saying, a lot of time left in this game. Manali in and bowls to Vasconcelos. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Chris Watts. Suspect Ricardo Vasconcelos' heart might have been in his mouth there. You were saying, and we touched on this before tea, Darren, that in terms of particularly playing pace bowling, you would regard Ricardo Vasconcelos as one of the better ones around the circuit. Watch him face this ball from Noman Ali, and he nudges it into the leg side. No run, out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's one of the best players of fast bowling I've seen in the country. And he's had a really good year this year for us in all formats. Really knuckled down and showed he's had a lot of potential, hasn't he? But he's played beautifully the whole time, whole year for us. And that 187, I think it was,
not at Durham,
against Durham, against a full-blown England attack, basically.
Manali in and Vasconcelos sweeps, and he's going to get a single down to deep backward square, fielded by Keaton Jennings. He goes to 96. Northamptonshire to 174 for one, the lead to 321.
Yeah, he doesn't panic when he's facing fast bowling. You saw him face Mitch Stanley, who bowled quite quick this game.
He is Noman Ali in, swung up in the air, should be caught at mid-wicket, is caught at mid-wicket, and Calvin Harrison goes for 29, perished in the cause. 29 off 35 balls, bright and breezy contribution from him. 174 for two. The lead is 321.
Yeah, just try to hit it across the line with a short boundary. And look, that's part of playing for the team, isn't it? That's what we talk about all the time, being proactive at 29 off 36. So good little partnership after the magnificent partnership from Proctor and Vasco early on, and 2 for 174. Obviously, you're pushing on here, so I don't mind that as a coach so much. That's good thinking from Calvin. He's tried to push the game more in our favour than theirs, and that's the case. There's so much time in the game, but you've got to be proactive here. So we're going to be really busy in the next sort of hour or so and see where we end up, and then work out what we need to bowl them out as such, and what works best for our bowlers and how long they can bowl. But the more you get and the quicker you get them, the more time you've got. So I don't mind that at all.
Must ask you as he comes out to bat. I wouldn't exactly call it a war of words between yourself and Ian Chappell, but Ian Chappell made a comment about Nathan McSweeney in social media in the week, suggesting that he wasn't a test player, and you sprung to Nathan McSweeney's defence against, I think, one of your sporting heroes, I think.
He was. Chappell be fine. Yeah. He doesn't mind having arguments. He's had plenty of them.
No, I noticed. I was going to say.
He's had plenty of them.
I noticed that.
No, for me, I just think, I've seen Nathan develop his game, and he came over here to develop his game, and I think he's done that as a player. So I think he's a better player now. And you've got to remember, when he played for Australia, he had to open against Jasper Bumrah,
right, yeah.
He was the best bowler in the world on wickets that weren't favourable. So, he's a perfect number 3, 4, 5, but had to open.
He's facing his first ball from Noman Ali and plays it round the corner. Not a run to be had there as Tom Bailey fields. And that's the end of a successful over from Noman Ali. 1 for 35 off 8, 174 for 2. Northamptonshire's lead is 321. Vasconcelos will be on strike on 96.
Yeah, so I've been impressed the way he's adapted and learnt the game himself. He's been one of those players that is trying to expand his game. He's got a good solid defence, but he's actually tried to expand his game here, knowing that he's got to play at a different level to get to the next level. So I just thought they were a bit harsh comments, but Ian's entitled to his opinion, and it's not going to bother Nathan. It's certainly not going to bother me because Ian, that's the way Ian is.
Vasconcelos on 96, facing Shetty, and he's beaten by that one, and I think it's hit. Quite sure where that hit the keeper. Joe Moore's on the chest, I think, or the neck.
So for me, it's and that's the job we're in as well, isn't it? I'm a career coach, but yes, I obviously work for our counterparts back home in the ABC. So, you've got to have an opinion, and sometimes people disagree with that opinion.
Shetty in bowls. Vasconcelos drives out to extra cover, no run. I think Ian Chappell's just still bitter because in 1972, when he captained the Australians at Northampton, they wouldn't allow him sweet and cheese when he went for lunch in the county tavern. Here's Shetty in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends. Because of course that's where the players used to have their lunch, and the story is that he said he would like sweet and cheese, and the waitress, who was quite a formidable lady, I'm told, said, "No, you can't. Captain of Australia."
That's fair enough.
What does that mean?
It's fair enough. Would have been upset if they didn't let him have a beer, though.
Here's Shetty down the wicket, driven by Vasconcelos, but straight to backward point. 96 not out. 174 for 2. Vasconcelos has made 3 championship hundreds this year, looking for his 4th. Here comes Shetty in again, bowls short. Vasconcelos will get a run out to extra cover, shy at the stumps from Bohannon, coming round from extra. Good bit of fielding, but both batters home. Vasconcelos goes to 97. 175 for 2.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been really impressed with Nathan. He's brought into the club and the ethos and the culture, as you well know, is like man around the dressing room, but more so within the community. Yeah, they love him. He's captained the club already at one-day cricket and had a great Metro Cup. Probably the only thing is he didn't make 100.
No, I know. Well,
it's probably the only thing with him in this Metro Cup.
Well, he set in the target of 2 or 3 hundreds, and he got close a couple of times, and he's off the mark here as he drives that ball down to long on. Keaton Jennings fields coming in off the boundary, and he's off the mark with a single, 76 for 2, and he keeps the bowling as well at the end of the oval. He scored nearly 1,400 runs across all formats.
Yeah, we had a look the other day. He's our leading run scorer. He's played every format, obviously, so that's himself and Vasco and have been unbelievable because they've played every game.
Yeah.
I mean, they only got, I think Vasco tweaked a little bit of a calf, missed a couple of Metro Cup games, and Nathan might have missed one T20 game, but they've played all year. We're sadly going to miss him in the last little bit, but that's international cricket.
Noman Ali bowling to McSweeney, who drives up to extra cover, and there's no run. He certainly bought into the culture of the club in a big way, and I think he's had a lot to do in helping to reinforce that, it seems to me, from my viewpoint. Here's Noman Ali in and bowls, and McSweeney defends back down the pitch.
Well, you're exactly right. He's a good young man, and the club have got around him, and the players love him. He only buys a coffee occasionally, though. I've got to get stuck into him about that.
We've seen him wandering backwards and forwards to the coffee shop at the bottom of the hotel here at Old Trafford. Noman Ali is in bowls and played out into the onside by McSweeney for a single. Gives Vasconcelos the strike on 97, 177 for 2. Yes, you've seen 1 or 2 coffee runs during this match.
Yeah, we're a bit day one, wasn't it? When it was.
Yeah, but I noticed he only had 1.
Yeah, he never buys. No, I don't. He does buy. He does. He's very generous.
Vasconcelos on 97. Facing Noman Ali. Turned into the leg side. He goes to 98. Down to Keaton Jennings at deep backward square. 98 to Vasconcelos, 178 for 2. One thing we don't want to put the mockers on Vasconcelos on 98, but Northamptonshire have had, 13 championship hundreds this year.
14?
14, no, 13.
Okay.
I think this will be 14.
Oh, I can tell why you've got 13. We classified George Bartlett's 95 not out when he knocked back all those runs as 100 in our own little team. So
no, I think
I stand corrected.
Yeah, no. I think that's well. I was going to ask you about George Bartlett because I know you've made a big thing about his unselfishness in the innings against Worcestershire when he got out when he was set and just trying to get the other point, and the long rearguard action at Derby, and he's been another important player here this season, driven by McSweeney up to long off for a single. He goes to 3, 179 for 2. Keeps the bowling again. Tell you what, he's counting superbly here. The Buddha, 179 for 2.
Yeah, George Bartlett's had a fantastic year. If anything, you just would have loved him to make 100 as such. He deserved 100 in the first innings here when we were in a bit of trouble, and you know it was quite an important toss to win as such. It did a fair bit, and we managed to get through and fight back really well, where in previous years we might not have got that total. And then our bowling was exceptional. It's the best it's been all year, even the game against Worcester. I mean, I thought that eclipsed that this morning.
Reverse sweep from McSweeney, and he's nailed that, and that will run away for 4 down to the front of the point. It goes to 7, 183 for 2. Spin at both ends with Noman Ali and Arav Shetty. Shetty in his 12th over, no wicket for 54. Northamptonshire now going to a lead of 330.
Still 30 overs to go, Rats. A lot of
overs,
overs, isn't it? We're going to be finished late. Normally have a beer at 6:30.
Well, there's nothing to stop you. Bring one up here. Shetty in bowls, turned away out to deep square, out towards deep square for a single. He goes to 8, 184 for 2, and Vasconcelos on 98. Preparing to face Arav Shetty. Round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, short, pulled away for a single. Down to deep square, Vasconcelos to 99. I think there's a few chuckles came from the dressing room down there because they saw him wind up for that as I did, and I thought this is going to go to the boundary, but it didn't. 185 for 2. Shetty in again to bowl to McSweeney, drives up to long on for 1. Keaton Jennings comes in off the boundary.
Yeah, he deserves 100. I mean, Glenn Chappell out bowling is just an arbitrary number. But as you know, with data and stats and batters, hundreds.
That's what they want.
Yeah.
Vasconcelos on 99. Arav Shetty bowling his off spin round the wicket from this Brian Statham end. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who cuts and goes out into the offside. Can't get it past Josh Bohannon. 1 ball to go in the over. He's faced 125 balls. Vasconcelos. Shetty is in, bowls to him, and he drives out to deep cover. And that is a century for Ricardo Vasconcelos, and a very good one too. 100 off 126 balls. It's his 4th championship century of the season for Northamptonshire. It's his 13th for Northamptonshire, and that puts him alongside some serious players in the all-time list, including David Capel, Ben Duckett, Roy Virgin, Richard Williams, Mick Norman and Dick Woolley, who have all made 13 championship centuries for Northamptonshire. So he's in.
It's a pretty good club.
Illustrious company. 187 for 2. The lead, 334.
I wonder if Roy Virgin's here today, or did he go home?
I don't know, he was.
He was here for a couple of days.
Yeah, I think he was coming up because I didn't get to see him. Noman Ali bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends out into the offside.
Yeah, 13. I mean, he's been excellent this year. He had an indifferent year last year without getting big hundreds.
Yeah.
He got the 100 down at Kent last year, and then the challenge for him was to get back to that domineering type of player we know he can be. And, you know, I've really enjoyed seeing him play and how he's gone about it.
Well, aiming a big sweep, not out. Closing in on 9,000 runs for the county across all formats, which is, again, not a bad milestone. Only sort of 20, 25 players have done that in the history of the club.
We'll get a lot more than that if he keeps batting like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's Noman Ali in and bowls, and Vasconcelos sweeps to Tom Bailey on the 45. There's no run. 187 for 2 it stays. This glorious evening here at Old Trafford. There's now barely a cloud in the sky.
Well, at least we're going to get all our overs in today, you think?
Absolutely, you'd think so. We lost 7 last night, but as Calvin Harrison was saying when I was talking to him, given the rain all around yesterday, we did well to
play so much.
Play so much as we did. Good bit of fielding by the bowler as Vasconcelos drives. And I know Darren's got to leave us and go down and marshal the troops, work out how many they need. 3-3-4 the lead at the moment, 29 overs to go in the day after this one. Here's no man in and chipped up in the air by Vasconcelos, who is caught at mid-wicket. So Vasconcelos goes for 100, 187 for 3. The lead is 3-3-4. Darren, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thanks, mate.
And Scott Reed will come in and take Darren Lehman's place alongside me. But applause, I'm sure there'll be very shortly for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Out for exactly 100. Just lobbing a fairly straightforward catch. If you're watching on Lancs TV, took a hand off the bat. And Josh Bohannon did well because as he fell, there's always a danger that it just jars the ball out of your hand. But he hung on. It's the second wicket of the innings for Noman Ali. Vasconcelos goes for exactly 100. Northamptonshire 187 for 3.
Yep, well battered, terrific knock, and love it to hear you reel off the names of the list in which he's now joined for centuries for Northamptonshire. But that's a fine knock, and you never know what maybe the winter might have in store for him if he ends the season in this type of form. Then your name kind of gets shovelled up towards the top of lists, isn't it?
Well, yes.
And who knows? That's a great knock. And it's nice to hear from what Darren Lehman was saying there. But he clearly wants Lancashire to be batting again tonight. Yeah. So that gives us a bit of an idea that they're going to try and keep pushing on. I mean, the run rate's at just under 4 now. So
yeah, I think there might be a bit of biffing in the next half an hour.
Well, Lancashire having to obviously using spin in tandem here, but they're -4 on their over rate, so having to try and rattle through some overs quickly as Noman Ali's in and balls. Reverse sweep from Safe Zabe. There's no run, so try with an older ball and with spin from both ends. Try and take advantage of it, but I don't think there's much more at the minute that the captain can do because they're having to try and get through some overs to try and claw back that over rate, which is -4. It's still -4, but that might get a potential. I don't know, adjusted mid-session or close of play.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly in Northampton, they just tend to update it at an interval, so it may well be that that's a rather more healthy position. Hopefully, first ball of the next over from Shetty is turned out into the leg side by McSweeney for a single down to deep square. He goes to 9, 187 for 3. Yeah, we've had some serious guests up here today with Kate and Carl Hogg and Darren Lehman, Greg Smith.
Yeah, that's good. All good. Grateful for the insight and the contributions from all those involved today.
Around the wicket comes Shetty, bowls short, punched away by Safe Zabe, out to deep extra. Think about 2, but there's not 2 there.
Standard drops tomorrow. We've got Malloy, haven't we, tomorrow?
Well, as we say, Malachy has a foot in both camps, having played for both these clubs. 189 for 3. Shetty in bowls, and onto the back foot goes McSweeney. Plays it up towards mid-on. Well fielded by Bohannon, who's chucking the ball onto Arif Shetty, telling him to get on with it. He's concerned about this over rate. Short of a length. Turned out. Again to Bohannon at mid-wicket at the moment. He's auditioning for the late Charlie Caroli's Blackpool Circus, I think. He's doing a lot of tumbling around. Shetty in to bowl to McSweeney. Pushes it out into the offside. Think about a run. Not there. Noman Ali is across quickly to cut off chance of a run. So 336 the lead at the moment. 28 overs to go after this. Another 96 tomorrow. Shetty fires that one in. Turned out to deep square by McSweeney for a single. He goes to 11, 190 for 3 at the end of the over. The lead 337.
Yes, and That's been a real highlight of the day, hasn't it? The way that Vasconcelos has battered there. He's had some good support in and around him as well through the course of that century. With Calvin Harrison, obviously the partnership with Luke propped it up on 100 for the first wicket, helping to put Northamptonshire to such a commanding position. Sweeney gets a forward defensive in here. He's been so comprehensively Northamptonshire's day. Well, they've outplayed Lancashire here as it stands. He's into McSweeney. And a shot clipped away through mid-wicket, and it run away for 4. It was, I think that's Tom Aspenwalk. Oh, it's Ben Walkden. He's at mid-on, who couldn't quite get away to his right to stop it. Just beyond his reach. 4 more. 194 for 3. Just put the diving, couldn't quite catch up with it. And Nathan McSweeney adds 4 more to his total. Lovely use of the feet just to come skipping down the pitch to the left arm spinner. He's in again to McSweeney, goes back. Pushed away into the offside. Barnum, bundle of energy as ever. He's doing his best to try and stop the single, but they do get through for 1. 195 for 3. Lead is 342. Safe Zaid's back on strike. Norman Ali balls to Zabe. Run away through the onside. Now he's gone really quickly the first one. Does he want to come back for 2? No chance with that. Stanley quickly in from the deep. Just a single. 196 for 3. Brings McSweeney back on strike. Long on and a long off. Being pushed back towards the boundary now. McSweeney gently forward in defence. And there's in addition to the score on that occasion, fielded by Joe Moores, who comes around and scoops the ball up with his wicket-keeping gloves and hands it back to the bowler. Norman in and bowls, and Sweeney punches his bat with frustration as he just rocks up onto his toes and drops it away towards mid-wicket. Maybe in the end, he practiced a sweep at the end of that over, so maybe that was the shot he perhaps wanted to try and play. In the end, he just nudges the ball out to the leg side for no run. End of the over, but still 6 coming off it, so without too much risk being taken. 196 for 3, but they can take plenty of risks at this stage.
Arav Shetty starting another over. His 14th, and concedes a single off the first ball. Zay punching it out to deep cover. He goes to 3, 197 for 3. I find it very hard to believe that Darren Lehman would have been unpopular here, despite what he was telling us.
Depends what colour Rose he's wearing, and he was only wearing one colour.
Yeah, no, exactly. Shetty in bowls and McSweeney defends. Jams it hard into the ground, bounces up nicely for Shetty to field off his own bowling. He's trotting back to his mark, so certainly this over rate is an issue. Shetty in, bowls, driven by McSweeney up to mid-off, taking on the throw. The throw misses the stumps from Tom Bailey. I think McSweeney was home anyway. He goes to 17, 198 for 3. The lead 345.
Feels an age since Lancashire played Yorkshire in a first-class match.
Shetty in, to the back foot goes Zabe, plays it back down the pitch. Well, yes, and I suppose that's always one of the fears with 2 divisions, wasn't it, when it came in, what, 26, 27 years ago, whenever it was, that you might lose some of the traditional fixtures. Punched by Zabe, this time up to mid-on, fielded by Tom Bailey. And there's no run.
I'm not so sure they've played each other in a championship match since COVID.
Really?
I think Yorkshire were a Div 2 side, and then when they came up, Lancashire came down.
So he began playing that back down the pitch to Shetty. End of the over, 198 for 3. Zabe is 3, McSweeney is 17. The lead is 3:45. Well, similarly, Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, of course, they, for years and years and years, they played each other at Bank Holiday, either May at Grace Road and August at Wantage Road, or the other way around. And we won't be playing them this year. Played them in the Metrobank Cup, and that's it.
There's no man Ali to McSweeney. Does sweep this time, and that's the shot he was trying to play, the final ball of the previous over, but he gets it away nicely this time. He wasn't missing out. He moves to 21. That brings up the 200. Northamptonshire in their second innings, 202 for 3. The 2020 season, so Lancashire won promotion 2019 from Division 2 back to Division 1. That obviously we know what happened in the 2020 season, but when the fixtures were announced for the 2020 season, before everything that unfolded, there's no man's in. Forward goes McSweeney in defence. There's no run. Yorkshire and Lancashire were due to play a Division 1 fixture at Scarborough. It had been slated for Scarborough, which would have been brilliant.
Wouldn't that have been superb?
Yeah, it would. Fortunately, obviously, that didn't. They had to change that. That Scarborough wasn't deemed suitable. Touched away into the onside for no run, because I think they did play that 2020 when we had that kind of Bob Willis Trophy type thing. They played Yorkshire at Headingley, but I think it was either behind closed doors or it was restricted numbers, and Scarborough wasn't deemed to be able to be socially distanced with its spectators and all the safe ways in and out of the ground. Again, dropped into the offside for no run, but that would have been brilliant, a 4-day match between Yorkshire and Lancashire at Scarborough.
Fantastic. What an atmosphere.
It would have been. Yeah, it would have been pretty much sold out, wouldn't it, for the 4 days?
It would, yeah.
No man into McSweeney. That's just brushed his pad. I think it's gone down towards the boundary. It's leg bite. No bat on that. Fizzed in a little bit quicker by no man Ali, but just brushing the pad of McSweeney. So 4-leg buys, 206 for 3.
Well, I can remember, and I'm sure a lot of viewers and listeners will remember the days when the Roses match used to be televised. The championship match, used to be televised, sometimes by ITV.
Brilliant.
But you'd be able to watch and enjoy that.
No man into McSweeney. And he's forced it away through the offside. Oh, he wants to come back for 2, but Zay wasn't too keen. End of the end of the over. 207 for 3 at the end of the 52nd over. So yeah, Lancashire and Yorkshire did meet that season. I remember going to Headingley, and it was limited crowd for a 4-day match. But then the following year, 2021, we kind of we weren't. I don't think we're in the same division. I can't remember. We reverted back to different divisions.
Yes,
in
that's
2021.
right. Yeah, it was pools, wasn't it?
Pools, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because of course the first match of 2021 that they had spectators at Northampton was against Lancashire, when you and I and Phil Rowe, I think it was, sat at the top of the stairs at Wantage Road in the open air to commentate. Here's Shetty starting a fresh over from the Brian Statham end, turned away out to deep square by McSweeney for a single. He goes to 23, 208 for 3.
I was showing people to their seats.
It was absolutely. We were sitting at the top of the stairs, and people were coming up, and it was allocated seats, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And people were coming up and thought that we were the gateman. Shetty is in, bowls nudged out into the leg side by Safe Zabe, but there's no run. So people were asking us where their seats were while we were trying to describe what was going on. In fact, the weather rather put paid to that one. We didn't have a great deal of cricket to watch. Outside the off stump, punched down the ground, or attempted to punch down the ground by Zay, but can't get it past the energetic Arab Shetty. Into his 15th over. Flights that one up, full toss, clubbed away by Safe Zabe. Has that gone all the way? It has, for 6. Must have been, I lost sight of it, but it bounced on, I think, on top of the covers over deep mid-wicket for half a dozen. 214 for 3. The lead 361. I just heard somebody say presumably in answer to the question, where has that gone? The helpful response, I've no idea. Oh,
It's under there somewhere.
It's under there somewhere. Well, there,
He's gone again.
Is this George Balderson?
It is, yeah.
Who again has drawn the short straw. He's on his stomach in the mud down there. No, it's not there. It's not there. Come on, George.
It might have gone quite a way underneath that stand, maybe.
Well, it could be there, as we mentioned earlier, with the bits of Lego and plasticine. And
it's a good effort, George, but I wouldn't bother crawling under that.
No, definitely not. It's not worth.
It's not
sullying your whites
quite
for that. So umpire Naeem Ashraf is now coming back down towards the pavilion, presumably to get another. Oh yes, it's Keaton Jennings again has got the responsibility of the
big roll.
That's very impressive.
He's done it well today, though, hasn't he?
He's well, I think to the manner born. Quick canter through what's happening elsewhere while we've got a bit of an interruption in play. Yorkshire all out for 301 in their second innings against Hampshire. So it means Hampshire require 288 to win. And they're 71 for 2. So that's going to be an interesting one tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, there's some really interesting matches bubbling up. At Grace Road, Leicestershire all out for 257 in their second innings against Glamorgan. The target is 257 to win. Because of course, there was just one run in it on first innings. Glamorgan in a spot of bother at 47 for 3. Now, Essex have really pulled their socks up after yesterday's disappointing batting performance from them. 2 for 3, 158 all out, followed on. But they're 293 for 3 in their second innings. They're still 18 runs behind, but Charlie Allison has just reached his century. 100 not out, Matt Critchley 59 not out. They've been batting for a long time, so it's a chance for Essex there to get away with that one. Here's Shetty, and again bowls short and pulled away by Zabe over the man on the 45 on the leg side down to the boundary for 4. Zabe to 13, 218 for 3. At the Oval, Nottinghamshire against Surrey. Surrey set 329 to win, are 83 for 5. So looking good for the champions there. Shetty in bowls, back down the pitch by Safe Zabe. End of the over, 218 for 3. Zabe is 13, McSweeney is 23. The lead now 365 for Northamptonshire with 24 overs left this evening. All those considerations, of course, we have to knock 2 overs off for the interval between innings if we got the feeling very much from Darren Lehman that they will want to have a bowl tonight. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire looking good to beat Sussex. The target is 203, Warwickshire 149 for 4. Look at Div 2 in a moment.
Be Norman Alley to twirl in again. Balls to McSweeney. Cushioned away to square leg for a single. 219 for 3.
Durham have declared at 295 for 6 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Derby. Derby need 423 to win. They've already lost a wicket in their second innings. They're 6 for 1. So Durham's march back towards Division 1 looks to be very much on course.
In balls. Quicker to Safe Zabe. Punch to cover, no run.
At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 155 for 2 in their second innings against Worcestershire. So they're in the lead now, 38 in front. Gloucestershire 2 wickets down.
No man with his ball, the ball clinched towards his chest, he's in and bowling. Oh, that's flighted up, it's almost a full toss. It's the reverse sweep and it's gone for 4. Down towards the boundary. Nicely played by Safe Zabe. He's up to 17. It's 2-3 for 3.
And here's an interesting one at Merchant Taylor's School. Kent bowled out for 254 in their second innings. Left Middlesex to score 356 to win, which seems like quite a lot, but they are 68 for no wicket.
Ooh, okay.
Going along quite nicely, so bit of juice left in that one, you feel,
there is.
going into tomorrow. So there's some really interesting games, although one or two you suspect to be very nearly done and dusted tonight. Certainly Grace Road, one or two others. But that, you think, would probably one way or the other go fairly deep into tomorrow.
Save on 17, the man bowls and he paddles it over the keeper's shoulder down towards the boundary. Might get another 4 here. Bailey stomping his way towards the rope. Does well, stops it right by the boundary rope. His toe almost touching the rope, but he does save 1 because they've run 3. 226 for 3. Inventive again from Zabe. That kind of reverse paddle, scoop over his shoulder, over the keeper. And Bailey does well, stops it right by the boundary. Sweeney's back on strike, slipping place, crouching down. There's no man's in and bowls, and Sweeney defends. And there's no run. 2 for 57. No Man Ali on his Lancashire debut. 1 ball left of the over. And here he is to complete it. Open face, just trying to guide it down towards third man. Stopped by Keaton Jennings. End of the over. Leading by 373. And the spin from both ends has managed to claw things back because the over rate now says level. So they've rattled through enough in quick time. And they've gone from -4 to level on the over rate.
The umpires having a conversation, rather animated conversation about something. Not absolutely sure what, but the game's in danger of continuing.
Steady on.
Arav Shetty handing over his cap. 226 for 3. He's about to start his 16th over. No wicket for 74. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's done one of the elements of his role, which is to make sure that the over rate's back on an even keel. Bowls short of a length, punched away by Zabe for a single out to deep cover. Zabe to 21, 227 for 3. The lead is 374. 22 overs after this one. Question of how long a session Northamptonshire want tonight, how many runs they think they need. Short and cut away by McSweeney for a single out to deep cover. He's 25, 228 for 3.
Well, they've given themselves the best possible chance here, aren't they? I mean, the run rate over 4.5 and over here, so they're pushing it along at a good tempo, and it's going to allow them the possibility or the option of declaring at some stage tonight. Still 20 to go, so I mean they could, even if it's just kind of a little 8 over spell or something like that later on. It's tricky, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Yeah, we were talking at tea time, weren't we, off air, about what they might want. Here's Shetty in again, clipped away by Zabe out to deep mid wicket for another single. 3 balls, 3 singles this over. He's 22. 229 for 3. The lead 376. Professor Paul Edwards was thinking they might look well over 400. 420, something like that. I was suggesting.
Yeah. Seems well within reach, doesn't it, in that kind of time frame?
Shetty is in, bowls and turned away by McSweeney. Certainly 1. Will they think about 2? Thought about it, decided against it. Nice bit of fielding by Mitch Stanley coming in off the boundary.
Yeah.
Kept it to 1. 230 for 3. Coach is stomping round the ground.
Get his laps in.
He does, he puts a lot of laps in. Reverse sweep comes out from Zabe. Out again to Stanley. I thought decided against the second. I thought there might have been a second there, but he thought otherwise. 231 for 3.
Well, it's not 6:30 yet, so he's not going to the bar.
Well, they say it's fine. He can go and have a beer at 6:30. Just bring one up here. That'd be admirable. Shetty to finish the over, bowls to McSweeney, drops it down into the onside, tip and run really. Bohannon just betraying a little bit of frustration, shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, doesn't hit them. Fortunately, the disciplined Matty Hurst was backing up rather, and so there's no overthrow. 2:32 for 3 at the end of the over. The lead 379. Zabe is 23, McSweeney is 27.
Yes, 22 remaining tonight. They're both going up. Well, Zabe's going more than around the ball, but they're in that ballpark, aren't they, these two? So they scored a run off every delivery in the previous over, so they're keeping things ticking along nicely. It's going to be Norman Ali again. Sweeney pushes out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, it was an interesting point that Darren Neiman made, wasn't it, about Calvin Harrison? We've been saying one of those you could just do with a few runs. He said often if you're just in that situation where you've freed up a little bit, then boshed a couple of sixes and he's got a score.
Down the pitch comes McSweeney and punches away to cover. No run. Yes, and it's nice in Darren Neiman to say, look, I'm not too concerned about the way he got out, because it's about trying to play for the team and keep things pushing forward. Swept by McSweeney, but there is a field up on the square leg boundary. One run.
Well, this is what I was asking about George Bartlett as well, because they were keen to make the point when they awarded him a new contract that this was partly because the way he played this year and the unselfishness and the way he sort of played situations so well, even though he hasn't got 100 this year yet.
Save again on the reverse sweep. No man Ali up appealing towards the umpire. Face of absolute disbelief that he didn't get that out. Wasn't too much support from his new teammates for the appeal.
Outside leg stump, apart from anything else. Other than that, comma.
Into to Zabe. He's gone right back in the crease and fiddles it out towards the onside. Oh, Bohannon's upset with himself, but he should cut himself a bit of slack because he's been absolutely outstanding in the field.
Brilliant.
Doesn't quite get the pickup that he was hoping for there, but being a tad harsh on himself. 2:34 for 3. Final ball of the over. Let's run through cover. Little punch through extra cover by McSweeney. End of the over. 2:35 for 3. Might be the end of spin from both ends, because I've been watching Ben Walkden warm up through the course of that over, so I think we are going to see a bowling change.
Oh, binoculars up. Can you see us? Cooey.
Yeah, looking in this direction.
Well, as I say, such cloud as there was earlier on has completely disappeared to leave a perfect evening here in Manchester. And it is indeed going to be Ben Walkden to come back into the attack. He's only bowled 3 overs. 3 overs, no wicket for 6. Having been outstanding, of course, in the first innings.
Yes.
3 wickets for 33 in 13 overs. And here he is, running in from the Brian Statham end to bowl to Nathan McSweeney. He's bowled him. McSweeney going for a big swing. And as we mentioned earlier, in the great traditions of Brian Statham, batter missed, bowler hit. And Walkden has a 4th first-class wicket. And he's removed Nathan McSweeney for the 2nd time in the match. From LBW in the first innings, he bowled him in the second. Northamptonshire 2:35 for 4, leading by 382. Well, that's not a bad return. I mean, 4 wickets anyway, but pick up a test batter in each innings, you'd settle for that.
You would. Again, another example of a batsman here very much playing to try and keep things pushing forward. Would it be James Sales, I think, due in next, wouldn't it? If he was, if
it's George Bartlett.
He's come for Bartlett. Okay.
Yeah, I suspect they probably won't want Sales to bat unless it's absolutely necessary. And I mean, they've got if they need anything after these two, they've got McManus, they've got Guthrie.
They've got you know who.
Well, they've got you know who. Yes.
He's got history against Lancashire.
Well, he has, but he's after his Ben Sanderson, after his rather tame dismissal in the first innings, which our colleagues were saying that I think Luke Proctor was down in the press box at the time, the media centre downstairs, when he got out yesterday, and old chum or not, I don't think he was terribly impressed with the stroke that that he perished to.
Chomping at the bit to put things right, wasn't he?
Well, you'd think so.
Or maybe just resting up, ready to have a ball.
More likely.
A little bit later on tonight.
More likely. Here's Walkden, bowling to George Bartlett. Plays that crisply down to backward point, and there's no run. Bartlett 92 in the first innings, very, very important innings. Northamptonshire, remember, considering the situation they're in now, were 92 for 5 yesterday when Bartlett went in.
Yeah, I mean, it shows the absolute reward you can get for scrapping it out and finding a partnership or two and getting something on the board.
Walkden is in, bowls to Bartlett, who defends up to Keaton Jennings at mid-on. Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're unable to do that today. Just couldn't get anything going. Even just a partnership or two would have got them somewhere near that Northamptonshire first innings score, and then it's a different feel, isn't it? 150 behind on first innings, you'd struggle to come back from that too many times.
Walkden is in, bowls, and Bartlett pushing it out to cover. There's no run.
So did Darren Lehman say that he reckons that Bartlett's 95 against Lancashire on the first day was that they're considering that to be
They are considering that to be, and I know exactly what they mean, because as you and I know, we described it, and he turned down countless runs. But it's a nice thought.
You weren't having that, were you?
Oh, well, no. But, here's Walkden in bowls and played off the back foot by Bartlett down to backward point, because it's thin end of wedge, isn't it? If you, I mean, Peter Willey will tell you, and he will remind, if you ask him nicely, he'll tell you at great length about how Northamptonshire declared with him 99 not out, and there are various other instances of that. So you have to be a little bit careful with these things. But I accept the sentiment behind it completely. Walkden is in, bowls, and Bartlett strokes that down to backward point, but can't get a run.
Well, it was. I mean, it was effectively like that, wasn't it? It was such a brilliant innings to save the match.
Oh, it was a wonderful knock, and as I say, he's as I did say to him last night, he must be thinking slightly, what have I got to do to get 100? But 92 here again. It's an innings that's set up the game. Whether Northamptonshire go on to win it, we don't know, but it's certainly had a very big role to play in putting Northamptonshire into the strong position they're in at the moment. 235 for 4 at the end of the over, the lead 382.
Yeah, it's a wicket maiden that for Ben Walkden. 20 to go. But we're expecting that to be a little bit fewer than that because of the change of innings. We're getting the impression from what Darren Lehman was saying that they would, in an ideal world, like to be having a bowl tonight. Zabe. That's off the back foot, and he's punched that away through the offside. It's going to run away for 4, actually. He managed to get himself a bit of room by shuffling a little to the leg side, and it frees him up to force the ball away through cover.
I had to ask him about that little difference of opinion with Ian Chappell, though. He's wonderful, isn't it?
Millman falls, reverse sweep from Zabe. Balderson's on the boundary for that type of shot, and there's just the one added to the total. 240 for 4. 387. I forget that he's part of the ABC commentary, isn't he, for the Australian summer. And balls. Bartlett onto the front foot. It's the pad, deflects into the onside, no run.
I know he loves it, and you can hear why. I think he's a bit of a natural, isn't he?
240 for 4, lead of 387. And balls again. Nice back foot shot by Bartlett. Gathered by Stanley at deep extra cover. He's off the mark with that, actually, George Bartlett. 241 for 4. Big safe Zabe. Back on strike. Man alley balls Zabe on the bounce back to the left arm spinner. Takes a slightly awkward bounce right in front of him, but he manages to stop it. Spins the ball from one hand to the other. Sets off once more into Zabe. There's the reverse again. This time it's in front of square. It's a really good shot, and that's going to be 4. Terrific shot from safe Zabe to being able to engineer something from the final ball of the over. A 4 to start the over, a 4 to end the over. 245 for 4.
Yes, I did. One occasion last year, popped into Darren Lehman's office at Wantage Road because we set up an interview, and he said, "I'll be with you in a minute. I'm just sorting out my arrangements for the bash, the big bash league. I think his arrangements of where he was going to be at any given moment." He said, "This is like the same sort of thing as you do, the head of the championship season." As Walkden starts a fresh over, driven by George Bartlett up to wide mid-off, and they come through for a single. Bartlett 246 for 4. But it was, instead of, we've got to get from Leicester to Taunton or whatever, it was, Brisbane and the Gold Coast, and then we got to go down to Sydney, and it's, not quite.
Different challenge.
Slightly different challenge. But he was actually on the phone to the person that does all the bookings and hotels and flights and whatnot for ABC. It was slightly different to the way we do ours, but anyway, it's same principle.
Indeed.
246 for 4. Walkden round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who gets a bottom edge, chops it into the ground. Tidied up by Joe Moores behind the stumps. No close catches now. Just a question of a defensive run-saving field. There's a third man just in from the boundary. Deep cover. Long leg, deep square. Long on, not quite back on the boundary, but not far off. Mid-off is up. Walkden is in. Bowls to Zabe. Plays it up towards mid-on, but mid-wicket comes across to cut it off. Josh Bohannon, so there is no run. A few large gulls now wheeling around just to see if anybody's left anything tasty on one of the seats. Bits of sausage roll or something. Here's Walkden. In again, bowls and chopped down to backward point by Zabe. And there's no run. He's moved briskly on to 33 off 27. And he's another one that has not had a fantastic year in the championship, but going out there and able to just free his arms a little bit. He's averaging 38. And he made 100 against Gloucestershire at Northampton. Walkden in again. Bowls and Zabe. Plays it down to backward point. No run. So that is the 14th championship century of the season for Northamptonshire, scored by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Last year, Northamptonshire had 15 in the whole campaign. cut away by Zabe down to deep point for a single. More good work out there from Mitchell Stanley. And Zabe keeps the bowling. 34 to him, 2 to Bartlett, 247 for 4. The lead is 394, and there are 18 overs left in the day.
Well, another 10, say, that they bat 4, give them another 40 runs at this rate, and that would look pretty healthy, wouldn't it, for Northamptonshire? It's still give them kind of 6 overs to have a little go at tonight, should they want it to work out like that.
So yeah, 14 centuries, as I say, but 15 last year across the whole matches. But of course, there's another 5 games to go.
Here's the reverse sweep again. The outcome's the same again. It's in front of square from safe Zabe, and he just catches that really sweetly, doesn't he? Takes him on to 38. Brings up the 250 as well for Northamptonshire. 251 for 4, and lead is 2 away from being 400 now. Say 38 from 30. No man in, balls, and goes back. Chopped it away to the offside for a single. 252 for 4.
I think the record is safe. Most championship centuries for Northamptonshire in a season, 24. In 1990, the year of the small seam. Do you remember that? When the year Neil Fairbrother got his 366, was it, at the Oval?
How many games would that have been that season then?
Was.
Bartlett forward and looking to defend. Ball hits him somewhere and drops back down the pitch, and a lonely appeal by Noman Ali.
22. A lot of runs scored that year.
Bartlett swipes it out towards the onside. He'll get 4, and that'll push the lead beyond 400 as well. 403 in front, 256 for 4, and dragged out through mid-wicket by George Bartlett.
That year, Rob Bailey just shy of 2,000 runs. He gets 7 of those centuries, one shy of the county record.
Bowling to Bartlett, tries to replicate the same shot, doesn't quite get the outcome, but excellent from Tom Bailey. It's a very good stop low down to his right. Lancashire's fast bowler. Saving a couple of runs for his team. 257 for 4. Get through for 1. Brings Zabe back on strike. They've now pushed the fielder who was at deep backward point to point to try and cut off that reverse sweep, which had been pretty profitable for safe Zabe. So instead he comes down the pitch and works it away through mid-on for a single, and nicks the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 258 for 4. Zabe 40 from 32. Bartlett 7 from 11, leading by 405 runs.
Middlesex have lost a wicket at Merchant Taylor School, but still in decent shape, needing 356 to win. They're 90 for 1. Sam Robson out for 36, but Luke Holman still there, 31 not out. Durham are closing in on victory against Derbyshire at Derby, having left Derbyshire needing 423 to win. Derbyshire 25 for 4. Walked in, bowls and driven out to extra cover by safe Zabe. Smartly fielded again. Standards generally in the field have really been sustained. Noman Ali excellent there at extra cover.
Noticed that Warwickshire lost a couple of quick wickets against Sussex.
He has walked in, bowls to Zabe, who drives away through points. Certainly 1. They'll come back for 2 comfortably. Mitchell Stanley just having to make a bit of ground. And Zabe is quick. Goes to 42. off 34, 260 for 4. Matty Potts has picked up 3 of those 4 wickets. Bryden Cass has got the other.
It's a pretty formidable looking attack, that isn't it?
It is.
Durham have got.
Darren Lehman made the point when Vasconcelos got his 187 there. It's not far short of an international standard attack. Worked into the leg side by Zabe. Next ball from Walkden. No run.
They've got Potts, Cass and Stokes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems a bit unfair.
Well, and you've got Ben Rain as well,
Yeah.
who's it's not the worst.
No. I think we can count Durham out of the.
I think so.
Out of the equation, they're on the way.
You would think so. Well, Northamptonshire still got to play them at Wantage Road.
Fair enough. Yep.
Here's Walkden outside the off stump. Zabe tries to cut, misses. Ricochets off the pads of Joe Moores. It was a little bit of a late in the day piece of cricket, that wasn't it, really? It's one of those, 16 to go, 6 o'clock gone. But there's still some important overs here. According to this match pans out. Zabe defends back down the pitch in the sense of how many do Northamptonshire feel they need, how long do they want to bowl for, and however long they want to bowl for, will they get any success tonight? I think if they could pick up a couple of wickets in, I don't know, dozen overs or whatever, they would feel they've had a well-nigh perfect day. Here's Walkden, in and bowls and driven by Zabe out through extra cover. It's a chase for Keaton Jennings, reels it in inside the rope and they come back for 2. Zabe to 44, 262 for 4. The lead is 409. The over rate now +3.
Yes, giddy heights. We are now in a position where it would be a highest 4th innings total scored by Lancashire here at Old Trafford. The previous highest 4th innings total by Lancashire was 403 for 8. That was against Nottinghamshire again, that they won by 2 wickets in 1910.
Oof.
So it would be.
Was Ken doing that?
Yeah, I think he probably was. So it would be record territory here if Lancashire were to get these runs. Reverse sweep from Bartlett. There's a big chase on here for Stanley, and to his credit, he's got across the ground and stopped it. He will run 3. But the back end of a tough day where they've been soundly outplayed, their commitment in the field hasn't, for me anyway, hasn't really at all been able to question it. They've been excellent in the field.
Really
Lancashire, they've
really
worked
good.
as hard as they can. It can't be easy when you at the minute being outplayed. Paddled away down towards fine leg, and again Bailey in pursuit, and again he'll get to it thanks to his big boot. puts the old size, whatever it is, 12 down on it, and he stops it from going to the boundary.
Well, from a Northamptonshire point of view, they've only 3 times conceded 400 in the 4th innings of a championship match. For a first-class match, one of them was a first-class fixture against Mashonaland.
Right. Norman Ali in balls to Zabe, and that's worked to square leg where Jennings fields, and there's 1 run.
They went out and played in Zimbabwe beginning of 1995, and they played a Mashonaland Select 11, which was a pretty decent side. And they bowled them out for very few in the first innings, 83.
Comes no man, balls, and Bartlett works it to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Left them 417 to win, and they absolutely cruised it. Grant Flower made 100. 417 for 4. Andy Flower was captain.
No man, balls, and Bartlett slaps it back past the left arm spinner. Shetty, who's been excellent in the field today, as I mentioned, I think Lancashire, to their credit, really have worked hard in the field. And he's there to scoop it up. One more, 269 for 4.
The two 400 pluses, 428 for 5. Sussex to win at Kettering in 1939. 404 for 8. Worcestershire to win at Worcester in 2016.
Final ball of the over. There's that reverse sweep from safe Zabe, and that is terrific because Lancashire have put that brings him 50. 51 not out, which is an outstanding little cameo at the back end of the innings here from safe Zabe. 51 from 41 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. And that shot there, because Lancashire have pushed Balderson from behind square in front of square, because that's where he was playing those reverse sweeps. He's able then to reverse sweep it fine enough to get it behind square and get himself 4. He has played that shot beautifully. Lancashire have tinkered with the field trying to cut it out, but he still finds a way to bring up boundaries.
Ben Walkden running in to bowl to George Bartlett. 273 for 4. Bartlett goes up and over extra cover for 4. First bounce. Oh, that was a bit Caribbean from George Bartlett. 277 for 4. So the lead is in sort of Paul Edwards territory now. At about 424. Lancashire's highest 4th innings total against Northamptonshire, 305 for 7, which was at Northampton in 2001. Here's Walkden punched down to backward point by Bartlett, and there's no run. A game which I would have covered, and I can remember absolutely nothing about it.
Excellent.
But it was a win for Lancashire, won by 3 wickets, thanks to Warren Hegg. 107 not out for Chucky.
Well done.
Glenn Chappell, 72 not out.
Tremendous.
Those two put on an unbroken 136 for the 8th wicket.
How can you not remember that?
I don't remember it at all. Early season game. Here's Walkden in, bowls and square drive from Bartlett out to deep point for 1.
What did Chappell and Hegg put on? 170?
136 for the 8th wicket, at 169 for 7.
Nice.
Finished up 305 for 7. Darren Cousins got all 7 wickets. 7 for 120. Bold Cuzzer. 278 for 4. The lead is 425. There are 14 overs to go after this, which would be in effect 12. Here's Walkden in and bowls and picked up by Zabe down to deep fine leg for 1. It's been a lovely little innings this from Zabe.
Yeah, it has.
52 not out off 42. And again, going out there with licence. 279 for 4. The lead is 426. On a glorious evening here in Manchester. There's now not a cloud visible anywhere. Full from Walkden. Stubbed down into the ground by Bartlett, and he gets a single to backward point. Goes to 17, 280 for 4. Walkden back at the end of his mark, immediately down below us. Bowls to Zabe, who drives away down to deep point. More work for the already hard-working Mitch Stanley to do down on the boundary. Come back for 1. Or come through for 1, I should say. 53 to Zabe, 17 to Bartlett, 281 for 4. So the game's just in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. Question of how long Northamptonshire feel they need to go here.
Well, they could probably go on a little bit longer, can't they?
Yeah.
There's 14 to go. Lancashire chasing the ball around for a few extra overs.
Well, it's the old thing, isn't it? Do what the opposition would least like, and I think probably they'll be looking to, as you say, press home the advantage and just generally hack off everybody in the Lancashire side, and then, well, Noman Ali's going to come back into the attack. 281 for 4.
Yeah, 2 for 92 for Noman Benali. And this is Zabe, who gently walks towards him to meet him. And plays it up towards mid-on for a single. 4-2-9 in front. Brings Bartlett on strike. Lancashire got boundary riders at long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, deep extra cover. And cuts that away to Stanley. Again, it's good from Stanley.
That heroic Lancashire victory at Northampton in 2001, courtesy of Warren Hegg and Glenn Chappell, despite 177 for Northamptonshire from one Malachi Loy. I'll ask him about that tomorrow.
Blimey, wanted the last of it. In and balls, swept away by Zabe. Jennings at deep backward square leg fields. Zabe to 55, 284 for 4. Bartlett on strike. No man. Left arm spinner out on the wicket balls. Slog swept towards the leg side and in between the gap. Balderson and Bailey are fielding. 4 for Bartlett takes him to 22. He is comfortably north of 200 runs against Lancashire this season. 288 for 4, leading by 435. No man. And balls, and Bartlett goes again and cracks it out towards the leg side. It's all the way for 6. Well, it was a pretty flat 6, but it's 6 nonetheless. I'm not sure how high that got off the ground. It didn't feel it got that high, but he swept it out towards the square leg boundary for 6. He moves to 28. 294 for 4. Lead is 441. And now the ball has disappeared into the seats of the temporary stand. And Tom Bailey has successfully gone in there and retrieved it.
No Benali's century.
Yeah. 2 for 105. He's bowled. This is his 15th over on the bounce from the Anderson end. It's ramped down towards the boundary. Keaton Jennings is trying his best to catch up with it, but it'll run away for 4 more.
That looks like it.
And will that do? It will, yeah. 298 for 4, and a declaration with Zabe on 55, Bartlett on 32. I think that will be 11 overs in the day remaining for Lancashire to bat. And they're happy and content with their lot, and rightly so. It's been an outstanding day for Northamptonshire. They really have hammered Lancashire here, and it leaves Lancashire with an awful lot of work to do with the bat. It is a day that has belonged to Northamptonshire. We'll see what the final 11 overs have in store, but they're declared with a lead of 445. And that is an outstanding effort from where we resumed at 11 o'clock this morning to 10 past 6 tonight.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, as we were saying earlier, a much better day for Northamptonshire. I don't think anyone, well, we already spoken to a couple of members of the coaching staff, and Greg Smith and Darren Lehman, and I don't think they can quite believe how things have panned out today for Northamptonshire, but they bowled well this morning. They caught well, with one exception. And then they've played with real purpose in the second innings. Vasconcelos was superb. Proctor was in support. And then we've had little cameos, really, from Calvin Harrison, McSweeney, Saif Zabe and George Bartlett, boosting Northamptonshire up to 298 for 4, scoring at nearly 5 and over. Now, Lancashire find themselves needing 446 to win. And maybe just a chance for us to take a breather and and we'll be back with you for the start of the Lancashire Run Chase, 4:46 to win, with 11 overs to go tonight.
To the members, supporters, and people of Lancashire, it is great to be made president of this wonderful club, and one I do not take lightly. When I first arrived here, I had no idea what lay ahead. What began as a chance to play cricket became something I never expected. It became home. The best years of my cricketing life were spent wearing the red rose.
And that could be it, it is. And what a great 100 this is from Clive Lloyd.
We won trophies and made memories I will always carry.
He's pushing it, he's taken a single to Lloyd. And it must be out, just look at that.
But trophies only tell part of the story. What made Lancashire truly special was the people. You embraced me not just as a cricketer, but as one of your own. The friendships and connections I have built here have never faded, and I know they never will. My promise is simple: cricket comes first. It is my great hope that we return to Division 1 of the County Championship, and that our women's team continues to grow into one of the most formidable sides in the country. Across both men and women's cricket, we must be ambitious and we must be bold. What excites me most is what lies ahead. The next generation carrying the red rose with the same pride as those before them. The future is ours to shape together. Lancashire will always hold a special place in my heart. We are the red rose together.
And welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire are just about to start their second innings. Their victory target 446 to win. More immediately, the requirement is to negotiate this potentially testing little session, 11 overs to be bowled tonight, with Keaton Jennings and Marcus Harris already out there, getting ready to face Ben Sanderson from the Brian Statham end. Sanderson, who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, has 4 slips in place, and he runs into bowl the first ball of the innings to Marcus Harris, who plays it down into the slip cordon, in fact just through the slip cordon, for a single. So Harris is underway, as are Lancashire. Only 445 runs further required. So in terms of where we are in the match, Scott, 11 overs tonight, 96 tomorrow, 107 as a minimum. I suppose it's conceivable Northamptonshire, if we see a lot of spin, might bowl a bit more. So it's a long haul.
By the batting.
Sanderson in and bowls to Jennings. Appeal for LBW. Not out. It hit him, I would have thought, if not outside. Well, it may have hit him outside the line, which is what wasn't given out. It was. That's where he was bowling wicket to wicket. That's why it was out, he says. It's hit him outside the line, hasn't it?
I think it has. Yeah. It looks that way from.
They were quite excited though. But,
I'm not surprised. They've got every right to be. They've earned the right to be excited.
Here's Sanderson round the wicket, in and bowls, and Keaton Jennings on the back foot plays it out into the covers. And there is no run. So to see who's going to take the new ball with Sanderson. I imagine it'll be Liam Guthrie, who was excellent the first innings, picked up 3 wickets, praised by both Greg Smith and Darren Lehman from the Northamptonshire support staff up in the box this afternoon. Here's Sanderson, bowls to Jennings, takes a step down the pitch, pushes it out into the covers. No run to be had, fielded there by Bartlett, at point. Flicks it on to Nathan McSweeney. Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor at mid-on. Ben Sanderson now on 43 championship wickets for the season in 7 games, missed 1. Runs in to bowl to Keaton Jennings, no ball called. Jennings defends out into the offside. Umpire Ashraf calling the no ball, so Lancashire 3 for no wicket. So finish time this evening with 10 overs to go. Likely to be round about 7 o'clock. Derbyshire 57 for 7 against Durham at Derby, so that could be over tonight. Sanderson in bowls and Jennings on the back foot, plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there is no run. Durham win that one, which you would think they will, then they will be, you would think, barring something very unusual, as Scott mentioned earlier, surely going to be back up in Division 1 next year.
Well, I mean, it's not kind of unassailable lead, is it? But
No,
it just feels that way, doesn't it?
As I say, they've still got to play Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, but
title battle.
Well, I think that's a little way off yet. But Ben Stokes, 2 overs, 3 for 8. Picked up the last 3 wickets. Sanderson in, bowling now over the wicket to Jennings, who plays it out to the leg side, fielded by Chahal, who's looking very energetic, sprinting around. 3 for no wicket off the first over, and it will indeed be Liam Guthrie, the left armour, to bowl from the Sir James Anderson end.
Keeping a little eye on that Warwickshire-Sussex game, but because Warwickshire lost a couple of quick wickets, it was like they were kind of cruising to victory, but then lost, I think, 2 or 3 on the spin. I think they're look like they're well set to beat Sussex now.
Well, they need 24 with 2 wickets standing.
Oh, right, okay, they've lost another one.
179 for 8 now.
Okay.
So that's a real squeaky one.
It is, isn't it? Be a terrific win for Sussex,
wouldn't it just?
Here's Guthrie in and balls. And played away into the offside by Marcus Harris. Bartlett's a backward point to field, and there is no run.
Essex, meanwhile, have cleared the arrears against Somerset down at Taunton. They close of play there, 314 for 3.
Wow.
So effectively they're 3 for 3, which is pretty much what they were in their first innings, of course.
It's some partnership, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's Critchley and Matt Critchley and Charlie Allison. Allison 100.
Harris defends.
Allison 105 not out. Critchley 76 not out. Those two put on so far 100 and
lots.
Yes. 173, 187 approximately for the 4th wicket.
Good effort. Three without loss. It's Guthrie from the James Anderson end. 4 slip catches waiting. Balls to Harris. Just pushing a little at that, Harris. Or maybe just playing inside the line. It felt watching him here, but we are to have his back to us that maybe just pushed a little bit of that. But through to the keeper.
Anything to say about that Essex Somerset game is that there's no Lewis Gregory with the ball in the second innings.
Oh
I think
dear. Right.
He's picked up a hip injury, I think I read.
Right.
So he hasn't been able to bowl.
3 for no wicket. Lancashire. Harris waits as Guthrie glides in again. Left arm over balls and then behind it. Dabs it away into the offside. McSweeney comes forth from mid-off to field and there is no run. So 11 over session for Lancashire to negotiate tonight. I suppose it's always an awkward one, I guess, and it's certainly easy up here to judge when you should declare and not declare. But it's always that little thing in the back of your mind. You don't want the team 9 down at the close of play tomorrow.
Quite.
Guthrie to Harris is left. And taken by the keeper. I think Luke Proctor would feel very... Well, he can feel at ease regardless of what happens in these 9 overs, but even more so if he can prize 1 out tonight.
Trying to remember what the equation was last year here when Lancashire batted a long time to save the match. How many overs that was? Got it up here, I think. Okay, probably got it there.
Comes Guthrie balls. That's carved away through the offside. That'll be 4. And that's towards the backward point boundary. End of the over. 4 takes Harris on to 5. Lancashire 7 without loss. Well, Bohannon got runs, didn't he? Got a century in the second innings there.
Yeah, Northamptonshire 496. Lancashire 228 all out. Northamptonshire enforced. And Lancashire batted 149 overs for 351 for 9 to save the game in the end fairly comfortably. Calvin Harrison 57 overs, 7 for 119. Here's Sanderson starting the 3rd over, and that nips through the defences of Keaton Jennings. It's also dropped by Lewis McManus, not chance because it didn't hit the bat, but the ball was dropped by Lewis McManus. 7 for no wicket. So Northamptonshire will know that it's not always easy to bowl sides out on this ground.
No, Lancashire have found that many times in the past.
4 slips in place. Here's Sanderson. In and bowls, and Jennings looking to drive. Doesn't time it, goes past the bowler, past the stumps at the non-striker's end, and is intercepted by Luke Proctor coming round from mid-on. And there is no run. And once again, as we've commented before in this game and in others, time now 6:30. Quite a lot of the spectators have gone home. A few doughty diehards around the ground. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, edged and caught at the second attempt. It's ricocheted off 4th slip. It's been caught at 3rd. And Northamptonshire have the breakthrough they wanted with a wicket of Keaton Jennings in unusual fashion, to put it mildly. But Jennings has gone for naught. Sanderson has removed him, and that is a big breakthrough for Northamptonshire. Lancashire 7 for 1.
That's a great reaction, isn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
It was, well, effectively dropped at first, but then not at first slip, but at first by the slip catcher, and then it was then the recovery catch here, I think, from the third slip catcher.
That's a terrific grab. I think it's Kimber that's actually Louis Kimber on his sub. It went to Safe Zabe. If you're watching on Lancs TV, you'll see it. Knocked up by Zabe, and that is superb reflexes by, and they're saying Calvin Harrison. Let's have a look. Just need to. Knocked up.
It's Kimber, I think.
It's Kimber.
Yeah,
it's not Harrison. Harrison's at second. That is Louis Kimber. That is a terrific grab.
Yep.
And it's the third one he's taken in there today, because he caught Keaton Jennings this morning off Guthrie.
Yes.
And he caught Ben Walkden first ball off Sanderson.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that Lancashire were batting this morning, and it was all about trying to draw level or get beyond Northamptonshire. Right at the end of the back end of the day. So we are again.
Well, Safe Zabe will be wanting an assist for that, won't he?
Yeah, and he would kind of deserve an assist. Or maybe not, actually. He should have taken it himself.
Exactly, yeah.
He'd be grateful for Kimber instead, rather than trying to carve out an assist.
Well, Josh Bohannon is in, facing Sanderson down the leg side. Taken by Lewis McManus. Bohannon went for 4 in the first innings. Caught on the crease, wasn't he? He was LBW for 4. Scoreboard still saying Calvin Harrison, but it wasn't. It was Louis Kimber, who at third slip, who took the rebound via Safe Zabe at 4th. Sanderson is in. Bowles hits Bohannon on the pad as he aims to play it away on the leg side. On the thigh pad, it was far too high to countenance an appeal. Yussi Chahal just bowls one on to his captain, Luke Proctor. I wonder if they might just give him an over before the close.
I suppose if they declared a little earlier, you could have a little go with your seamers, and then a few with the spinner at the back end. But of course, they could still do that. But it's 8 overs to go after this one.
Last ball of the over. Sanderson in, bowls to Bohannon, who's again struck on the pad, but drops out into the offside. But a successful over for Ben Sanderson. 2 overs, 1 for 3. Keaton Jennings in the bag. 7 for 1. Lancashire require a further 439 to win. Northamptonshire need 9 wickets. There are 8 overs left tonight on this beautiful sunny evening here in Manchester.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? So many times you get to this end of this part of the day, and we're already off for bad light, having been called at 5 o'clock, and you get to 6:30, and you could play for another couple of hours. It's amazing how it does so many times turn out to be the case. There's certainly no problems with the light tonight. We're going to be fine for the 8 overs, another half an hour or so of cricket. And it's Guthrie into to Harris, punched into the offside. Tumbling stop by McSweeney. I thought Guthrie's spell to Harris in the first innings was really good. I thought he bowled really well and seemed to. Well, of course, Harris was dropped off Guthrie's bowling, wasn't he, in the first innings? And there's a couple of edges, an inside edge as well. It went down to fine leg. It was a nice little contest between the two.
Well, as I say, it's interesting listening to Greg Smith, because his feeling was, rather as mine was, that in terms of consistency and control, this is probably the best that Guthrie's bowled this year.
To Harris, 4 balls, just an off stump, and that's right off the toe end of the bat, it would appear. He gives the toe end of the bat and then a little look. Marcus Harris as he drops it into the offside.
It might be that he's one of those sort of slightly streaky bowlers, as was mentioned by Greg Smith. He bowled well at the start of last season, bowled well against at home to Kent, and got a 7 for against Middlesex. But so he just seems to go hot and cold.
Harris just spun round It's beyond the reach of the slip fielder, down towards the boundary. It's going to actually go for 4 runs. Safe Zabe, who doing his best to try and dive to his left and cut that off. Left arm over to Harris, bouncing down in front of Zabe and running down towards the boundary for 4. 11 for 1. Vasconcelos, Harrison, Kimber and Zabe are the 4 slip fielders. Go through to Harris. And Harris defends. Sweeney fields. And there's no run. I think I should be counting down the overs if they are somehow to try and bat through tomorrow. Harris and Bohannon are the 2 most experienced batters that Lancashire have remaining. Can they be there to try and start things off in the morning? Guthrie flies one in full again to Harris, who digs it out, but it's more of a toe poke to mid-wicket. And again, he's looking at his bat. Second time that's come off the toe end of the bat. Sanderson fielding there and hands the ball back to his captain. Guthrie wandering back to his mark. Bowling from the Anderson end, and with the sun just a little lower in the sky, he's going to start in shade. Shadows of the point in the pavilion, and then he'll appear into sunlight. Into Harris, again neatly in behind. And defends. And of the over, well, there's a few pads being brought out, so maybe we might see a little bit of spin before the day's done. It's George Bartlett who has the task of strapping on the shin guards.
A very tight game at Edgbaston. Warwickshire now 190 for 8, so they need 13 more to win, with 2 wickets standing against Sussex. Surrey, meanwhile, play still in progress at the Oval. They're 148 for 8 against Nottinghamshire, so 148 for 9 make that. So that could be over tonight at the Oval.
Shakes things up, doesn't it, in the Division 1?
Very much so. So Sanderson will continue from this Brian Statham end. The shadows of the members' pavilion having almost caught up with the slip cordon. Bartlett now in at forward short leg under the lid. 4 slips in place. Sanderson in, bowls to Bohannon outside the off stump. He leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. So a few spectators down the front of the hotel. A few in the shade at the front of the members' pavilion. Scattering under the point. Coming round towards 20 to 7 this Saturday evening. Sanderson in and bowls outside the off stump again to Bohannon, who leaves well alone. Josh Bohannon, 322 runs in the championship this year, averaging just over 20. But with this remarkable record against Northamptonshire that we were talking about yesterday, 4 centuries he's made against Northamptonshire, 4 also against Kent, averaging over 70 in championship cricket against Northamptonshire down the years. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls down the leg side. Has he got a little flick on that? No, he hasn't. Certain amount of interest from the slip cordon, nothing from Ben Sanderson. Nothing really much from Lewis McManus either. Still this quite stiff breeze coming across the ground from the west, so from our left. Been like that for much of the day, but as I say, it has helped to just blow away some of the cloud that we had earlier. Leave us with this gorgeous evening. Sanderson in, bowls to Bohannon. Bohannon defends back down the pitch. Sanderson fields. And there is no run. Pyre Ashraf just having a look at where Ben Sanderson's front foot is landing. Does tend to dig a bit of a pit down there, does Ben Sanderson. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Kimber the substitute at third, Zabe at fourth, Bartlett under the lid at forward short leg. Sanderson into Bohannon, Bohannon again, right in behind that. Defends up to mid-on where Proctor fields and there's no run. 13 for 1, the man out Keaton Jennings caught by substitute Louis Kimber. Off Sanderson, rebound off safe Zabe. Scoreboard has got it right now, so obviously somebody's had another look at it perhaps. Sanderson in again to Bohannon, leaves it alone outside the off stump. Slaps into the gloves of Lewis McManus. To say, when there is a sort of tangle of arms and legs, as there was on that occasion, it's slightly difficult to see who'd actually caught it, but you could see it was Louis Kimber having dived the other way, and you could also see Safe Zabe, who was on the floor, livid with himself that he dropped it, and he was sort of hammering the floor, but I think he was then, it was in delight, because he realised from the noise and the reaction that Kimber had taken the rebound. Sanderson in, bowls to Bohannon down the leg side. Taken by McManus, 13 for 1 at the end of the over, so 6 to go. Harris is 9, Bohannon is 0. Suppose we would be in like Watchman territory would be now.
Yep,
the one
so.
went.
Yep.
Who would probably do that?
Don't know.
Bailey? I'm trying to think, was it not an issue at I'm trying to think of that first game, whether one was used.
Harry Conway, was he?
He was Northamptonshire.
He was Northamptonshire's night watchman. Yeah. Oh, you mean Lancashire?
Yeah.
Left by Harris. Through to the keeper. There's no run.
No, I don't think there was.
I don't think there was. No. Yeah, Conway came out. He got. He was a bit of a pain in the backside, wasn't he, for Lancashire?
He hung around for a long time.
Yeah.
71 balls for his 20. They put on 60 for the last wicket with Lewis McManus.
13 for 1. Guthrie for Northamptonshire. In over the wicket. Harris forward. Deflecting defensively to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, he will be back in Northamptonshire colours for the last 3 games. He'll come in to replace Nathan McSweeney when he heads off to join the Australia A team to play India. And he'll miss the last 3 championship matches. And Conway, who's been in Northamptonshire since he finished his stint playing league cricket, he will be back with Northamptonshire for the last 3 games.
Someone lurking in the car park behind the sight screen, which
going for a coffee and donut, I think, if it's still open.
Slightly distracting Marcus Harris. And balls again to Harris, that side, to his pads, and he's leaning forward, tucks it up to mid-on. And there's no run. 13 for 1.
It's a sort of see-through sight screen, isn't it, at that far end?
Which doesn't sound ideal, that does it?
There seems to be a bit of a basic flaw there, but somehow works.
And again, Guthrie driving his Harris, one bounce back to the Northamptonshire bowler. No addition to the score. 2 balls remaining of the Guthrie over, and then 5 to go today. Gathers the ball from his captain. Turns and comes trotting back in again. 4-slip catches, crouching down into Harris. And it goes full. Flicked off the toes by Marcus Harris. Gathered by Luke Proctor, who's running away to his left and slightly backwards towards the boundary at mid-on. Gathering up the ball. Single for Harris. He's on to 10. 14 for 1. Brings Josh Bohannon. Strike. I don't think he's faced Guthrie yet, has he?
No.
Taking guard from umpire Watts. Bohannon settles into his crease. One ball left of the over to negotiate. Guthrie to Bohannon. Just helped into the onside. One bounce out to mid-wicket. End of the over. 5 to go this evening. Right at the back end of the third day. Lancashire 14 for 1 in their second innings. Harris and Bohannon trying to get Lancashire to the close of play without any further damage done.
Sanderson shadows very much lengthening now as we come around towards 7 o'clock, about 6:45. Still 5 overs left. Sanderson gesturing to the dressing room for something or other. A word with his captain.
Charles twirling his arms around.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him just get maybe just a couple of overs before the close. 14 for 1. Harris, left-hander facing. 4 slips in play. Sanderson in bowls to him, and he's rock solid in defence. Plays it up towards mid-on. Eventually gets to Luke Proctor, who appears to have taken on the ball polishing duties. Yeah, Yussi Chahal's now going through his full repertoire of limbering up. So I imagine he'll be on at some point. Round the wicket comes Sanderson, bowls to Harrison again. Defends back down the pitch. He's now doing press-ups. Yussi Chahal. Now he's doing something that if I tried to do it, I'd be in bed for a week. In terms of stretching out his back. That's why he's an international cricketer and I'm not, I suppose. That things like ability, talent. 14 for 1. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and that's a beauty. Goes straight through Marcus Harris. Goes for a little walk off towards square leg. Sanderson into his 4th over, 1 for 5. Northamptonshire would dearly love to take another one back in with them tonight. Managed a couple in that little last session last night, which George Bartlett certainly felt to get something in the score sheet was quite important in that last little session. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and forward comes Harris, plays it up to mid-off. There is no run, fielded there by Nathan McSweeney. Conversation between Safe Zabe at 4th slip and George Bartlett, who's in there at point. They had a cheery little partnership, 63 in short order for the 5th wicket before the declaration.
That's a good way to describe it, though, wasn't it? It was quite
cheery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Harris, who's again playing at that one outside the off stump. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Testing exam as ever set by Ben Sanderson with a new Duke's ball. Not too many better around the country.
Oh.
When it comes to making this ball bend to his will. Here he is again to finish the over. In and bowls to Harris, who again is beaten by a beauty. But Marcus Harris will know he's going to be beaten a few times but it's just a question of hanging in there, doing what Northamptonshire did in their first innings and just grit it out, because it will get a bit easier. But that's a beauty from Sanderson, the last ball of the over. As a helicopter flies over the ground from east to west. End of the over, 14 for 1, 7 gone, so 4 left this evening, and we're going to see some twirl. It's going to be Yuzi Chahal.
Yeah, he's making it pretty clear he quite fancied the ball.
Yeah. Couldn't have been much clearer, could
no,
it, really?
he couldn't. No, it's when he started doing his press-ups, it was the... gave the game away a bit, that, didn't it? And he's got a chance to have a couple from the Anderson end. He's got Josh Bohannon on strike. Slip and a short leg. Chahal to Bohannon, driven for a single to the left of mid-off where Proctor fields. And that gets Bohannon off the mark as well. 15 for 1. Nothing much changing for the left-hander. It's still going to be a slip and a forward short leg. Just those two fielders shuffling around. He's in and bowling. He's gone back and he's got the LBW. Finger raised. Chahal strikes. Harris goes and Lancashire 2 down. And what a bonus that is for Northamptonshire on a day that has emphatically belonged to them. I've got rid now of both opening batters. Harris, the latest, he's gone LBW. Lancashire 15 for 2.
Well, we did think that Chahal might be a good option for Northamptonshire in these closing moments of the day. Harris has gone back, and it's interesting because we saw, was it Joe Moores this morning, who tried to play back to Chahal and paid the price. In his case, he had his off stump knocked flat. And Harris also going right back onto his stumps. Not a great deal of turn, I don't think. But Chahal reckoned he got his man. There seemed to be confidence about the appeal, and the umpire agreed, and that, as you say, Scott, is a big blow. Get the two openers out. It's going to be Tom Bailey doing night watchman duties.
Yes.
Either somebody slamming the door, or it's probably George Bartlett dropping, George Grimshaw dropping something, I think, as he came down the steps. Not the crate of beers, though.
Bailey gets a tap on the back from his captain. Heads out as night watchman, but one, I'm sure, would have been welcome in these final 11 overs. Two's a very, very happy outcome. And they, well, still potentially might get another yet. There's 3.4 overs left, and he's going to have quite a bit of friends around him, Tom Bailey, here.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
Going to have a slip catcher and a forward short leg and a silly point and a short cover and a short mid-wicket. It's Chahal to Bailey. Just dabs it into the onside. And there's no run. 15 for 2. McSweeney, who's at backward point, looking into the sun, has just borrowed, I think, Vasconcelos' sunglasses there. That's pushed away into the offside. No run. He went jogging, Ricardo Vasconcelos, up towards McSweeney and handed him a pair of sunglasses because he is looking directly into the sun. So it's a little bit of assistance. Chahal loops one up. Oh, it's an edge from Bailey. It's come to the right of slip. Some way to the right of slip, mind you. And it runs down to the boundary. Sweeney does well to stop it. Flicking the ball back. They've run 3. Gets Bailey off the mark as well. 18 for 2 with 1 ball remaining of the over, that is, and then 3 to go today. Bohannon twirls the bat. Chahal spins the ball from one hand to the other, and then just asks mid-wicket to drop out towards the deep square leg boundary. And there's also a deep extra cover. Work back towards him by Bohannon. End of the over. Chahal striking just his second ball of his first over. Captain Proctor calling things correctly again. 18 for 2. 3 overs remaining in the day's play.
He's had a decent day, hasn't he? He's had worse days, to borrow from Del Boy.
Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 202 for 9, scores a level.
Could we get a tie? If you've done a championship tie, yeah, I've done one. way back, 1984, my first season against Kent at Wantage Road. Game Northamptonshire should have won. Made a bit of a Horlicks of it. And finished in a tie. Very exciting. After fellow Northamptonian Duncan Wilde got a very good 100 in that game. Anyhow, I digress. 4 slips in place. Let's concentrate on the here and now. Sanderson in. Bowls to the night watchman, Tom Bailey. Plays it out to Chahal in the covers, no run.
Bailey was involved in Lancashire's tie. I'm pretty sure he took the catch to pick up the final Somerset wicket, which tied the match in the game at Taunton. I don't know when that was. You're far better than me at remembering what seasons these are, but I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 seasons ago, something like that. It's a cracking game at Taunton.
Here's Sanderson in to bowl to Bailey, who takes a hand off the bat, manages to keep it down in front of forward short leg. It's good stuff from Tom Bailey. Bartlett in there, forward short leg, very close. Northamptonshire have only ever had 3 ties in Championship cricket. Essex at Ilford, I think, 1947. They had one against Middlesex at Peterborough in 53, and then the Kent one in 84. Sanderson in outside the off stump, left alone by Bailey. The story about the Middlesex one in 53 is that there was some issue with the scores in the first innings, and the 2 captains, Freddie Brown for Northamptonshire, Bill Edrich for Middlesex, sort of said, well, they came up with a sort of formula to try and make it, well, work it out. And they said, well, yeah, it's all right as long as nobody wins by 1 run. And it was a tie. Sanderson is in, bowls, and Bailey again does well and keeps that one down in front of forward short leg. No runner. They're bringing up Liam Guthrie, who's been grazing in the shadows down in front of the point. I just realised that that's a bit of a waste of a fielder at this stage of proceedings, so he's going to come up, I think, to point. Still got long leg down on the boundary in front of the hotel. 2 balls in the over left. Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump. Bailey leaves it through to Lewis McManus. The thing was also that they'd agreed, the captains, that they would say nothing about it. You know, keep quiet.
Keep quiet, yeah.
Which was fine, apart from the fact that Freddie Brown published his autobiography the following year and wrote up the game and all the ramifications of it in his book, which I'm not quite sure how Bill Edrich felt about that, but it's a good tale. 18 for 2, 1 ball to go in the 9th over. Sanderson is in, bowls, and Bailey doing his job to perfection, plays it up to mid-on, where Proctor fields and there's no run. 18 for 2, 2 overs to go in the day. The clock ticks round to 7 o'clock. Well, those that have come in today, it hasn't been a big crowd, but those that have come in have, I think, had their money's worth one way or another. Going to get a full 104 overs in the day, or less. The two.
That tied game that Lancashire involved in, which I mentioned, was 2018.
Oh, right.
He bowled Somerset out for 77.
Crikey.
With Maharaj taking 7 for 37 to tie the match at Taunton. Pushed into the offside by Bohannon. 18 for 2. Looped up off the back foot by Bohannon. Pushed away for no run. Lancashire bowled out for 99 in their first innings. Leach got 5. Maharaj got 7 in the second innings, so you can guess what things were like at Taunton.
Yes. Hyderabad.
Chahal bowling a little bit flatter. Oh, it's looped up in the air from Bohannon. Rather bizarrely over the top of City Point. Bohannon, yeah, quite high up off the bat. Over Silly Point, just dropped in front of short cover. Full of ball from Chahal, which is defended by Josh Bohannon. No run, 18 for 2. And balls and forward in defence. Easing the ball away through the offside. Calvin Harrison, who's yet to have a ball in the match, but there's every chance he'll have a go tomorrow.
I think there's every chance, yes. He's running.
Running around in circles at the minute for some reason. Final ball of the over. Chahal to Bohannon, just nibbles on past the bat and through to the keeper. End of the over. 10 gone in Lancashire's second innings. That's 1 over remaining. They are 18 for 2.
Calvin Harrison was running around on the spot. It's like somebody had given him rather too many of those jelly sweets and was gone a little bit sugar mad. Well, Sanderson will bowl the last over of the day. I just wondered for a moment whether they might even think about an over of Calvin Harrison, but Sanderson's in a bit of a groove here, so they're going to trust him to try and make a further breakthrough. Final over of the day, 5 overs, 1 for 5 for Sanderson. 4 slips in, and he's in to bowl to the night watchman, Tom Bailey, and Bailey's right across his stumps and manages to get bat on it. It rolls up very gently towards Proctor at mid-on, who is deep, of course, because they're quite happy to give Bailey the single and have a go at Bohannon. And it was almost as though they were waiting to see for the ball actually to reach mid-on under its own steam, as it were, and it wasn't going to because he didn't hit it hard enough. Now, Proctor is just tweaking here a little bit. He's bringing up another close catcher, so they have now 5 slips. Sanderson is in, bowls to Bailey, and Bailey defends, punches it away through extra cover, runs for him here. Half stopped by Chahal at extra cover, and they come back for 2. 20 for 2, Bailey to 5. Nice looking shot. But 5 slips in place now.
Okay, well, Edgbaston, there's now been 10 balls with the scores level.
Can't write a word. I was thinking of our colleagues in the written media. 7 o'clock, not a pot washed. Here's Sanderson. In to bowl to Bailey, short. Bailey gets everything out of harm's way, sways inside the line, and it goes through to McManus. 5 slips and a forward short leg. Scott mentioned a moment or two ago, Tom Bailey does not lack company.
No, he's got a bit behind him, hasn't he?
Yeah. There'll be a few, I'm sure, the odd observation. Sanderson, Fourth ball of the over. Bowls to Bailey, who leaves it. Good carry, as you would expect, with a hard new ball. Zips through, but Bailey gets everything out of harm's way, taken by McManus. 2 balls to go in the day.
Yeah, and that'll still be the case tomorrow morning. The ball's only 11 overs old, and a chance to rest up and come back. Ball's still new, and we'll be going pretty hard at Lancashire in that morning session tomorrow.
Penultimate ball of the day, Sanderson. In, bowls to Bailey, who gets bat on it, steers it away, square of the wicket in the offside. There's a chase down towards the point boundary. It's reeled in, and they come back for 2 more. Bailey to 7, 22 for 2. Which brings us to the final ball of the day.
Warwickshire have beaten Sussex by 1 wicket.
Serious game of cricket,
isn't it?
Surrey are still hanging on by a thread against Notts at the Oval. Last ball of the day then, here at Emirates Old Trafford. Sanderson in to bowl to Bailey. Bailey defends. He's going to push it back past the bowler. They're going to get 1, and that's all there's going to be. Throw hits the stumps, and they come back for 2. Well, touch of the Billy Smarts at the end, but at the end of the day, it is safely negotiated by Tom Bailey and Josh Bohannon, and at the close, Lancashire are 24 for 2, having lost the wickets of Keaton Jennings, caught by the substitute Louis Kimber at 3rd slip off Ben Sanderson for naught via Saif Zaib at 4th. That was 7 for 1, and Marcus Harris, LBW, playing back to Yuzi Chahal for 10. That was 15 for 2. Josh Bohannon is 1 not out. Tom Bailey, the night watchman, on 9. Lancashire will resume tomorrow morning, needing a further 422 to win. Northamptonshire need 8 wickets.
Well, Lancashire last season against Northamptonshire batted 150 overs in their second innings to save the match. Bohannon got a century. They need to bat 96 tomorrow to see if they can try and pull something out of the bag in this game. Northamptonshire have enjoyed a fabulous, fabulous day. And Luke Proctor rightly encouraging, well, probably any one of his team to lead them off. Because somewhere along the line, someone's chipped in and contributed. So, yeah, a brilliant day for Northamptonshire. Well on top. And Lancashire with an awful lot of work to do tomorrow with the bat. We shall see how it all unfolds, Radders, on the 4th and final day.
Bright and early, can't wait.
Indeed. Enjoy the hash browns in the morning.
I shall.
We'll catch you tomorrow just before 11 o'clock.